Hello, one. Welcome all trainers from all around the world who's truly tuning in to this broadcast. My name is Flavor, together with the all-amazing Danali. Here we are once again for the Pokémon UNITE World Championship Series. This is the last chance qualifiers for the West.
APAC West.
Yes,
it's
APAC West.
It's literally the last spot for the teams within this particular region. And I think some people wondering, okay, we've got APAC East that is also happening on a different broadcast, but APAC West for us, okay? If you're wondering what countries are allowed to participate within this qualifier, we are looking at Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, and Thailand. So these four regions are the only regions allowed to compete within the APAC West block. East, I think Hong Kong, Taiwan, and the Philippines.
Yes, correct. Yeah, only those two regions over there. Yeah, so as mentioned before, this is going to be the last chance qualifiers itself. These teams did not manage to go through the respective regional qualifiers before, and of course, this is their last opportunity to actually get the slot to Honolulu, win themselves the winning prize, and of course, the slot to the World Championship, and of course, a full paid trip over there. We're going to be running through all that later on. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the team slots that's provided for respective regionals over here. Starting off with the top left segment, we have Brazil, where they allocated two team slots. For Europe, we have 3 teams. Latin America North, 3 teams. And Latin America South, 2 teams.
And then continuing on, we have 3 spots for teams from North America, 2 slots for OC, 1 slot for our EU IC champion, which we have already crowned, and of course our final champion for NAIC that's going to be happening next month, which is super exciting. But for all these regions, I do believe we do have our representatives ready to go. It's really just the NAIC slot left, and our last chance qualifier is happening today.
Oh yeah, and it's definitely going to be a very bumpy ride. So hold on to your horses and to all your Pokemon, as we're definitely going to be joining for a ride. And of course, not just that, we also have slots provided for these respective nations. Starting off with Japan, we have 3 team slots. For Korea, we have 1 team slot, and India, 1 team slot. Taiwan and Hong Kong has 1 slot, but of course this time about Philippines has 2 team slots for themselves. Indonesia, 1 slot. Malaysia, Singapore, 1 team, and Thailand, 1 team.
And then, of course, our final 2 slots, 1 apiece, 1 for the last chance qualifier for East of Asia, and then the last spot for the West side of Asia. It's going to be super exciting because we are basically looking at the last standing teams within our regions to participate for this slot. And this is I guess this is the only cross-region qualifier we're also seeing, because previous to this, as you do see with the slots, these were all regional qualifiers. So for example, teams in Indonesia were only allowed to play in the Indonesia qualifier. They were never going to encounter any teams from the Philippines or from Malaysia, Singapore. So we are going to be seeing a really good mix of teams here trying to go for this last spot. And as usual, when it comes to these inter-regional tournaments, you're going to get a mix of play styles. You're going to get a mix of metas, and I am keen to see what kind of craziness we're going to be seeing today.
Oh yeah, and especially when you do see a mix from different regions competing this time about, it is definitely going to be something else. Because before this, you only compete within teams within your own nation. But this time, when you have to engage with other nations, you have to have a good grasp of what the other nation has to offer. And of course, let's go through a little bit on the tournament rules that we have for the competition. It is a double elimination format, which means that you have 2 lifelines. If you do lose out both lifelines here in the competition, you'll be eliminated and make your leave through the tournament. All the matches will be best of 3s and tournament of the top 8 teams from day number 1. And teams are eliminated after losing 2 matches, the upper bracket and the lower bracket. And the winning team will qualify for the World Championship Series 2024.
Yep, so not only are they just going to qualify for the World Championship Series, but you also get a whole bunch of other prizes on top of that. You're going to be getting a $7,500 US prize money victory cheer, I suppose. You know, you got that money to spend in Honolulu. And it's, of course, a paid trip to Worlds this year as well. So there is a lot on the line for these teams, and unfortunately, only one of these top 8 are going to be making it through. Now, very quickly, we'll skim through the game rules. It's just going to be a standard game of Pokémon UNITE, which is a 10-minute battle. It's on our most favorite map of all, Thea Sky Ruins, which say hello to Rayquaza. We're going to be seeing Rayquaza a lot today. No restrictions or level limits for held items. We are not allowing EX Pokemon, and unfortunately, we are still not going to be seeing Phalanx, as that Pokemon is still banned for the tournament. And then finally, Pokemon emblems, we don't have that in competitive play at all anyway.
Yeah, there is potential that we might be seeing Phalanx of World Championships. We will just have to wait and see what the decisions are from tournament organizers. But of course, the draft rules are as follows. Now, if you have not been joining us through our original qualifiers, now for this time about, we have 4 bans in total. Two from respective teams. So during the first banning phase, both teams were banning 2 Pokemons, and then through the pick phase, you start off with the first pick, and then followed by vice versa to the opponent and back to yourself. And after the pick phase is complete, the preparation phase will require trainers to select the Pokemon that will be utilized during the match itself.
Yes, I do love seeing the preparation phase. I just want to see that craziness, you know? It's like, oh, you thought it was going to be Central Lane Leafeon? Okay, no, we're going to send it down bottom. We're going to be sending our Blastoise Central Lane. I don't think that would ever happen, but that is something that could potentially happen. But our brackets for today, now I know some of you are confused. Why have you played the first round of games? Now, unfortunately, we were not going to be doing coverage on these games because these games were going to determine who remains in the upper bracket and who is going to be pushed down to the lower bracket. So, as you can see, Bears, Onyx, Be The One, and Only Fun were the first 4 teams to make it through to the upper bracket games. And unfortunately, that does mean we have to say a hello to 4 teams in the lower bracket. And speaking of lower bracket, we're going to be looking at these games on broadcast, starting off with RGM versus EG Phoenix. And then after that matchup, we'll be seeing Oracles playing against No Picture.
Yeah, those are going to be our first two matches being featured here at the broadcast for today. Definitely exciting times. Now, this is the full bracket itself. Now, the idea is the winner for the upper bracket and the winner from the lower bracket will be meeting each other at the grand finals. And if the lower bracket winner does manage to actually win the first best of 3 series in the grand finals, it forces a grand finals reset where the winner for that grand finals reset will become the winner and champion for the championship, whereas the upper bracket winner is only required to win 1 best of 3 series to win the whole championship.
Yep, so if you're in the upper bracket, you've got to make the most of your upper bracket advantage, right? The lower bracket team, it's a long path to victory, but let's be real. I mean, if you win the tournament and you came from the lower bracket, you absolutely deserve that victory.
Oh, yeah.
Now, again, very quickly, our prize pool for today, we're not only focusing on first place, but everyone participating in the games today are going to be awarded prize money. So, of course, in first place, if you do win the qualifiers, you're going to be taking home $7,500. The second place team, sure, they don't go to Honolulu, but they still take home $3,750 as a team. Third place will take home $3,000, fourth will take home $1,500, and then the remaining participants will be taking home $750.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a lot of prizes over there for all the teams competing here today. So all the best to all the teams. At the end of the day, we'll get to know who the winner and champion here for the APAC West Last Chance qualifies. Bring back home that beautiful $7,500, the slot at Honolulu, as well as the full expense paid for the travels to there as well. So making it to the grand finals secures you a minimum of $3,750, whereas if you get in the lower bracket finals, just by being there, you secure yourself $3,000, which is a heap of prize over there for these teams.
Yeah, so of course we do have the monetary motivation for these teams, but let's be real, all right? First place is where it's at. You want to go to Worlds, you want to represent your region at Worlds, you want to play against the other teams from all around the world too. Like, if you think about it, the World Championships, it is a melting pot of the best trainers from around the world that play Unite. And just to have that experience, some people might just say that, well, okay, maybe if you're not that great, you're just going to come last. But that experience, I have to say this is very important. Just being there and being able to experience the scrims, meeting up with people, that will motivate you for the next year to be better. And when you do come back and you do scrim with your local teams, like whatever things you learned at Worlds, you're taking it back home to your region, and ultimately the region together grows.
Yes, that's true.
It's like, I feel like it is such a benefit that people don't realize for giving slots to regions where some people think like, oh, they kind of don't deserve the extra slot. This is how you grow a region. You grow a region by giving them opportunities.
And this is how community actually grows as well. You learn from this melting pot of champions. You're looking at some of the best of the best of the best of the Pokemon Unite teams that the world has to offer. You learn and get experience from all this. Whatever your placings may be, it will be great if you end up being the champion and come back, return home with all this knowledge and grow the potential of what your region can actually offer in the upcoming tournaments in Pokemon Unite ecosystem.
Yeah. Now, we do have to get ready for our first game of the day, which is the round 1 lower bracket matches. And we're going to be kicking things off here with RGM versus EG Phoenix. Now, we do have a little bit of information for RGM, but EG Phoenix, this is a team that sort of came out of nowhere, and there's not a lot of information on this roster, but I do want to introduce them to you very quickly. Flavor, let's start off with RGM.
Oh yeah, for RGM, we have Razihel, Bluey, Small Schmoy, Beginner XS, and Axe Moose. And who do we have in EG Phoenix, Danny?
We have Arthres, Death, Strobo, Clinders, and Panda. So RGM, Flavor, I do believe you do have a little bit of know-how on this team and who the players are. Let's sort of introduce them to our viewers today. Who are they and what are we expecting from them?
Yeah, the thing about RGM is that I think they started off way back in 2022 where we do see the team captain under registry, which is Razihel. He actually played with a team called Rayquaza Reborn. And actually 3 of the players you see here, I think it is Razihel, Small Schmoy, and XS. They were actually a team that was formed in 2023.
Ooh.
But different time during that time, they were together with Rosario and Monya. But this time, they are together with Bluey and Axe Moose. So it's not really the full roster we saw before. And I do wonder if this is going to be a big upgrade to what they have to offer in the Pokemon Unite battles. But of course, for EG Phoenix, unfortunately for my end, I don't have much to say about them. There's not much information in regards to them. They actually reign, I think they're fairly new.
It seems to be a fairly new team because there isn't a lot of information on them. But the one thing that we do know that might pique your interest, folks, is that EG Phoenix eliminated Renaissance in the matches to qualify for today.
Oh yeah, this was the team. Yeah.
To be able to eliminate Renaissance, and if you do follow the APAC region, Renaissance is going to be a very familiar name. If you remember the name Cameroos, then yes, that's the kind of Renaissance we're kind of looking at here. But it was so surprising to see them being knocked out by EG Phoenix, and now I think there is going to be some level of expectation, not just from me, but maybe from some of the viewers now to know this. What is EG Phoenix capable of? Are they an underdog?
It's very hard to tell, especially knowing that we don't really have any form of stats in regards to what Pokemon was being utilized during that match up against Renaissance during that time. So we really don't have any information on what was being played out in the single elim segment before they appear here in the top 8 itself. So I think that for a lot of people here, this could be first-hand experience to get to see what EG Phoenix has to offer here in the Pokemon Unite ecosystem. Yeah, I'm very curious to see what they have to offer today.
Look, I think we're all just wanting to wait for these games to start, but I am also keen to see like what are their choice of Pokemon as well, because I do feel like, you know, we can have all this data on these teams, but then once you start to see them in action and you see them on their signature picks, I think that's when you really start to see the magic of the individual players and how it sort of works together as that team. But definitely have expectations for EG Phoenix. But RGM, though, the fact that you do have data on them, or at least like registered data, because not all of this stuff is available online.
It was so way back in 2022 anyways.
But having somebody be around for that long, that there is going to be a lot of knowledge from having, I think, an advantage of having someone be around for that long, to have seen things in the scene. And if you're a long-standing player of a particular game, you will be very familiar of a lot of very small mechanics that a lot of newer players might not be familiar with until they actually encounter said mechanic. And so maybe Raziel, the fact that he's the captain, he's been around since, what, 2021, right?
2022. Yeah.
2022. To have 2 years of Unite under his belt, maybe he could be the reason why this team's going to come out on top in this game, because someone's going home today.
Yeah, and we're not saying that EG does not have this, but it's just based on data. The thing is, on top of all that, he also is playing with people that he's familiar with playing with for quite a while now. It's probably this could be an advantage for them, which could put them in the front lines in this particular match itself. But we're ready to be entertained. We're ready to be surprised with drafts, with playstyles, and more in this first best of 3 series for the day. So I'm very sure everyone is keen to see which one of them will come up on top. And remember, this is going to be their final lifeline here in the competition as we're starting off in the lower bracket, which means that this is, you have to win it. You have to make your way, you have to crawl your way all the way up to the grand final segment without losing a single series.
Yes. Now, before we do jump into the game, because I do believe the players are in the lobby and we're almost ready to go, but the draft isn't gone yet. we have to talk about the recent patch update because this has, I feel, shifted a lot within the Pokemon Unite scene, right? We were so used to seeing, as some people would say, the defender comps, right? Lots of defenders, like an outrageous number of defenders, a very big lack of attackers, and I was quite surprised at the lack of all-rounders because we did have an all-rounder meta for quite a while, but the latest update, we did see a couple of changes. So one of them being Blastoise. So Blastoise did get toned down, not to the point where I feel like the Pokemon is not going to be useful, but definitely going to have to be focusing more on utility for the team, right? So providing those stuns, just being a nuisance rather than sitting in the front lines and just blowing up all the attackers, because I think that is a very common occurrence with this Pokemon before the patch. Tyranitar though.
Oh.
Tyranitar. Okay, this bad boy is badder than he's ever been because he is big, he is bad, he is tanky, and nobody knows how to get rid of him.
We do see some mean matches between we see some matches we didn't go so well with Tyranitar before as well, and I would understand why, because there's a lot of people here in the West segment who likes to play around the evolutions, which you get online real fast, which you can capitalize on this and do punish the Tyranitar earlier on. But from all this, I don't see Tyranitar being the meta previously, and we do see this could potentially be the time for Tyranitar to actually be one of the top metas here in the game.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the evolutions because Glaceon was also on the receiving end of a little bit of a nerf. Okay, I think it wasn't that big to completely ruin Glaceon. It is still playable, but definitely not going to be as powerful as it used to be with some of those toned down damage numbers. Now,
especially as well as speed, if I'm not mistaken, 50% to 40% on the ice shards.
Yeah. All right, so we are in the draft here, folks. Dragonite and Leafeon going to be taken off the table here from both of these teams, and Gyarados is going to be joining that Dragonite. So a lot of hate for those very late game scaling Pokemon, and Tyranitar as well. I shouldn't be surprised because I haven't seen teams find a really solid solution from dealing with the rampaging Tyranitar. So what does that leave? A Cramorant pick. Okay.
I don't think you were about to swerve there.
No. Okay. No.
Was all that build-up to a Cramorant? No, I don't think so. Yeah, but I'm surprised. I mean, RGM to actually go with the Cramorant first pick over here. Probably they have something that we don't know of, but the response coming from EG Phoenix, example the Umbreon and the Slowbro, I do enjoy this opening coming up from there, and it opens up to a lot of other Pokemon that they can actually utilize for this particular match.
So the follow-up to Pixie Flavor, I'm pretty happy with this for RGM. So Blissey was also on the receiving end of a buff, remember? So Helping Hand was given a buff, and Safeguard as well. The amount of shielding you get was buffed up, so that was going to be really nice. Keen to see what the players here pairing that up with the Trevenant, but Azumarill and Meowscarada coming in from EG Phoenix. Now, I do remember seeing the Azumarill during the OC qualifiers, and that did work out pretty well for that team. Meowscarada, though, this is definitely more of an Asia pick because I had not seen this in OC.
Oh yeah, and this is definitely something that is really being paid on the western side, but RGM going with the Buzzwole over here, despite the nerf happening in recent patches, but I'm guessing that not to a point where it's not playable, because a lot of people do not play here as much as before due to the slight nerf, but we're going to be seeing this time about together with the Glaceon here as the final pick for Team RGM.
So Glaceon still coming back. I think this is pretty okay, to be honest. It's not like the Pokemon is ruined. It's still a great ranged attacker for the team. Comes online at level 4, so something for EG Phoenix to be a little bit worried about for those lanes. Although I don't think this is going to be something Azumarill is going to be struggling with, actually. Azumarill can potentially chase down that Glaceon. The Meowscarada could also be pretty difficult to lock down too. The Delphox though, okay, Strobo needs to be a little wary around that Glaceon because once that locks onto you're not going to have any opportunity of being able to catch that evolution. So definitely deciding on these lanes here, right? Like who wins those lanes and who's going to come out on top. I feel like that's going to play a lot into the momentum for both of these teams because we're not looking at a late game versus early game comp. It is definitely very lane centric here for both squads.
Most definitely, and we're not going to be seeing any, and we're going to be seeing very early engagements coming up from them because a lot of these Pokemons actually come online really fast as well. We don't see, I think even if we're looking at double evolutions, it's not going to take that long. I think for Delphox should be no problem for him to actually get himself in here and very early in this game itself. Now the game is underway, ladies and gentlemen. This is game number 1 in the best of 3 series between RGM up against Team EG Phoenix, and the game's underway. We do see one of EV going through this central area here for a little bit of farming, followed by the Regato here on the right side. Cramoran up against the Slowpoke here on the bottom side together with, I can't see the other pairing over here.
Yeah. Look, all you know is that Cramoran is a nightmare to lane against in that bottom lane, but looks like a top rotation coming in for RGM, wanting to try and go for the Marill and the Eevee, and it looks like they do manage to just scuffle on their way back to that goal zone, and unfortunately for Beginner, no goals for you, so he's not going to be able to get any stacks.
Yeah. Oh, beginner access on this Buzzwole. I had a short conversation together with Leonard earlier on. We do wonder whether is beginner access actually, previously he actually used the name XS. We don't know whether is he actually the same person here. But yeah, probably just an upgrade in his name up here. But coming back to the whole game here.
Wow, Cramoran's going up top. So we're looking at maybe a 4-man rotation in that top lane. The Braxian, yeah, the Braxian's still down bottom, so it's 4 versus 3.
Oh, they really want to secure the wild Pokemon here on the top side. Of course, they're going towards the Umbreon. A little bit of speed flux over here, but they're going to bear with it. Oh, trying to actually make an escape over here is going to be the Buzzwole. Manages him despite being low on HP over here. Umbreon gets picked up here in the hands of the Glaceon.
Yeah, so the Aqua Tail, just not enough damage for the team there, unfortunately. One of the disadvantages for Aqua Tail is that it only crits when there's a single target within the Aqua Tail range. So to have that spread across, you're really missing out on some of the damage output from the Azumarill. But looks like Azumarill is going to be scouting for the team, trying to go for a very quick dunk that does get the 5 points in, and is going to try and out-survive this with the Aqua Tail. So I know a lot of people are so confused, like, why is Azumarill coming back? There were a couple of changes to try and accommodate and bring this Pokemon back into the meta, and I do see the potential of this. You have so much kite ability, being able to move around with the Aqua Tail. You also sustain with the Aqua Tail hits, and if you're able to just constantly throw down Aqua Tails, you have so much sustainability, and you can really dish out some of that damage. And look at that, rotation up top, 3 knockouts. We're getting some scores happening there for EG Phoenix.
Wow, so I think that's the idea. I think knowing this opponent, want to make sure that you don't want to be alone when you engage out together with Azumarill, all of them together. But it creates a situation which could also benefit the team for EG Phoenix, as in most situations in Pokemon Unite, you don't want to be gathered up together anyways, which could create a big opening for the opponent to actually pull off some really big Unites upon you. But coming back to the game of here, top lane, it does seem that they are leaving this Buzzwole lane to himself here. Down bottom is going to be where the action should be here, as they're waiting for one of the Regis to appear here in the next 7 more seconds over here. Level-wise as well, we do see that highest level here, level 9. Wow, and this Meowscarada, which we have not been seeing for quite a while now.
Yes.
To get a little bit opening for himself.
That was so fast as well. They just ripped through the Regieleki in that top lane. But down bottom, it's a Regi, so no attack or defensive buffs, and it will be going in the way of RGM thanks to that Cramorant with the Secure. So experience is on lockdown. They do also get a little bit of sustain. Are we going to see a push, though, as the Slowbro gets taken down, trying to defend the team with the Surf? They don't advance, though, so it looks like for RGM, they do want to play it cool, calm, and collected. They want to wait for the squad, but there is a Azumarill sitting in the tall grass, wanting to try and go for the Glaceon, using the Unite as well. They're trying to lock him down with the Wood Hammer, but just not quite enough. Even a Gold Missile being deployed, and this is going to be enough to send the team back. And unfortunately for EG Phoenix, they actually lost an Azumarill. They didn't even get a knockout for that, and Buzzwole isn't even joining in the fight. RGM, they were totally okay with just turning.
Wow, despite the initiative happening starting from EG Phoenix, quite a turnaround here. It results in losing out multiple Pokemons on the side of EG Phoenix here. They lost at the Azumarill, they lost Delphox as well. Meowscarada together with Umbreon. That's a big loss here in the hands of EG Phoenix, despite them committing a lot to that particular team fight.
Yeah, and Blue is just doing such a great job for the team, zoning them away. The constant threat of that Trevenant, if he locks you down, that's enough setup for the team to just come in and get those cleanups.
He even landed some multiple Wind Hammers anyway, so he's been doing really well here for Team RGM. RGM, they managed to overtake the amount of points that what EG Phoenix has to offer now. 170 to 121 here. We're coming close to halfway through the game here on the 5-minute 20-second mark. Of course, top lane, probably not a great idea to actually engage up against the Azumarill. Instead, despite it being a 2v1 situation, even having the Blissey around, Glaceon gets pinned down here in the hands of the Azumarill.
Oh my goodness. Maybe this Azumarill is going to be a little bit too much for RGM to handle, because I have to say, this Azu, Yeah, okay, they are behind in terms of those levels, but I mean, if you let this Azumarill do whatever it wants, then that is going to cause a lot of issues. We are seeing Unites being deployed, but 2 Pokemon have been down on the side of EG Phoenix, just trying to sustain now. The Delphox finally comes in, but the Trevenant Unite just immediately getting rid of the Azumarill, and Slowbro being tossed around like a ragdoll thanks to that Buzzwole. Big score dunk is going to be deployed here for RGM, and EG Phoenix, they just can't win these team fights. That seems to be a glaring issue for this team. They are great if you can have those very crazy, uncoordinated skirmishes, but as soon as it's a 5v5, RGM comes out on top.
Oh yeah, we can definitely see that. And of course, Cramlin is going to be winning big here. It did manage to actually get itself with 3 knockout streaks at the top lane just a while ago. And it's pulling through currently at level 12 here. And Meowscarada still keeping up at level 12 here for the side of EG Phoenix. I'm saying they do have quite a gap, but 2 of the Pokemons here, the Slowbro and the Umbreon, are still at level 9, not even touching that double digit in terms of level yet at this particular moment, which is not a good thing. And we're only 1 minute and 50 seconds away before Rayquaza actually appears here at the central area. And of course, this is the calm before the storm. People are trying to get a little bit of fun for themselves here in the wild Pokemon area.
Yeah, this level difference is going to cause a lot of issues for EG Phoenix too, because having that level advantage, you not only get the stat bonuses, but you also sometimes get the bonuses for your moves as well, right? And for EG Phoenix, they're going to have to try and figure out a way to get this experience. Do they try and go for a knockout here? Are they going to commit some Unites? Because it looks like we are looking at a 5v5. Now, here's the thing. If you can get rid of that Trevenant, this would be a huge asset here for EG Phoenix. The mean look is there, but remember, it's a tree. They're trying to pull him back. The team is coming, and they're all caught in a bottleneck. I do think this is the safer play here for EG Phoenix. Do not fight in a bottleneck against a Trevenant.
I think that was a bad scenario to actually take down that Trevenant, but unfortunately they don't have enough follow-up here from teammates from EG Phoenix to actually clear him out. He still survives through, and we're still 55 more seconds away before Rayquaza actually appears over here. That could have been basically something that could propel them forward here in this game, very much like for EG Phoenix. We're looking at the difference between points. It's not much. I do believe that even without the presence of Rayquaza, if one of the team members from EG Phoenix managed to actually dunk in roughly around 40 points and double it up during the last 2-minute mark, they should be able to actually overtake what RGM has to offer here at this point into the game.
Yep, Cram is away from the team, so if anything happens here, it's going to be a 4v5 for the next couple seconds. Rayquaza is almost on the field, 20 seconds to go here, folks, almost at that final stretch. But a very big standoff is currently happening here with EG Phoenix.
They can't afford to let it go. Yeah,
they can't. Yeah, they're making such a risky play happen. But the thing is, if they can somehow pull this off and they're able to isolate some of these squishies on the side of RGM, this could be some great news for EG Phoenix, because they need this.
They need this. I mean, do they really need this? If they're able to actually be a little bit naughty, they manage to find an opportunity to actually do a little bit of scoring. You see some team members from RGM try to cover a little bit bases. Trevenant there in the bottom lane. We do see the Glaceon there being on the middle segment, trying to cover bases as much as possible. Even Cramorant trying to be as close as possible towards the top path goalpost as well, so that none of team members of EG Phoenix makes their way over there to the scoring. But right now, the responsibility of taking down this Rayquaza is all in the hands of EG Phoenix. RGM does not have to do anything right now other than
they don't see the Azumarill. Azumarill's going to go for the back cap here for the team.
How much does he have? 32, not enough.
Not enough, but this is going to really light that fire up. And I think if you're RGM, after seeing the Azumarill back there, is it time for you to finally engage? The Trevenant's going to try and keep things in check here for the team, but look at the Slowbro trying to go right into the back lines, caught out the Cramorant, but where's the damage? They haven't caught the Cram. Sure, you catch him, but you need the damage to finish him off. Buzzwole going to be going down, and so does the Azumarill. So it's a 4 versus 3 scenario here for EG Phoenix, and they've used a lot of their Unites. And with Blissey here, it's going to be so difficult to cut through these Pokemon. Meowscarada, the next one to fall, unfortunately isolated from the team. 40 seconds to go, Flavor, and things are not looking good here for EG Phoenix.
They don't have to go for this. I think this is very risky for them to even touch a Rayquaza. I think they should just leave it be, because now 4 team members of EG Phoenix have already been spawned out. You don't want to risk potentially last hits getting in the hands of Team EG Phoenix right now. They're going for it. Oh, but the Glaceon's going to be the one getting the last hit in. Rayquaza is going to be in the hands of Team RGM at this current moment, and they're going to go in for more scoring now. Make it a 2 knockout streak here in hands of Glaceon as he gets himself on that Delphox.
Very risky play there for RGM, but thankfully they didn't have to deal with anything like an Inteleon or a Dragonite coming out of nowhere and getting that last hit secure. The Icy Wind on the Glaceon was perfect. So a round of applause for Moose getting the secure for the team and locking in game 1 of this best of 3 lower bracket series. EG Phoenix now on the back foot, need to reverse sweep with two victories.
Back to back,
Otherwise,
yeah.
they are out.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And I think this is going to be a very, very scary situation for EG Phoenix. But I still want to highlight that I was quite surprised that RGM still want to go in for that Rayquaza attempt, despite that they didn't have to touch the Rayquaza at all, because it was quite risky. In Pokemon Unite, there's potential for the enemy to actually snipe the last hit in on the Rayquaza and potentially making a win to EG Phoenix on this case. But I guess a win is a win. RGM secures game number 1 here in the best of 3 series, looking for yet another game win to actually make them the winner for the series and making their way through the competition. But of course, EG Phoenix, knowing this, they're definitely not going to allow any of that to happen, and they have to win the next match to force a game number 3 upon this best of 3 series against RGM.
Yeah. So I have a question here for you, Flavor. What do you feel was the reason EG Phoenix weren't able to compete with RGM? Was it a playstyle issue? Do you feel like it was lanes? Like, what do you think sort of fell through for this team and the comp all round?
I think there were multiple situations where EG Phoenix, they actually had a good hold of some of the core Pokemons on the side of RGM, but unfortunately because of it's either miscommunication or basically improper positioning, basically the follow-up coming from team members were always not there. When we look in the last encounter on Cramorant, it was such a great hold by the Slowbro. Unfortunately, there was no follow-up, no damage coming in from team members. So basically, Cramorant, he was put on hold, but he was released, and then he was still able to actually commit with the Unite and come out unscathed from all that. There was also another situation where there was a mean look on the Buzzwole as well. Although there was a trade-off 1-2, but the follow-up was a bit too slow coming up from the teammates from EG Phoenix. They need to fix this because you can't afford to actually let go of this big opportunities to actually clear out some of the main Pokemons on your opponent's side over here. That could be one of many factors that contributed to their loss here in this game number 1.
I also kind of feel like RGM, they did a really good job of really ramping up their lanes. Like the fact that they also brought 4 Pokemon into the top lane.
Oh, during the early segments, yeah.
Yeah, and they were constantly shoving into EG Phoenix. And I also feel like for EG, they didn't get the levels that they wanted in the early game to sort of be able to ramp up themselves. Because they did have a lineup that could have applied pressure. I mean, you've got Meowscarada as well as Azumarill. These are very aggressive early game Pokemon, and they want to try and get those early knockouts, but it was just constantly RGM being the ones to start the fight and also to end the fight. And I think at the same time, one of the major factors, and I think some people are sick of hearing me saying this, is just they have Trevenant. He is still arguably one of the best defenders in the game, can give you so many openings when you're trying to either disengage or engage into a team for a fight. And then you compare that to Slowbro, who, great. He is the best single target lockdown Pokemon in the game. But if you want to compare the amount of control between these two defenders, I think a lot of people would pick Trevenant over Slowbro any day.
Oh yeah, Trevenant has more to offer in this. And I think in most of the team fights between these two teams, I think the Trevenant is much more present on the front lines compared to Slowbro. So by the time the Slowbro is already there, it's a little bit too late as the team members already get caught by the team members of RGM. And I believe that it's quite unfortunate that we're witnessing here the lower bracket segment itself. We have our winner for this game number 1, and game number 2, it would decide on whether RGM goes to the next round, or will this be an opportunity for the opponent team EG Phoenix to force a game number 3 upon them. All this and more will be answered very, very soon. And I think it's a very scary situation, especially when you're in lower bracket, and it's only round number 1 here in the last chance qualifiers. You would not want to make your exit this early in the competition. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no one wants to be a spectator within a tournament like this. You want to be the ones to sort of play it through to the end. Like, sure, make it.
It's enough that we're spectating it, but yeah. And for the players that we want to keep staying on as much as we can.
Yeah, so if there's a time to really bring out some of those secret strats, I kind of feel like you've got to bring out those signature Pokemon, those signature picks that you've been hiding now.
Yeah.
Right now. Otherwise, I think if you exit a tournament and you didn't play at what you would think would be 100%, I think you'd end the tournament with regret. And that's probably one of the worst feelings to feel when you're playing something such as the qualifiers for the World Championships and you feel that I shouldn't have held back. I was trying to keep my strats for grand finals, but I should have used it to stay in the tournament.
I wanted to use this in the grand finals. But I couldn't. I needed to hold it in. But of course, we do see some team profiles here provided by amazing production on our two amazing teams. Starting off with RGM. Now, the question to these team members are, what do you think are the characteristics of your team? And their response is, we have a unique draft and rotation strategies. And I do believe that this is on point based on what we saw and what we witnessed on game number 1.
Yeah, I definitely agree with this sentiment. I'm not sure if the rotation itself is unique because we have been seeing a lot of teams really focus down in that top lane, bringing 4, sometimes even 5 Pokemon into the top lane so they can really win.
Before, yeah.
Yeah, and so I wonder if that's where we got the inspiration here for RGM as well to just really pressure that top lane to get the secure up there.
I think it's very common for it to actually be a 3v3 situation because we know that one of the Pokemon Sanctuary will rotate to either the top or the bottom path anyways. But of course, before we go further into that, EG Phoenix, now the question for them is, of course, the same question, what do you think are the characteristics of your team? And their response is, Danny, we are a new team. But, they are a new team, okay, but is constantly learning to get better. So we're right all this while.
They have made it far already.
Oh yeah, making it top 8 and last chance qualifiers.
Top 8,
yeah,
exactly.
Top 8. Yeah, those teams have been playing for the longest time and still not being able to actually make their way to top 8 here in any of the qualifiers.
Yeah, lots of potential for this team. I really do feel like we haven't seen Phoenix really, pull out the big guns, the strats, the Pokemon. So, game 2. I am expecting this, and I'm kind of hoping, is it going to be enough of a surprise or a shock to RGM? Because I sort of feel like when you are backed into a corner, you do need to have that surprise factor.
Oh, yeah.
But before we jump into game number 2 here, Flavor, we do want to have a quick look at some of our players. We're looking at Panda here from EG Phoenix as the defender player for the team. Lots of Blastoise, lots of Crustle. Although we do want to remind all of our folks, these stats we're looking at, this is only the stats for the matches they played today.
Oh yeah.
So these are the only Pokemon that Panda has played today.
So this must mean that this stat is based on their upper bracket round one match. Yeah, so most definitely. So Blastoise.
So the last game would not have been included.
No, yeah, it would not have been included over here. What did Panda utilize in the last game? It's a defender.
For Phoenix?
Yeah, for Phoenix, yeah.
Was he the Trevenant?
No, but he was Phoenix though. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was.
Oh yeah,
Phoenix,
sorry.
So he was a Slowbro, I guess.
Slowbro, yes. Because the other defender was Umbreon, but that was a support Umbreon.
Oh yeah. So he's a pure defender over here for the team EG Phoenix. And of course, we also do have player introduction for the opponents here for this match for Team RGM, which is none other than Bluey. Yeah, he's the man behind the Trevenant here in the recent game itself. Very high impact.
Nasty Tree. I actually feel like, just looking at the bans from last game, I think you have to ban the Tree. I feel like Tree is too influential of a defender to leave in the pool.
Yeah, I'm guessing that since Bluey played him so well, probably it could be potentially be a respect ban for game number 2.
It could
Unless
be.
Bluey has something under his sleeve is that, oh, Trevenant's not my game.
I want to know for next game because EG, they get to choose if they want first pick or last pick, right?
Yeah.
What are they going to aim for and what are they going to do to deal with this Trevenant? Are they going to ban it? Are they going to get first pick and maybe try and get the Trevenant for themselves? Maybe even force EG Phoenix to have to ban the Trevenant themselves because, I mean, we both did the Malaysia-Singapore qualifiers and we saw how prevalent Trevenant was within our regional qualifier, like how impactful it was there. So to see it here, I'm not surprised, and I don't think a lot of you are surprised as well, but I am shocked at how teams are, I feel like they're not respecting Trevenant enough.
Yeah, most definitely. I think people are giving more attention towards the Slowbro and Blastoise. I think people are still within that mix of defenders, but Trevenant, the amount of impact you can actually bring with having it. But that's the thing. Defenders have so much to offer in a draft, and even during whole team fights as well, it's very, very influential. You're in the front lines, you can do wonders, you create that opening for your team to actually do so much. Even on your own, you're able to actually hold on to that lane by yourself, meanwhile, while others are actually doing rotation, chasing down opponent Pokemons itself. Yeah, so this is going to be insane. Yeah, Trevenant, we've seen it from time to time. I don't think this is a very recent kind of thing. It's been quite a while where Trevenant has been very impactful in most tournaments.
I think it's been impactful in every region so far. I haven't seen a region that has just sort of left the Trevenant.
Exactly.
I think, okay, just thinking back to the stats I've seen for some of the other Asia regions, I think Indonesia, we did see a little more Umbreon over there, but we still saw Trevenant too. So we'll have to see. But game 2 is ready, folks. Let's jump into game 2 of this lower bracket round. Is this going to be where RGM secure their stay in the bracket, or is EG Phoenix going to fight back and bring it to a game number 3? And immediate change in bans. They actually think the Blissey was the issue. So Blissey banned here for EG Phoenix. The Dragonite will stay banned here for RGM. And if RGM are going to continue with the same bans as last series, they're also going to get rid of the Gyarados.
Oh yeah, we do saw
The
that before from
Trevenant!
the RGM side.
Wow.
Yeah, so they banned both. So I thought
Respect.
So before the Trevenant
Respect.
ban came out, I thought that hey, by just throwing in the Blissey, they're fine with dealing Trevenant. But I guess they didn't want to deal with both of them altogether. And of course, Gyarados is going to be the final ban here by RGM.
All right, what's the play here for EG Phoenix? Like, what are you picking? Because now they've left Leafeon and Tyranitar in the pool. Those were the bans for EG in the last round.
Previously, they went with Slowbro and Umbreon.
Umbreon.
So, yeah, so they went.
Okay.
They still want to go with the Umbreon. Previous on, RGM ran immediate Cramorant as the first pick. But this time about, it does seem that they're hovering around the Venusaur and Blastoise, the first generation of Pokemons here as their first one.
Clefable? What's the play here? They're really thinking about their supporters.
Like, let's go with the supports. Oh no, they're still going with the Cram. I guess they're just playing with us. Yeah.
Well, okay, Cram also got a buff in the recent update because very few people are playing Cram, and I kind of feel like we haven't seen the full potential of Cram yet. So I do like the fact that Small Shmoy, he's like, please guys, give me the Cram. I want to play some more Cramorant. But this does leave some other really big Pokemon in the pool, right? So Leafeon is going to be going in the way of EG Phoenix. Great laner, great central area, depending on where they want to put this. And Crustle. I'm actually a really big Crustle fan. I feel like this Pokemon has received a lot of respect. But I kind of feel like Crustle, he's sort of almost in the same boat as that Trevenant. He is just really, really impactful in these games because he doesn't rely purely on his Unite to be functional. He is absolutely so annoying to play against.
Exactly. So even your first and second ability isn't really enough.
Look at the evolutions.
As well. Yeah. So I think Crustle really popped up last when we did the casting for ACL. Yes. We didn't see much of it during the Malaysia-Singapore qualifiers. And I think we look forward to see what Crustle has to offer here for this game. So going for double evolutions here for the side of EG Phoenix. Tyranitar. Yeah. Okay,
I want to sort of point this out because I'm looking at the way the RGM sort of drafting their Pokemon. The fact that they brought in Clefable. Okay, Clef has been sort of ignored for a long time because it's just sort of fallen off after the nerfs to the healing.
He used to be number 1.
Yes, used to be number one pick. But they brought it back in here, and I feel like they've done this on purpose because they knew, firstly, Tyranitar was in the pool. And the big advantage for Tyranitar is that this Pokemon doesn't care about shields, right? Shielding does not matter. What you need to play against Tyranitar is raw healing. And who's the best raw healer in the game? It's still Clefable.
Yeah,
so I love that they've actually picked this up for Raziel, and I'm wondering, like, is this going to be a great solution for the team? Because lots of early game for Phoenix, right? They do want to make sure that they really crush their lanes, get the levels on the Tyranitar, but RGM, they have a really great lineup for dealing with the Tyranitar. They have so much disruption. In my mind, when I look at a Tyranitar, one of the things that is so annoying when you are playing as a Tyranitar is if you're up against a lineup that is constantly staggering you, stunning you, slowing you down. Like, I don't even feel like I get to play the game sometimes. Yes, you're big and tanky and fat, and you can absorb a lot of the damage, but if you can't get on top of your targets, that's where this Pokemon really struggles.
Oh, yeah.
And you don't have a Blissey to give you helping hand
He doesn't have much mobility. Yes, he has to say he doesn't have. He has sustain, but he's not that mobile in the game, so he can actually get on top of you.
His only sort of mobile, I suppose, because the only real competitive Tyranitar build I've really seen is Ancient Powers, but that's like the only boost you get. After you've used the Ancient Power, you're sort of a sitting duck, unless your team can set up for you. Unless he's actually going to go for the jump build instead, which I think will be very interesting.
I'm guessing that's the reasoning why they actually draft such a lineup. to create a big opening for this Tyranitar here in this game, because you have 3 evolutions which they can get online really fast at level 4, with hopes that you pair up together with Crustle, you create this big opening for Tyranitar. So you don't have to worry about a Pokemon that you actually get online halfway, so you get early stage Pokemons here that can do the work for you.
Yeah, really just try to get things going for the lane. I think that's really the goal here. So Death's going to do the best he can just to get those levels, but this does mean that Beginner X and his partner, they're going to be getting those small dunks in. So they're going to be getting stacks, and this will be problematic if they sort of let this happen for free. So again, big rotations coming in, but this time for EG Phoenix, bringing in both Pokemon from the bottom lane. So Espeon's here and Leafeon. They really want to crush this top lane, and if they can make it happen, this would be great. But Glaceon is here, and they manage to turn things around. They get rid of the poor little Larvitar, so he's not going to be here to get that experience.
Oh, wow. I think this is a great scenario for RGM. You most definitely want to get that Larvitar off.
He's gone down bottom.
Yeah, so he's going down bottom. The thing is, EG Phoenix is actually running the strat that RGM played in the first game, so making it a 4v3 situation at the top path over here. So rather than RGM running 2 of the Pokemons from their respective central as well as bottom path, instead it's EG Phoenix doing it upon them this time about, and it does bear fruit, but unfortunately EG Phoenix lost the Larvitar.
We see a Leafeon in the central area, just sort of scouting things out. Does run into the Glaceon, and Crustle will scout out the Cramorant. Now, I kind of like what EG Phoenix did. They showed the Larvitar. He evolved into Pupitar in that bottom lane, and because RGM saw him down there, they thought, oh, he's going to go try and get the wild Pokemon down there. Yeah. Now they've rotated him to central. He's actually done a really good job of really just dodging RGM's aggressive plays, right? Because they want to try and get on top of this Tyranitar to prevent him from evolving. So Leaf Lane unfortunately missing. Now fighting on the goal zone, extremely dangerous here for this team because they're not running a classic healing Pokemon. They have Umbreon here with Wish, and with the entire team coming through with the heals as well from that Clefable, there's not really anything you can do. The evolutions, you're strong, but you're squishy.
I think that it was quite an overextension coming up. 3 of the Pokemons at EG Phoenix, they made their way all the way to the front of the goalpost from RGM, but then a huge 3 Pokemon rotations from the central and the bottom caught them off guard. It was 5v3 situation, and great comms from RGM, great initiation, and got it. Oof. Here we got the clearance on the Clefable here at the top segment, just currently at level 6. We'll be back again into the game here to the Pokemon Center. And top lane looking very dandy over here. 3 evolutions over here. We do have Wartortle on the front line together with the Buzzwole. Gotta be careful.
Solar Blade there, just going to secure some for EG Phoenix. Trying to just buy time, right? Keep everyone busy. Just leave the Cramorant.
Because, and the Pupitar,
because Pupitar's being bodyguarded by the Crustle, right?
Yeah,
like, what are you going to be able to do against the Crustle? So just annoy him, try to do whatever you can. But the team of Phoenix, like, they are doing a really great job of just drawing attention away from him.
He's already a Tyranitar. He's already a T-Tar here at this point of the game.
He's
6 minutes,
he's a little
50 seconds.
late. That's the only thing. He's a little late to the party as a Tyranitar.
Level 9.
He could have been worse off.
Exactly.
So he can contribute to the team now. And there's no frontliner here for the team. Actually, Blastoise just evolved. So this could be perfect. And actually, we're going to be seeing the diving Tyranitar build. It's not the ancient power at all, but Unite's being deployed. This poor Crustle, though, just runs out of health far too quickly. Espeon, they're coming in from the back without any support, trying to use Psychic Solaire, but just gets knocked out during the cast animation.
Oh, man.
Phoenix, they just kind of petered out as they came in.
I feel bad for the Espeon over there. He was right to the right side with the surf from the Blastoise, but he couldn't make his escape. He's far away from his teammates anyways. And of course, here comes T-Tar to make things happen as well.
Glaceon
coming in, holding the Blastoise in place as well. And that's going to be the Regigigas here as well. They did actually get the T-Tar as well, but in return, Blastoise gets pinned down.
Oh, looks like we got Hydro Pump, I believe.
Hydro Pump, yeah.
From the Clefable. And didn't connect them to anybody, but the Unite has been used, so no more bump of healing there for RGM if a fight does break out. They're still going, though. Now, no Hydro Typhoon, unfortunately, yet for the Blastoise, still level 8, but they do want to sort of stick around, soak up the experience. Maybe they can turn things around. But Tyranitar, he's left. After getting knocked out, goes straight back into the central area, starts going after those wild Pokemon for experience yet again. Crustle will provide support in that central area, but you know, as much as you want to try and get those Altaria, very, very risky. Panda will try and give that opening for Death to give this experience, but it gets stolen. Oh no, not what you're looking for.
That's quite unfortunate over there. The game has to resume over here. EG Phoenix still holding on in the lead here with 114 points. Bottom lane. Oh, Hydro Typhoon, they committed as well. Between 40 Pokemon on the side of EG Phoenix, but still gets knocked out here in the hands of these Leafeon. Meanwhile, creating an opening here for RGM team members here at the top half to actually get themselves the Regieleki. Commits with the Unite here. He's going to cross, so he's going to be holding on to this goalpost, but unfortunately, he gets knocked out here at the top half.
Gets knocked out in the top path. Regieleki did go into the goal zone though, so it's actually pretty lucky for the team. If they sort of just let that happen, I actually think they might have been a little better off in that engagement. But look at that though, Hurricane connecting onto the Evolutions, almost getting the Espeon, but a Unite there. Emerald two-step does get the secure. Umbreon though really wants the Cramorant, needs one more basic attack ball. The Buzzball keeps his teammate alive. The X's are from Panda to try and get things, to get that reset going there for the Umbreon, but does go down. But oh my goodness, that Cram, that's teamwork right there.
Oh yeah, great plays being displayed over there. It's quite unfortunate because the Leafeon couldn't U-turn back. He was already in between multiple Pokemon inside of RGM, and then Umbreon had to jump inside to actually do something about it as well. Meanwhile, here attention is going to be at the bottom lane as Regirock has spawned. It's going to be the center of attention.
Oh, the gravity actually.
Oh, holding up everybody's space, but it's Aspeon, the Unite.
Leafeon!
Leafeon gets the last hit in on Regirock. That's going to be the buff here for his teammates.
Oh, this is bad news bears here, Flavor, because we've just got one massive team fight victory here for the Phoenix. And
it's a full knockout, I believe.
It's almost a full wipe. We know for a fact that for Phoenix, they're putting everything into this Tyranitar. And we all know, viewers and casters and players included, we all know how huge Tyranitar can get in that late game if you let this Pokemon get the experience. And look, another minute and 10 seconds to go to Rayquaza. Tyranitar's level 13. This guy is getting big.
Oh, that's huge. I think that's quite a gap. There's only one. He's at the highest level 13 at this current moment. But two of the Pokemon on the side of RGM, so the Glaceon together, Cameron is at level 12. We try to keep up as much as possible. There is quite a gap here, and it's definitely leaning towards EG Phoenix here on the benefit. And 47 more seconds on the clock before Rayquaza actually appears. This time, RGM has the back behind the backs and 96 points. They have to get points in.
It's hard for them to score those points in unless they get rid of that Crustle and Tyranitar. They're the really big Pokemon to deal with. And I do want to sort of bring this up as well. Tyranitar, he is probably one of the hardest counters to the Rayquaza shield in the game. And so for our newer viewers that are tuning into the broadcast, in a game of Pokemon Unite, if you have the Rayquaza shield and you score points, unless the shield is broken, you're going to be able to score those points uncontested.
Exactly.
But
there's only
Tyranitar.
I bet there's only two Pokemon?
There's actually two Pokemon. But in this game, Tyranitar is the hardest counter to the Rayquaza shields because as long as the Sandstorm effect is around him, that goes through shields. Yep. That will cancel your score animation.
And this is on top of the Water Bear.
Yes. Water Bear is also another Pokemon that can do this. But Tyranitar, definitely much more consistent because it's an AoE around him, right? Just stand in the middle of the goal zones, keep triggering that Sandstorm. They have to get rid of you.
Exactly. So you have multiple Pokemon spread open inside trying to do something about it. All you have to do is just play Severe and actually just have Sandstorm around you and force them away from any form of scoring over here.
So for RGM, this Rayquaza shield is so important to them, but using the damage boost with the Rayquaza buff will be so key for them to getting rid of the Tyranitar while he's trying to defend. But Leafeon actually went for the back cap and is going to be the first Pokemon down. So it's 4v5. Typhoon gets used, connects on the multiple Pokemon. Glacial Stage as well. Buzzwell going into the fight too, trying to get rid of that Tyranitar. He is so low, but he's just not low enough. Umbreon though and Leafeon are still down. It's 5 Pokemon left here for RGM. I actually think Phoenix, they still have a chance of potentially defending this. It's going to come down to this Espeon and the Tyranitar.
Oh, no.
But Leafeon's back as well. This is another Pokemon that can go for the steals. Espeon, though, going down to that Cramorant. Tyranitar and Leafeon, it's up to you. You've either got to cancel these shields or you've got to steal this Rayquaza.
Yeah, Umbreon making his way to the central area as well. Here comes Entry with the T-Tar.
He's
here trying to make things happen. Who's going to be getting that last hit in? It is going to be... Oh, T-Tar gets the last hit in on the Rayquaza, which means that EG Phoenix
oh my gosh!
and going in for the push here. scoring even more points. T-Tar with 3 knockout streaks, make it 4 with that Buzzwole down, and that's going to be a full team wipe here as Blastoise becomes the final member from Team RGM, getting knocked out in the hands of the Tyranitar.
I think it was inevitable. We were going to have to see it on broadcast at one point, and to get it in our first best of 3, I'm not surprised. As soon as it wasn't banned, it was picked up. To be fair, RGM did have an opportunity to take the Tyranitar themselves. They had second pick, and the priority for EG Phoenix was actually the Umbreon. But they decided instead to go for the Cramorant and Blastoise. I think this is where you have to think, should we have deny-picked the Tyranitar ourselves?
The thing is, did they foresee that the need for them to actually pay attention to this Tyranitar? Because putting Cramorant aside, I think Cramorant is like the priority pick because they immediately picked this in the first and second game draft. But the Blastoise, would you really want to put aside the Blastoise for a Tyranitar? If they got themselves with the Tyranitar, is that really what they want to run? Because I think this came as a surprise here from EG Phoenix, because they didn't run this even in game 1, right?
No, but
yeah.
I don't know if this would be a surprise, to be honest, because this is a Pokemon that has been running rampant in ranked matches. So I think everyone is aware of the power of Tyranitar. It's just trying to formulate a draft around this Pokemon to ensure he gets those levels. And again, kudos to EG. They did a really good job, Death in particular, just moving constantly around the map so that he wasn't going to be as suddenly attacked by RGM, right? Because for RGM, their whole point of this lineup is to just constantly pressure the Tyranitar if he stays in lane. If you see him, you get rid of him.
They didn't manage to do that in the early stages, but
just
after that,
it
was just a one-time thing. But after that, after Laboratory gets picked off once, after that, he rotates back to the bottom lane, goes back to central area, and he was actually the highest level Pokemon here on the side of Team EG Phoenix, or should I say, the whole game throughout this whole momentum. And I'm guessing that this draft works, running triple evolutions together with the Crustle. I'm guessing that they did plan this out from the start. They really, it was clear and apparent that this was something that they had in their bag all this while. And they were just waiting for the right time to actually run this particular draft. I'm guessing RGM is just going with the standard picks over here. It's not that simple for them to actually grab the T-Tar for themselves. It's either something that does not work with the draft that they're running, or it's something they're not familiar with running with your team composition.
I do question as well. I did say this during the draft, like maybe RGM were anticipating the Tyranitar, because you also looked at the way that they were drafting. They did have a couple. They had a couple of solutions so that if Tyranitar came out, they weren't going to be completely blindsided. So I think it really all just came down to maybe the execution for RGM in that particular matchup, because ideally you wanted to constantly be on those Tyranitar. Don't make him feel safe going into the central area to get those wild Pokemon. Don't give him that experience. Just make him feel scared being on the map. Because if you have a player that feels they don't have any room to breathe to get experience, that's the best scenario for you to be in if you're playing against that player, because you don't want them to just sit there and get experience. You want them to play as safely as possible. And sometimes playing safe, that means you're going to get the least efficient Pokemon for experience.
Yep, that's true, because all this rotation also consumes time, and then during all this traveling, you're going to spend it to actually get more experience as well. But I'm guessing all this worked out well for them in this game number 2 itself. It's clear apparent, and I think couldn't have played it better. By the time T-Tar, I think the timing was great, because by the time T-Tar actually appeared, Reggie appeared as well, so it was high time for him to actually get online and contribute to the team fight, although he also got picked on during that Reggie team fight at the bottom path. But still he was able to actually get online and contribute to the whole segment. Is already something, because if he didn't actually reach to T-Tar at that point, he would still have to find a little bit of space to actually get a little bit of farming anyways.
I mean, I think T-Tar is going to get banned. I think Tyranitar, I think this might be the only one we see on broadcast today. After that, everyone's like,
so one
get
side,
rid of him.
So one side's like, okay, no Trevin. The other side's like, no T-Tar.
No Tyranitar.
No Tyranitar. But who are they gonna let? Who are they gonna let up? Because they're gonna have the Gyarados, and they also banned the
Dragonite.
Dragonite. Yeah.
So RGM, 2 games in a row, Dragonite and Gyarados. But for EG, so game 1 they banned out Tyranitar and Leafeon because they got second pick. Now because EG got first pick, Blissey and Trevenant. Those were the bans, leaving Leafeon and Tyranitar in the pool, which I have to say, I'm quite surprised that they didn't take the Leafeon themselves.
Yeah, they could have. Yeah, they could have.
Like, I really think RGM, again, we don't know the playstyles of these players. Maybe they don't feel comfortable playing these Pokemon either. But I think at some point you also have to realize that if certain Pokemon are considered very strong, there's a reason why they're strong.
Yeah.
And we kind of saw that here with EG, being able to get the 2 Pokemon that they banned in round 1.
If they even ran with the Leafeon as well, you also have to have a Pokemon that can actually create a scenario where they can actually hold the enemy Pokemon in place so that you can land the Leaf Blade really well. We had discussion earlier on during the Malaysia-Singapore segment where some teams did run Leafeon, but unfortunately they don't really have a great team composition where there was nobody there who's actually assisting the Leafeon in landing those Leaf Blades. It's quite unfortunate. Huge damage burst, but unfortunately, if none of them lands, then it goes down the drain.
Yeah, I suppose.
But I'm guessing it's not as simple as putting a Leafeon in just replacing one Pokemon. The whole idea of this conversation is as if that if you had a Leafeon inside of RGM and then you change a little bit on a draft and it might just work out better for them. Yeah.
Yeah. So moving on here, we're going to see some more details of our teams competing in the tournament. So for RGM, we asked them, how was your team formed? And their response was, our young team members who has a good sense about the game encouraged us to form a team. So that is a very cute little story, just to have some of the young trainers being like, hey guys, like, let's enter for the World Championship qualifiers. Like, why not? Let's do. We never know. Maybe it was just a case of like, let's do it for fun and just sort of see what happened. And look at where RGM are. They're top 8.
Top 8.
And they're 1 game up. Sure, it's 1-1, but they're 1 game away.
Yeah, they're 1 game
from
away.
Continuing on through the brackets.
Exactly, and they still have their place here in the competition. Still, it all boils down to this final game number 3. But of course, we also do have the team profile here for Team EG Phoenix. Now, how was their team formed? Now, we come from the same community, and we decided to form a team together. Yeah, so that's a story behind it. I believe that EG Phoenix, I do wonder from which community specifically that they hail from as well, but it's so great to actually be from the same community, able to actually form this grade as well. So that is...
RGM is from Indonesia.
Yeah, Indonesia side. No, it's EG Phoenix.
Oh, EG Phoenix.
EG Phoenix, yeah.
We're going to double check this with the production team to see if we can find where they're from. But we do know for a fact RGM is from Indonesia.
Yeah, RGM is definitely from Indonesia. And they were actually in the Indonesia qualifiers as well. Yeah, so great informative information. For those who are actually tuning into the broadcast as well, if you do have more information in regards to both of the teams, do feel free to share them in the comment section. I'm more than happy to actually read them out and of course get to know better in regards to the trainers and the teams themselves. But boy, oh boy, Danny, after the conclusion of game number 2 with EG Phoenix grabbing that victory, that means we're forced into a game 3. Yeah, and I think this is a very rare scenario because in the previous regionals that we covered in the broadcast, most of the matches ended up being a clean 2-0 victory in most of the series. I would say 90% of series, but having a game number 3 is such a thrilling thing.
All right.
Yeah,
I managed to get confirmation. Both of these teams are from Indonesia.
Ah, I see. So EG Phoenix. So this is going to be an Indo Pride match here between these 2 amazing teams.
Yes. Now, speaking of EG Phoenix, let's have a quick look here at some of Death's stats from today. So earlier today, we did see Death. Well, we didn't see it, I suppose. It was off stream. We didn't get to look at all the stats previous to this matchup. But before this best of 3 in their upper bracket game, it seems like Death did split between 3 Pokemon. We don't know what the third is, but so far Death has played Glaceon and Meowscarada for their team. So lots of high damage, slightly frail Pokemon, but I mean, we have seen Death really do stuff for his team. I think he played the Leafeon in that matchup just now for the team. Yeah. And sure, I don't think he secured the most Leaf Blades, but I feel like he got the ones he needed to land.
Yeah.
Which was either on the objectives or getting some of those last-second knockouts.
Yeah, exactly. And then it's not that easy to land them as well. So credits given as well when it actually lands. It's not that simple to execute. It's like I mentioned, the thing about Leafeon, it'll be great if you actually had a Pokemon in your team that can actually assist you in setting up for you as well. Yeah, so, and of course we'll also be looking at RGM. This is beginner access, and as mentioned before, I did have this small discussion. Leonard did ask me, like, we both did wonder if beginner access is actually the same person with access previously. Probably got the this.
Maybe. I mean, it's hard to confirm that, right? Unless you just ask him directly.
Like,
hey,
hey.
did you used to play as XS?
Why did you become beginner now?
Okay, I reckon, not gonna lie, I have spoken to some players, not in Unite, but in other games, about some of their names, and some of them do stuff like this to try and just mess with their opponents mentally. So they say, okay, so if I do like easy bot name, then people look at your name and they're just like, oh, look at this troll.
Okay.
So in the case of this, like I think XS, if it is the same person, he might be trying to go for this, you know, some of these like mental shenanigans and be like, oh guys, like I'm new to this game, I'm beginner. So
I'm beginner XS.
be gentle.
So it's like reverse psychology. So if you put, so you think people believe you put your name there as Pro XS?
I've never seen anyone put like pro or expert or master level in their names.
In most times, they're not a pro or even master level.
I
Anyway.
kind of feel like you might get targeted more if you put that kind of name.
Okay.
Not gonna lie. Question for our viewers. I know we can't see your answers, but just sort of think to yourself, like if you did see somebody in your game where they sort of labeled themselves in the way where they're like a hardcore bot or like a hard level player, would you target them more?
I don't know. I think that's a very tough question as well. It's either that or you just look at it very objectively as I don't care what your name is. I'm still gonna play it as to the best of my abilities anyways. But Danny, we are ready to jump into the draft for this game number 3. This is going to be the deciding match for this series. The winner of this match will become the winner of series and continue their journey through the lower bracket here at the World Championship Series.
No Dragonite again, and no Blissey again.
They're committed for this.
But look at this though, Tyranitar, I see moves. He's like, yeah, no Tyranitar this game, we can't do this.
They're willing to let go of the Gyarados though, but is it something that either of this team is going to run in this particular draft? We will see. But of course, EG Phoenix still holding on. They are going to continue with the ban on this Trevenant.
Respect.
Much respect here.
So RGM, what's the first pick? I mean, we've been seeing them first pick Cramorant a lot. I agree with this. I kind of feel like if you can play Leafeon, just take the Leafeon and don't give it to Phoenix. But look at this though, the Cram's getting sniped.
Instead, Phoenix is running the Cram here.
And the Umbreon.
They love their Umbreon, so they're running it for the time here.
So no Cramorant for RGM. I'm kind of wondering, like, what's the contingency plan for the attacker? Like, what are you kind of aiming for here? Hooper's in the pool, and I'm quite surprised we didn't see a lot of Hooper love in these past 2 games. So if it does get chosen here, totally understand. You've got the reset capabilities. You're also pairing this up with a Blastoise as well, so lots of AoE control. I'm liking where this draft is going for RGM, but for EG Phoenix, I mean, this Cram, I'm not sure if I like the Cram yet, but they're going back for the Azumarill.
Yeah, and also running Crustle as well for their 4th pick. Double defenders, they do have one long-range Pokemon attacker. Looking okay so far. I'm still loving what RGM has to offer here. The Blastoise. I'm playing with the Hoopa. Hoopa is just a different support Pokemon altogether.
Ooh.
And it can go really well.
Glaceon or Inteleon?
They're running the Buzzwole here and the Glaceon for the side of RGM. And that completes their draft here for this game number 3. EG Phoenix, final pick for them. What could it be?
It's Death as well. So we are looking at a central laning pick here for EG Phoenix. And it's going to be the Meowscarada again. So Azumarill, Meowscarada, 2nd appearance today. Comfort picks it looks like. But Strobo, I'm looking at your Cramorant, okay? Was this a steal pick? Or is there a reason why RGM is constantly picking it? Maybe they're trying to deny pick it from Strobo. Like, we have to remember, both these teams are from Indonesia. So there's a good chance that they know each other. Maybe they're running into each other on ladder. Maybe they have done a couple of scrims together and they've
even
noticed.
In rank anyways. Yeah, so probably they're very much familiar. If not with all of them, just a few of the members is enough information for them to actually, you know, just stop them from picking their comfort picks. But yeah, they're running the Cram here for the side of EG Phoenix this time about. I am very interested to see how they play it out. It's either they wanted to run this, was not given the opportunity to actually do so. But yeah, RGM and EG Phoenix is going to be game number 3, and the draft has already been set.
Which draft are you leaning towards?
I'm still with RGM on this.
You still think RGM?
Yeah, I think it's RGM on this. But the thing is, the thing with having a Hoopa support, it can go really good, it can go really bad as well. The ability to actually reset your team fights over there is going to be very big impact. If you're able to actually save Leafeon during some very critical situations, will also be a great thing as well, because you can't afford to actually lose one of your big firepowers here in the game. But
Yeah.
that and more, ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 3. Danny RGM against EG Phoenix. One of these two teams will be making the way through the World Championship Series last chance qualifiers Impact West, and one will be saying their goodbyes here at the first round of the lower bracket.
And between the two teams, you know, is it either going to be the long-standing RGM or is it going to be the new guys, EG Phoenix, coming in to swipe that opportunity away? Lots of fighting in the top lane here, as you do see a couple scores kind of happening, both for the Marill and the little Eevee, trying to get their levels up if possible. And for the rotations, we're still waiting to see what the plan is here. Is RGM and Phoenix going to go all in on these top lanes again? Because this has been a common trend amongst both teams. But look at the combination coming in from the Cramorant. So sure, Cramorant is not a super popular pick. Oh, super lucky though with the jump out. So very, very lucky Squirtle, no knockout. But one thing that Cramorant really brings to the table is that you can get a lot of damage thrown out in the span of 1 second. The Hurricane Whirlpool combination in lane, lots of zoning, you can catch Pokemon out, and then of course, depending on which build you want to go for the Cram, you can be equally annoying if you want to be more of a disruptor or a get-in-your-face diving Cram.
That's true. And of course, the perks of having all that, at the same time as well, the drawback is that it's not easy to land.
No, it's not easy to play
Not
at
easy
all.
to land at all. So it's either, if you're able to actually land all that without any form of assistance, without any form of setup with your teammate, that's like best case scenario for yourself. Of course, knowing this, your opponent is not going to allow you to actually land those abilities as easy as it should be. Meanwhile, here top lane is going to be where all the action will be. Amram getting fractured here in the hands of the team members from Team RGM. They managed to send back the healthy Buzzwole back to the Pokemon Center, wondering when he'll be back again into the top path. Meanwhile, the Oh, smart! So we actually have out in between as well, though, before Strobo gets to the opportunity to do a little bit of scoring.
Both Eevees, they're just like, get rid of the bed.
Leave lane! As well, Aisha. Oh, that's a bit
Leave me alone! But I think they did have to give the Cramorant respect, because that Cramorant combo, the Surf Hurricane can one-shot these evolutions if they walk into it.
Yes.
So I think they're very much having to give that respect away. But now look at this beginner X Rock Tomb locking away that exit path, and we're going to be getting some big scores in this top lane for EG Phoenix. This game is now equalized again.
Let me guess, a Rock Tomb, and then you have an Umbreon Crustle to get a Zumbril in your face? That is like a horrible thing to happen. But we all here in the top lane putting on the pressure over here. We do see a little bit of big Glaceon. Viper True tries to return back through the wormhole and make sure to come back to Pokemon Center, and will be coming back healthy over here. Meanwhile, Panda here getting a little bit of pressure from teammates from Team RGM at the top side.
I am loving this Azumarill pick for the team. There's something about it. It's constantly threatening the evolutions, and it's not something that's going to get immediately popped.
Yeah.
There is a little bit of tank to this Blue Bunny, and if it gets the Unite off as well. I mean, the Wartortle wanted to zone, but the Cram's like, bye-bye. See you next time. It's a Regice, though, so no attack or defensive bonuses. They do get the health regen. Emerald 2-step, though, will get rid of the Azumarill, so not just the objective, but also a knockout. Nice little bump of experience there, but top lane, some more scores going to be deployed, and also breaking that tier 1 goal zone. There wasn't really much that Blastoise was going to be able to do, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think that's very much expected. EG Phoenix didn't mind losing out the bottom path over here, as long as they're able to actually take up on the top Popos from the side of RGM. They managed to secure the Regieleki as well. Now, a great thing about having a Panda here on the Crustle is that you can force some ejects from team member RGM by having the Rock Tomb. So I think that's a big advantage for them in approaching future team fights. And of course, the team members from RGM is going to screen out Regieleki from making his way to the goalposts.
And it looks like the Crustal's just scanning out things in that top lane. Down bottom, though, we do have a bit of a defense being laid up here by RGM. Gatling got deployed as well. They get a second KO, and they might get another one. Oh, the Hooper, though, caught with the mean look. He's trying to teleport home. He will get home.
He will.
But it will come at the cost of that tier 1 goal zone. So both first goal zones broken on the side of RGM. And look at this. EG Phoenix are up to 200 points. Now, thankfully, we do get a 50-point score there from Moose to sort of save the day and equalize.
That was a big 40, yeah.
It's a big 40, but like it's not enough for them to feel comfortable.
Exactly.
They really want to tie up the points if they can.
Yeah, 97 to 200 is a 103-point gap over here for RGM to do a little bit of catch-up. We do see that every single game between RGM and EG Phoenix will always have the early game lead when it comes to AOS points over here. Of course, only during that first game segment, RGM was able to actually make a comeback from that and force EG Phoenix to actually go in for the Rayquaza.
Yeah.
Coming back to the game over here, in terms of difference, in terms of levels, we do see that highest levels are currently on the Masquerada, but then at level 12, but then I do see that RGM has it way better on average compared to what EG Phoenix has to offer.
I have to say props to EG Phoenix. They are so good at scoring those points, but looks like the Crustal Rubble Rouser being forced to be used. Typhoon also being popped by the team as well. Leafeon is not going to be there for the team, so it leaves the rest of them to try and do the damage. Mean Look is going to be using catches at the Buzzwole for a second, but they do get the double knockout. Crustal and Azumarill back in base. They're going to have to try and defend this, but this Umbreon being thrown around like a soft toy thanks to Beginner XS. It's down to the Cram, forced to use the Gatling Gold. They can't score. The Mean Look even getting the catch with the Rock Tomb.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that was great. That push from RGM completely skidded to a halt.
Well, despite having the special attack and attack buff from taking down the Registeel, unfortunately EG Phoenix lost out 3 of his Pokemons from that engagement. They were able to actually defend the goal post from any form of scorings from any team members for RGM. Meanwhile, at the top lane, you do see the Regieleki here in the hands of EG Phoenix making way to the top side. And of course, the Blastoise together with Glaceon and a few of team members. The Buzzwole is going to be defending this goal post and hinder this Regieleki to progress through the top path. What a way, but still big gap over here. EG Phoenix extending the gap between them. 128 for RGM and 245 for EG Phoenix.
Death is huge. Level 14 Meowscarada, and he's just been scoring so many points across the board.
We still have a minute.
Yeah, exactly. He is huge. I didn't realize how much experience this Meowscarada has just been eating across the map. Now, it did sort of come at the expense of his team in some cases, but I mean, if you're this big and you don't get knocked out here, this is a huge advantage for the team because Meowscarada can really dish out some big numbers.
Oh yeah, most definitely over here. And we do see if potentially this Meowscarada could actually make it to 15. Even before Rayquaza actually appears quite a tall order, I would say. I believe that is very much achievable during the last 2-minute segments over here. 49 seconds away before Rayquaza actually appears here in the central area. We do see the team members from Team RGM gathering around at the bottom path segment. I think they're getting ready over here but the next Reggie is coming out in the next 7 seconds though.
Look, if it's a Registeel or a Regirock, this is going to spell some really big bad news for RGM because like Phoenix can absolutely shred this and they've got the entire team and it's Registeel, so this is a attack buff right before Rayquaza.
If Phoenix gets this, it's going to be insane. Yeah, you're looking at Meowscarada, Cramorant, got the Azumarill with this on their hands. Oh yeah.
This is huge. Okay,
they're getting it.
So for RGM to come back from this, you have to capitalize on the tiniest mistake EG Phoenix makes. You got to cash them out. You have to pray that they get a little bit too overconfident. And unfortunately, a lot of this relies on the Blastoise. If you can land that golden Typhoon, I can see this game turning on its head. But this attack buff, you get caught out, I can see these Pokemon being melted on the spot. I'm
trying to see what's the point of entry here for Team RGM. The Blastoise trying to find a really good position to just enter. I do believe he does have an eject, so we can actually land that Hydro Typhoon, but just waiting for the right time over here. All the team members also have to be in position. They're doing a little bit of poking here on the Rayquaza. The Surf trying to drive the Pokemon.
Mean Look.
Oh, it's going to be high time here. Hydro Typhoon hitting off on multiple Pokemon. Gets sent back to the Pokemon Center.
But the Leafeon!
Oh no, leaving Leafeon all to himself. Might be a slight miscom over here as well. There's going to be Unbound coming on for Hoopa, but he gets cleared out as well. 4 Pokemons getting knocked out in the hands of EG Phoenix. Oh, make it 5. That's a full knockout wipe here in the hands of Team EG Phoenix. Meowscarada with 3 knockout streaks under his belt. And of course, Rayquaza all to themselves, Danny.
RGM, it was all on them. And at the end of the day, the Crustal, the Umbreon combination, the lockdown between these two Pokemon, as soon as they caught the Blastoise, it forced RGM to fight into them. And because the Typhoon was used, like EG Phoenix, they knew what was coming.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, RGM, they just needed that opening and they just couldn't find it.
I had a short gasp when Hydro Typhoon was committed and then he got sent back to the Pokemon Center. to the damage hold. And, oh man, and then Leafeon gets picked up immediately right after.
I think they probably didn't think the Blastoise was going to make it out.
To make it out, it was like, hey, I survived.
Hey, I'm fine, guys. Oh, but the Leafeon's not that great. I mean, look, Phoenix played this game to perfection, and I kind of wonder, was it because they gave away this Cramorant? Because the Cramorant, extremely threatening by itself, and forced RGM to have to commit 2 to 3 players to get rid of the pesky Cramorant every single time. And they didn't have a really great way of actually fighting into the Gatling Gulp Missile Unite either, right? It's such a great Unite. It's great for zoning. It's huge AoE. The only time I ever see Cramorants hate using Unites is up against a comp that just pops them, right? So if you're up against a Leafeon who is way over leveled and has that Solar Blade ready, sometimes you can just pop the Cramorant during the Unite. But that wasn't the case here. The game was either even or it was way in favor of EG Phoenix because we saw death. This guy was huge.
This guy was huge.
His damage numbers might not look impressive here, but I think he did a really great job doing what he needed to for the team. He was getting those constant scores when RGM wasn't around. He was soloing the Regieleki in that top lane and preventing RGM from taking it themselves. And I mean, when they did have that team fight, Death just did what he needed to do. He brought Death.
Yeah, exactly. He brought Death most definitely over here on this game number 3. And of course, Danny, we have to say this after the conclusion of this game number 3 with that game 3 win to EG Phoenix. That makes them win the winner of the series with a 2-1 victory over Team RGM. EG Phoenix will continue their crawl here to the lower bracket, but unfortunately, we have to say our goodbyes to Team RGM here.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be rooting on for their brothers in arms as well, because both these teams, they are from Indonesia, and for EG Phoenix, kind of excited for these guys because they might play, I think the best way to describe their play style, it's very different, right? Their drafting style, very different. Their choice of Pokemon, very different. But they're new guys. And one of the things I love commentating about new teams is that they definitely bring a gust of fresh air into the competitive scene. They have a different point of view. They see things differently. And sometimes you need to have somebody that hasn't been within the space for so long to give you those ideas, because never in your right mind would maybe some of the old players assume that like, oh, this is viable, oh, this is cool.
Never would have run this or played this because you're too used to
too used to having people tell you, oh, that Pokemon is not that great. This is the meta. You have to play like this.
Yeah, it's actually stopping you from doing things that you actually want as well, and you stick to the stigma, the norms that you usually encounter during tournaments or even during casual or even in ranked games anyways. Yeah, so that is it. The match itself, of course, we're really looking at some other plays here from the game, and I think that the way that EG Phoenix actually approached the Rayquaza timing was also great, because they did manage to secure the Registeel at the end, which makes them very, very scary.
Very scary.
I didn't want to approach them in any way, so you have to wait until the buff actually goes down for them to actually approach it. But I think that all the team members from Team RGM was also very, very saturated. You have the Blastoise approaching from the top side, trying to make his way on the inside. I get the idea, like, he had noble intentions. He wanted to save the Blastoise just in case the Blastoise doesn't make it, but he did make it. By the time he pops back into the team fight, Leafeon has already been knocked out. This is followed by the Glaceon together with the Unbound Hoopa. And then, of course, with the rest of the members, we have the Buzzwole and the Blastoise as well. Yeah. It's a clean 5-0 trade-off. With no returns on the side of Team EG Phoenix. Well executed here for this game number 3.
So, what is going to be on the agenda here for EG Phoenix? Because as they proceed, they are going to have to play up against one of the teams that get knocked down from the upper bracket.
Yes.
And those teams, okay, firstly, for them to make it that far, that's a sign, okay? And we've got some really big names playing right now in the upper bracket. So for any of them to go down, I think this would be a very, very big challenge for EG Phoenix. But we're not going to be seeing them play yet. Great start. We had an Indonesia matchup for match number 1. Really excited to see what match number 2 is going to be. But before that, though, our favorite segment, drawing. On the other side for RGM, they're trying to find that opening, because if they take one wrong fight, you know how it goes, right?
Oh, yeah.
The entire team goes down together. So we're going to be seeing here very slowly, hopefully, yes, there we go. So we see the Blastoise, like those mean lookers on the table, and it does connect onto Blue. That I think the team just decided, guys, we've got to go. Gets a massive Typhoon off.
Oh, I wanted to see this. Yeah.
But look at the positioning for the team. We see him go back home, but when we come back into this fight, it is all over the place. Like, Small Smoy's come in by himself. Okay, your Leafeon is here, but where's the rest of the team? They're all actually up here. They are so spread apart, it is not funny. And you're looking at a Leafeon that is next to a Umbreon, a Crustle, and a Cramorant. The only possible target here is to jump onto Strobo.
Yeah.
But again, Panda and Arthurs, these guys are basically made to prevent a Leafeon from getting on top of its target. And so if I remember how to do this, there we go. We're going to keep on going. Small Smoy, caught with the X-Scissor, doesn't even get to move. And again, his team is nowhere in sight.
Exactly. I think they're still on the top side of here, but then Blastoise actually returns. So you do see Blastoise, I think the Glaceon and the Buzzwole is actually on the top side together with the, I think there's one more here on their end. Yeah, with the Azumarill here on the top side. So yeah, Leafeon was left all alone over here, so he was diving in. I think he was actually quite surprised that Blastoise went missing when all that happened. Comms was like, Comms is most definitely very easy on their end. They were like, okay, Blastoise, commits Unite, and then everybody just goes in.
Yeah, I mean...
So somebody must have screened the team members from RGM from going to the central area.
Yeah, so, I mean, ultimately, I have to kind of agree with the play that came out from EG Phoenix, right? Just corral them if you catch out the Blastoise. Like, that is literally the best thing. So the defenders, they did their job. RGM, like, it was just a lot of miscommunication all around, I feel. Actually, one thing we do need to talk about, actually, is we're going to sort of pause this. You can't really see it on the map, but the Buzzwole is there. So he's actually down towards the bottom section of the map. He's not with the supporters and the attackers in the top lane. So he's not providing support up there. Blastoise disappears, but he's still dealing with death. And for a Buzzwole to still be taking that long to deal with a Meowscarada, you know stuff is happening down there, and he cannot afford to let this Meowscarada go because of the big level difference. Level 15 versus level 13. Okay, this man is literally fighting a legendary Pokemon at this point. So, like, absolute mayhem. And I just think, like, at the end of the day, when you are sort of playing into this late game, it's such a delicate situation, and one little mistake just ends up folding an entire house of cards. So I just think the prep here for EG Phoenix, they just did such a good job with the setup. The Registeel, getting those levels early on. Like, I keep mentioning in previous broadcasts about macro, right?
Yeah.
And macro is it's a thing in esports, and I do like to bring this up, where you talk about the resources, right? How have you prepared yourself for this final engagement? Micro is the actual mechanical skill of you pressing the buttons and making the decisions, but micro, it's your experience, it's your positioning, it's how you prepared yourself to come into the next situation. And if we look at the micro for Phoenix, they had levels, they had points, they had position, they had buffs, they literally had everything.
Consistently across 3 games, and that's a very important thing. Basically, they pay attention to, they must have understood the game to a micro level where they understood from some timings, they need to achieve certain things as well. So this is very, very important, because it's not as simple as just playing out the game.
I wish you could just press buttons and win.
without any plans at hand. So you have to understand where your position should be at certain points, and this is going to be where Reggie's timing, Rayquaza timings, and more.
Exactly. So let's have a quick look and see what's been going on here with the brackets. As you can see, RGM unfortunately have been knocked out, and EG Phoenix, their next opponent is going to be only fun. I can tell that series is definitely going to be fun, Flavor.
Oh yeah, most definitely over here. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, up next also, we're also going to be witnessing the match in between Team Oracle up against Team No Picture. They hail from the upper bracket after losing out against their opponent, which is Team Be The One and Team Only Fun. And of course, the winner for this particular series, which will be happening very, very soon, will be going up against Team Mamu Bears in the next segment here at the lower bracket fragment for the World Championship Series APAC West. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, to continue on with our segment for today, I'm going to be joining with my good old buddy over here, YOLO Lee, for our next Best of 3 series. Leonard, how are you doing, buddy?
Well, salutations, everybody, and Flavor as well. And of course, love Denali's classes. You love that she always usually opens things up. But of course, I'm going to start out with the classic Denali's original, right? Hello, traders! Welcome back to the second series of our first round of the lower bracket. We just went through our first series. Such an impressive game. I'm actually a really big fan of what Denali mentioned as well, because think of it this way, right? all of our current players are so used to seeing the more traditional composition
Oh,
and
that's
drafting.
true, yeah.
Inteleons, the Dravenus, the Blastoise, these are very something that people are somewhat visually prepared for or bracing themselves. But suddenly out of the blue, when you start seeing, like, especially after the patch, you start seeing a lot more Cramorant. You started seeing like out of the blue picks, not sleeper picks, just really out of the blue you haven't seen for a long time, like Azumarill,
Yes.
that kind of thing. Not many people are somewhat mentally prepared for it. Like you think you are, but when you get into the game itself, then somewhat you're reminded like, okay, wait, this guy, I don't remember him being this crazy before. You know?
Exactly,
I
yeah.
know, I like, for example, Cramorant, for example, I know he crits when he's alone, but dang, that's a lot of damage, you
Oh,
know,
yeah.
that kind of thing. Especially that last fight towards the Rayquaza bit. I think that was really fantastic how they really isolate the pickoff. Sure, it was really well done that the Hoopa was able to save the Blastoise. But sadly for the Leafeon, you know, you take away the defender, you leave the Speedster alone.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's supposed to be the other way around.
Yeah,
like you're supposed to take away the speedster in that situation.
Correct, but what makes matters worse is that it's not more of why the whole team was there to support, but the Cramorant was just literally hitting the back lines without them noticing. But of course, that being said, what happened in the past will stay in the past. Let's quickly focus on the present. So currently, we're going to our second series of our round one lower brackets here. It's going to be Oracle versus No Picture here. And on the code flavor, we've seen some of them before. Definitely missed them for sure. But let's just quickly see how excited this game is going to be.
Yeah, of course. And starting off with the Oracle, we do have Jimmy Cooks, Uzima, Philosopher, Mike Tam, and Victins here on their end. Of course, for Team No Picture, we have Kamad, Teenza, Lullaby, Sensei, and Sakura playing for this team. And of course, as mentioned before, this is still the lower bracket segment, round number 1. They're fighting with their final lifeline over here. The team that actually wins the series will continue their journey, whereas the other team that does not win their series will have to say their goodbyes here at the World Championship Series Last Chance Qualifiers, APAC West. And of course, we're also going to be looking at some of the team profiles here, starting off with Team Oracle, based on the previous data in their upper bracket segment, round number 1. They have 100% pick rate on Talonflame. Interesting.
Which is actually, I was really curious as well, because I saw some of their match histories back in the qualifiers. And by the way, as just I'll talk about that later. So during the qualifiers, majority of their series, it has always been Talonflame being picked up here by one of their teammates going by Mike Tam. And if you notice as well, Mike Tam, very similar to, I guess, Oracle and No Picture is pretty much in a similar case where they both have a really great mentor in their team. You're very experienced players. In this case, for Oracle, it would be Mike Tam. He's been here since all from back in 2022 here, pretty much the prime beginning of Pokemon UNITE in the esports scene as well. So he has been spamming a lot of Talonflame, but he has a bunch of other Pokemon in his kit as well to somewhat answer to the kind of competition which Oracle would like to bring into the game.
Just to scramble around with the data, so just to make sure it doesn't look like I'm a pure Talonflame player. Let's play some other Pokemon just to give it a little bit of mix here in the pool. But I'm very, very surprised. 100% I would assume that if I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure whether it was a 2-0 or a 2-1 match happening in the upper bracket segment. But if he actually played 100% for 3 matches, that speaks volumes, because not many people actually run Sandflame, despite it being the #1 Pokemon when it comes to highest attack across the board, from level 1 to level 15, except level 4, 5, and 6 to Leafeon. He's #1 in that, but he's so fragile, so it's not that easy to maneuver this particular Pokemon. But more of that later on. No Picture here for the team profile. So 100% break rate on the Dodrio and the Greedent, as well as Meow's, Scarada, and Sableye. Oh, okay, so I'm guessing that so they 100% everything, meaning that they managed to replicate the same picks for both games.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Is that the idea?
Okay, so here's the interesting thing. Right? So far, like if you talk about who's the one who's been picking Greedent all the way, it's actually in the hands of Sensei. And Greedent was also one of his most played Pokemon, accumulating his entire time. Same goes for Dodrio, which is going to be in the hands of Teenza. Now, a lot of people would tend to recognize some of these players as well, especially Como, Teenza, and Lullaby. They were actually here for the ACL for 2023 and 2024 as well here. Although yes, without the 2 missing members, which is Kitty and Blue Sky, taking it into the new edition, which is Sensei and Sakura, I'm actually really excited to see what kind of synergy we actually can come with the two new additions here.
Yeah, and I think this, like I said before, I would assume they were given the opportunity to redraft the same Pokemons for game number 1 and game number 2 for our production to come up with such stats, because they didn't even have room for a 6th Pokemon to fit into the whole notion, because no picture has 0% on Absol. So I would assume that the production didn't actually had any stats for a 6th Pokemon, so they had to put one Pokemon inside, but it's 0%.
No, I mean, like, you know, they've just been able to successfully bring out the exact same Pokemon. And it's like,
What are the odds of that happening?
I know, but which is why, coming back to what I was mentioning earlier, which was the fact that, you know, these are the kind of Pokemon which you just don't often see, right? It's definitely it's not your traditional picks or composition as well.
It's not even meta.
So it throws off a lot of players, especially when you're expecting, like, okay, we're gonna wait for that Inteleon, we're gonna wait for that Metagross or that Tyranitar, Blaziken. Suddenly out of the blue you get a Greedent. It's like, what are you? And then next thing you know, when you fight against him, he's like, oh my god, he's eating so many of these orange berries and just constantly healing up.
Oh yeah, I think that's very dangerous though. But remember, the idea is throw off your opponents and not yourself.
True.
Unfortunately, they got ended up here in the lower bracket. We do hope they would throw off their opponents this time here in the lower bracket segment up against Team Oracle. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The draft for game number 1. We're going to start off with the banning phase here. We do see a ban on a Gyarados from the side of Team Oracle. No picture is going to be banning on the Mimikyu. Still waiting for the final to ban Sableye on the Oracle side.
The thing is, I'm all in for... I'm actually really impressed at the fact that they were able to just able to bring so much success from the Greedent and all this kind of picks as well. But at the same time, you can think of it as them really hiding a lot of their cards because they haven't really bring in the ace here. Greedent could have been the ace here since it is one of his most played Pokemon, his comfort pick as it is.
Yes, yeah.
But the fact that he was able to get to the stage top 8. By the way, we had 59 teams during the qualifiers. Although yes, we had 3 regions here in the LCQ West, still 59 teams is insane here to me. But of course, back to the drafting, Sableye being in the band here, probably most likely going to be a respectable one. No picture, totally understandable, going with the Mimikyu and Umbreon. This does open up the map for their speedsters. In other words, Leafeon comes into the lineup, which I'm really surprised that Oracle, since they had the first option or the priority first pick here, they decided to let the Leafeon through, allowing Tencent to lock it in for himself.
I think they're more comfortable in running the Sylveon here for the draft they're about to bring in. They are going to be locking in that Trevenant as their defender on front lines, and of course, this is going to be the Blaziken here on their end as an all-rounder.
It's pretty great. Still seems pretty standard, except for the Cramorant. But I think that was something that we're going to be expected. And if they do lock in the Cramorant, that will be Sakura's most played Pokemon.
Oh
if
no,
they
so
choose
probably
to go for it.
true. I think with this kind of lineup, I think they're running with a Hoopa.
Alright.
Yeah, so basically they're running it. Is anyone going to set it well? The thing is, you have a Cramorant and a Leafeon. It's not easy to align their abilities. So, and they don't really have anyone on their end who can really set it nicely for them.
True.
So it all boils down to your own raw skills and abilities to actually land their skills.
The thing is, right, you have really good early pace. Right? I mean, besides the Blastoise, you have this Leafeon, you have this Cramorant constantly running around. I'm only concerned with the fact that can you really hold yourself long enough? Because like previous case that we've been seeing, like teams going up against the Cramorant, they don't really have a really good answer or really getting to that back line here.
Yeah.
Blaziken in particular has not much problems with this. Same goes with the Trevenant. And the best part about Blaziken being an all-rounder, he's a lot more bulky than usual. Now this is perfect. Now you have
this is the answer.
You have this counter initiation with the T5 for the Hydro Typhoon here, and you also have a really fantastic initiator or setter with the Crustle. And let's be honest, Crustle has been one of the best go-to to really set things up for you, especially for your all range composition or your early game comps as well. Great engagement, and with the Rumble Rouser at this current moment, which is also in the Free Patch 4, became an unstoppable skill.
Yep.
He has so much shields, he can just run to the back line if he chooses to go for it.
Exactly. You have your sturdy passive, you can actually be in the front lines, and you're paired off together with the Blastoise as well. So you're running double defenders on your side for Team No Picture, so you can sustain. So as long as Sakura can actually have really good positioning here in this game, he should be having a great time against their opponents. Yeah, so of course, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the draft here for that game number 1. Do share with us which draft that you're in favor with, because in a few short moments, next 10 minutes, it's going to be a bumpy ride between these two teams as they are fighting for a victory here for the game number 1 in this best of 3 series. Now, Leonard, just by looking at the draft itself, is there any draft that you're in favor with?
I'm just going to say first, still not I'm still not on the boat with the Cramorant. I still think that's a little bit more fresh to me. I think a lot of people is on the same boat with me regarding the Cramorant, right? It's definitely something we haven't seen for a while as well.
Yeah.
Currently out of the woods here, but it has been bringing such a rise in the ladder climb, right? Alongside with the Tyranitar. So, but other than that, if we talk about like the checkbox that we have, right? Whether we check out, do we have good initiation? Do we have good range? Do we get good pokes as well? I feel no picture seems to have a more those checkbox a lot more covered compared to the side here for Oracle.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm quite fine with having the Cramorant just because of the Crossbow last week, because I didn't wonder if anybody was going to do any form of settings up. Meanwhile, here at the top lane, Sylveon putting under pressure and taking down, knocking out the Pokemon on the side of Team No Picture and doing a little bit of scoring for themselves here at the top path. You can see No Picture putting them in slight lead here, 24-2. Of course, with this Clefable of Illusion as well. Oh, gotta be careful. Sylveon decides to actually retract back. Leafblade was not able to actually land on the Sylveon. He's able to actually get some shields upon his goalpost. But unfortunately, Clefable will go down here in the hands of this Leafeon.
And then also, I love the rotation coming in for the Cramorant. So I was totally understanding, like, okay, the developer needs a little bit more time to get out of the state, but at the same time, it's not really easy for them to really pick him up at the bottom lane. So, emphasizing more damage to that top lane, getting that security, getting that assurance on the side, you're going to get a lot of points in, and possibly a couple of takedowns in the process as well. They get such a dominant lead compared to what we saw a minute ago here, and now they're fully ensuring they're going to be asserting their dominance across the entire map. We finally do have the Crustle, but it's totally fine to go toe-to-toe with the Trevenant. Nothing much going to be happening between the two sides, so I think that's totally fine here. So it's still free real estate for both teams here. Nothing really going to be going crazy about it.
Yeah, but you have to be careful though. That Leafeon is popping off. You're level 7 here, while all the other team members as well as the opponents are struggling to actually get themselves to the next level, level 6. We do see on the Delphox and level 6 on the Cramorant and Wartortle on the side of Team No Picture. All the Pokemons are all overly saturated all across the map. Over here we see the Wartortle defending off his own goalpost up against the Combusken and the Sylveon on the top path. Here comes the Cavalry. Meanwhile, looking out at the bottom path, it is going to be the Hooper, the Crosser together with the Cavalry up against. This is not good coming on from the side of Oracle. Giving a little bit of space for No Picture to do a little bit of scoring for themselves. Meanwhile, here comes the Champion, goes over the Wood Hammer. The second one did not manage to land upon the Crostle.
You know, I take that back about everyone still has refill reestate. It's unfortunate for our dear friend Delphox. He just didn't have a chance to get out of it. But it's going to be back into the mix. So good timing with the fallback here, but the first time is just a little bit too significant. The Cramorant on top of the Solar Blade coming from the Leaf here, it's just a little bit too much for them to handle here. But the goal is to try to get Yuzima to get to that Blaziken. It's still taking some time for the Water to we got the blast on, but guess what? They have a Hoopa. Reinforcement is not a problem for them. Rotation is just as so swift and just as quick. You got the Blastoise. Not going to go for the Serve though. He opted to go for the Rapid Spade to emphasize even more damage, just trying to go head to head with this Blaziken. As already, I guess you could say they already somewhat figured out that we're going to be having a lot of CQC with this Blaziken. Mindset just try to keep it up.
Yeah, and also nice micro as well, being able to actually fit on timing with the Altair family appearing at the top as well. Meanwhile, here at the bottom lane, we see the Cramorant getting hit by the speed debuff over here at the bottom segment as well. So surviving through, still holding on Cramorant. Oh! Overextension over there. Gets picked off in the hands of the team members of Team Oracle. At this point, just a 1-0 trade-off here, siding towards Oracle, but still, No Picture in the lead here with 171 points.
This is totally fine, but we all know that this is Pokemon Unite. Anything can happen, and the tables could quickly be turned at any state of the game here. But now I'm a little bit concerned, right? See, not a lot. We've seen a couple of skirmishes here that, of course, No Picture has the lead in terms of that department as well here. But Jimmy Cooks still hasn't found a way to really break things apart here, or at least try to find the chink in the armor in No Picture's defenses.
Oh, Hydro Tackle being expanded as well, hitting off on 4 Pokemon. But where is the follow-up? Didn't actually get Sylveon blasting as well. Champion is now down for the count, looking for 3. They managed to get yet another. It's going to be the Delphox, and this time the Clefable will go down, making it a full man team wide in the hands of Team No Picture. And they did manage to get the cute little Clamorant to actually do a little bit of scoring at the bottom path here, while the other remaining members are at the top path. Not just clearing up team members from Team Oracle, but also getting their hands on this Reggie Lucky at this point into the game. A huge win there for No Picture.
It's absolutely insane, especially with the Hydro Typhoon beautifully well positioned. You get 4 people
yeah.
to throw the knock
Eject,
as well.
Hydro
And
Typhoon.
the best part about it, everyone was so in sync with the communication from no picture from that fight. The reason why I say that is because everyone was just so prioritized at just getting rid of the one Pokemon the closest to them. Melt him away, pick him up, move on to the next one as well. Beautiful positioning, everyone was able to get the damage out. However, it is a really nice bonus to take down the defense. There's a lot of HP coming from a level 11 Pokemon initially just now as well.
Oh no,
But
they're trying to shove him away from the portal here. Oh no, of course. Rock to be displayed as well, not being able to actually put the blaze again. In place, being played in the face. Is that going to be enough? No, enough. Rubber Rouser is utilized as well. Here comes the chase from behind. Sylveon still hunting down this Grussel from behind. Down goes the shield, low on HP as well. Here comes the Pokémon UNITE around the Registeel segment. Down goes 2 of the Pokemons from the side of Oracle. And they trade off 2 from the side of No Picture as well, making it a 3v3 situation here at the bottom segment. Even have the Registeel helping their end as well.
Oh, so much damage output happening in the lines, and of course, a quick reset. Yuzuma, you know what it means. You're gonna get out of here. You're gonna book it, my friend. Nice timing by Sally. He commits the eject button. Can he try to counter? Oh, he juked down the solar blade, but eventually he still fall. But he still made quite the play. Fantastic work. However, the outcome was still going to be in the favor of our dear friend Leafeon, or Tinza in this case. Yeah. What a fight.
That was a close one, let's be honest. Leafeon was definitely in trouble over there, but despite committing...
For a second, yeah.
Exactly, despite committing with the Unite, unfortunately Blaziken still gets traded off over there in hands of Team No Picture.
Look, I love it just now before that fight, right? It was... He got lured in. He got bait. They were fishing for a Blaziken and they got him right out of it. Just right as he got into the tall grasses, gets hit by a solar blade instantly. It's like, oh my god.
But it feels bad though. He was actually chasing down the team members in No Picture, but then because of the Hooper, and he actually resets 2 of the Pokemons, and instead he gets chased down on the left side. Meanwhile, here on the top side, of course, commits with the Unite. But Rock doing wonders over here, trapping 3 Pokemon on the top of Oracle. But where is the follow-up, Leonard?
No, I think everyone's just trying to play a little bit safe, especially since we're like a couple of seconds before the quasi as Not committing too much, I think. Although yes, a Unite did come up for the side of Olivia, but eventually he will get it out as soon as possible. Just a couple of farming from the neutral Pokemon.
Yep, free Regieleki there in the hands of Team Oracle. Pushing forward the top, Rock Tomb is going to delay the inevitable here. Regieleki didn't manage to make it to the goalpost. Clamoring gets knocked out here in hands of this Trevenant here at the top path. And of course, it's quite unfortunate No Picture was not able to continue the snowball through this game as well as they should. Oracle did manage to put a stop to it. Very much needed small victories here before approaching the Rayquaza segment.
Yeah. Despite the initial phase that they had from the early game as well, they were still able to get some form of control back. Managed to catch up with the level racing, but this is where it all comes down. No Picture still has the upper hand and of course the lead and control in terms of Chaos energy here. They need to try to find the opening here. No Picture is not pressured for this Rayquaza, not as much as Oracle here. They need to try to find his opening, but Jimmy Cooks, he comes straight too far for the team as he needs to try to control them out. But guess what? Blastoise goes in, he says, hey, the Cross is not the only initiator. I can go in and do a couple of damage, and now suddenly out of the blue, their initiator is currently half HP. And getting even more lower. Rocktail locks it out. Can he melt down? No! He wants to eject one into the Hydro Typhoon to sustain even more. The setup for the rest of the squad as they melt them all down here. Fireworks all across the boards here. But it's not fireworks for Oracles. It's a celebration for No Pictures.
Oh, that's quite unfortunate for losing out 4 of the team members from Team Oracle. They're leaving in Delphox being the only Pokemon here during this particular encounter. A little bit too close to call over there. Lullaby was able to actually do a little bit scoring here on the top path. Or should I say top goalpost here before getting picked or getting landed on by Oracle. Meanwhile, here they're just going to leave the Rayquaza be. There's 50 seconds on the clock over here. All No Picture has to do is just hold on to this lead until the time runs out. Of course, this forces Oracle to actually go straight for the Rayquaza attempt at this point. And of course, No Picture's not going to allow any of this to actually happen. Rayquaza will happy to be down over here at this particular segment. This could be a big opening for them. It's a 4v3 situation. Siding towards Oracle. Make that 4v2 right now, Leonard.
I can't believe it. He stole the Rayquaza away. Despite 3 members down on the count, No Picture still refused to give up the fight. Denies them with the Hoopa again.
That's gotta hurt, Leonard. Imagine having such an advantage in terms of numbers approaching the Rayquaza situation, but unfortunately that last hit coming off from the Hoopa will be the one getting last hit in on the Rayquaza.
I can't believe it. I'm seeing it, but I'm still not believing it, Flavor. Seriously. Like, it was, of course, yes, it was a beautiful fight that they won. No picture committed as well, but there was still like 50 seconds left on the Rayquaza.
Exactly.
A lot of Unite move was not available for them here, and that was the part where Oracle decides to start going for the necessary pickup, and they were finding success with it. By the way, three Pokemon, 3 players was out of the picture.
Exactly.
Cores are not around. It was just the Hoopa, the support that was still sticking around here.
I believe they lost Uzima during that time, right?
Yes.
There was no more Blaziken. So basically, they still had the Delphox, they had Sylveon, Clefable, and the Trevenant. And I think it was Hoopa and, was it Lullaby who was the only remaining 2? Or was it Teensa? But it was 2. It was definitely a 4v2 situation during that time.
Right.
It should be, for the side, it should be a huge advantage for the side of Team Oracle.
It felt good.
It felt good.
My heart almost dropped for a moment because I was feeling for no pictures because like, you won a very massive fight.
Yes, exactly.
But suddenly out of the blue, they're gonna take the Rayquaza. I mean, sure, the point differential was like, I think it was like 200 difference, especially after they won. But still, it's like, it was so, because, you know, that's how impactful Rayquaza is, right? So, but in the end, well done for Common.
Yeah, well done.
Really well done.
There's so many segments I would like to give credit to. There was like great landing of the Hydro Typhoon from Sensei. Come on, of course, that last hit in on that Rayquaza was just amazing. Lullaby, there were a few plays where he actually landed some really nice, solid rock tombs, even though he gets traded off during those encounters. But still, he played his role as the main defender on the front lines for his team.
Yeah, of course. That's why I'm saying, right, just now when you asked me which one I was preferring, like I said, in terms of who has covered enough bases, No Picture has a lot more options for them to play around with. You got that late game scaling, you got the early game, you got a really great initiation, you got good team fights as well. It's just a matter of whether you're able to output the strategies and the combat which you're trying to look for here, and they did it really well here. Every stage of the game, they really kept the Blaziken in check, wasn't even giving him a lot of fun. I mean, eventually they did come up with a couple of small skirmishes they won, but No Picture still get the better part of that trade, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and of course I do feel bad for the Trevenant for the side of Oracle. It's not easy for him to actually make an entry through the front lines as well, because you're dealing with so many people. Your solo defender going up as a double defenders. You have on the back lines, you don't have any abilities to actually catch them. You are facing by the likes of Leafeon together with the Cramorant, who's positioned so way far behind. So don't afraid to catch them. I don't think you're able to sustain all that.
There was also the problem of their support Hoopa as well. The ability to not only save but just reset and rotation is just so impactful. There's a lot of global sense in this case in this match as well, which was something that Oracle also needed to take into account. I mean, I believe they did take it into account. It's just a matter of it's basically almost about damage control for them here. By the way, beautiful. Everyone was just so in sync. And the crossbow, there was nothing really to stop this guy to get all the way to the back line. But of course, still fantastic setup coming from the Blasters and the Hydro Typhoon. I think that position was absolutely phenomenal for me.
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit too much of a handle here in the hands of Oracle, but they played to the best abilities here for this game, number one. So close. I believe that they had a huge opportunity to actually make it a turnaround there in the last 50 seconds of the game by having the big advantage of taking out more of the Pokemon units from the opponent's side, but quite unfortunate that Hoopa sniping off that last hit in, I think that cost them the loss.
But seriously, okay, maybe let's call it the player, the fact that the blaster took so much damage, he lowered their guard when he showed and revealed himself how low he was. Oh, that's when he jacked Hydro Typhoon into the mix to keep himself in.
I saw who knocked out the Blastoise. It was the wild Pokemon.
Totally fine.
Totally fine. No, the thing is, he wanted to keep staying on to actually contribute to the whole team fight. But then, I saw that. So, oh, okay. Thank you for the replays. For showing that. Yeah, that it was very cool.
Okay, I'm just going to keep my eye on Teensa. Let's see how much damage he was really up. Okay, he did get the Solar Blade in there to try to get the Rayquaza, but still not enough to secure it. Commode came in for the win there, seriously.
Yeah, it was a good burst. I mean, coming up from the Leaf Blade, yes, huge, great secure ability, but of course, just needed just a bit more push, and Hoopa was just there to fill it in.
Wow. That's all I can say, wow. That game was really intense.
Yeah, it was really intense.
it almost felt like it was very scripted for them because like they knew what they were trying to go for, what they were aiming for. They was able to bring it to full fruition as well. But at the same time, also gotta give kudos to Oracle as well. Like seeing the fact that okay, they're dealing with a Leafeon, they're dealing with the Cramorant, they actually didn't really isolate themselves too much. They try to group themselves out to not give the bonus damage coming from the Cramorant as well. So that also gave a little bit difficult for the Cramorant to try to find an opening or the Chinga to the armor here. But that's where the Crossover came in. The Crossover, the Blastoise, wow, just really went all in on that. And then suddenly out of the blue, the Cramorant, or at least Sakura in this case here, was just like, hey, I don't need to go for isolation. Pick up, it's,
yes.
Woo, that's a beautiful setup for me. I'm going for it.
Exactly. So all you have to do is I'm just waiting for the call. You just let me know when it's happening, and then I'm just.
And like Denali mentioned as well in the previous series, Gatling Gulp is just such a strong Unite move as well.
It is.
When you have so good setup, so good walls in front of you as well, just adding more damage a little bit for the backline is just absolutely insane to me.
Yeah, all you need is setup, and of course your opponent knowing this, if possible, you would not want such things to actually happen, especially when your opponent is a Cramorant. You want to have a Pokemon on your end who has the ability to actually catch this Cramorant or any of this very strong long-range attackers.
True. But of course, now we're coming to one of our few favorite segments here. We're going to be bringing up the questionnaires here. Let's see what exactly our players from these two teams have to say from our questions. So the question is, which team or player are you keeping your eyes on and why? They can't say MYS. They're not here. They're already in Honolulu.
They're in Honolulu,
so it has to be someone else. So this time, it's going to be Only Fun. Wow.
I see. So Only Fun, who's still in the competition, by the way. Yeah, Only Fun, I believe that they're the ones who actually, so this is from No Picture, right? So Only Fun is the team that actually knocked them down from the upper bracket.
Yes.
Yeah, so I guess it makes sense that they're keeping their eyes on a much stronger opponent.
I mean, they also came in, if I'm not mistaken, third place to fourth place in our previous qualifier as well.
Yes, correct. Only Fun, yeah.
And that was in the same series with MYS as well. So the competition is even more crazier.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, for Oracle, Leonard, for the team profile, which team or player are you keeping your eyes on and why? And for them, that's Z from EG Phoenix. Daddy would agree to this. He's like, yeah, we are afraid of his Dragonite. Now it made sense on that ban. All right, okay. So basically, that's the reason behind the ban on the Dragonite happening with that. But despite all that, we didn't manage to see any Dragonite utilized yet. So I'm guessing that Z is still holding on to his cards here in the lower bracket.
Actually, I'm very angry, Flavor. I'm very, very angry. I still haven't seen my Tyranitar. Yuzima, where is your Tyranitar? I know you played the Tyranitar.
It's not banned.
Bring in the Tyranitar. Exactly what that's what I'm saying. It's open.
It's open. Does it not fit into your current composition of draft?
Oh no, they did bring it to their composition in the qualifiers. So that's why I'm trying to say.
But that don't count though. If it ain't on the broadcast, it don't count.
Fine. But of course, there's going to be Philosopher from the side here for Team Oracle here as their attacker here. He was the one who was playing the Delphox initially as well. So here's the interesting thing. I think maybe in that last series, maybe what they lacked was just that burst damage. Don't get me wrong. Sylveon, yeah, you got the base game, but Sylveon Delphox is more on, it's not really that high burst damage. That's like not something like Leafeon with the Solar Blade. It's more dot, it's more like damage over time kind of scenario as well here. So maybe that's something that wasn't really keeping all the beefy tankers in check, right? They weren't so afraid of it, especially with the lead that they had.
But it's so different than the other two choices being displayed as well. The Espeon as well as the Gardevoir, which actually deals burst damage, I would say. So probably it's a little bit different, or he's just that good with utilizing multiple Pokemons here. Now here we're looking at Teenza, who actually played out the Leafeon early on in game number 1. Frequently used Pokemon, 100% Dodrio, meaning that he didn't have the opportunity to actually utilize other Pokemons in the upper bracket segment. So he was given both, or should I say 3 games, just plain Dodrio.
And I don't blame him, because like Dodrio is one of his most played Pokemon cumulative for the side of Teenza. And at the same time, like I mentioned just now, Common Teenza Applaudify was previously in team loading back in ACL. So they already have some form of synergy advantage when it comes to in such a professional stage like this as well here. So nothing is really facing them too much. However, I am still looking for, the Tyranitar, especially Okay,
I can feel
get it.
I can feel the anger at this
Okay,
point.
I get it. Teenzar is their central player, okay?
Yeah.
I know he plays a mean speedster, but at the same time, if you look in his player history, Tyranitar was also one of his top 4 most played Pokemon.
He's trying to get there.
I know.
He's trying to get there.
I get the challenge. Tyranitar going to the central area. It's a challenge. You are definitely opening up to a lot of invasion from your opponent's side. Yeah, you're not going to be able to rotate as well compared to the other species in his lineup as well. But still, fine. You know what? I had to let it go. I can't be a child about this. Gotta let it go. Back to the drafting. This is going to be the second game, and of course, Flavor. Just want to remind all our amazing viewers as well. This is the lower bracket here. It's winner takes all kind of scenario. You can't drop a single game. You drop it. That's pretty much your. I mean, this is the last chance qualifier. So
can't drop a single series.
Yeah,
by the way,
this is your last chance here for Oracle here. So if they can't bounce back with this, and they are bouncing back strong with coming and bring in Gyarados here.
Oh yeah.
Still, Leafeon is still in the pool if you want to try to opt to go for it.
First appearance here in the broadcast, I would say. For today
okay, so they took the Cranberry.
So they're going with the Gyarados here, and so basically they are going to be running the Eldegoss and the Cramorant here for the side of Oracle. Meanwhile, for no picture, they're running with the Sylveon. I believe that this is... No, it's not. Actually, Sylveon was being run by Oracle in the game number 1. So this time it's going to be hands on no picture. Together with Travanen and Leafeon is locked in.
All right, now I'm really curious. They have led the Leafeon through once more again here. But this is what Danny said before, right? It's a matter of whether they are comfortable in utilizing that kind of Pokemon here. But still... They didn't ban it, they didn't take it, they still let it through. They let Sakura take his most played Pokemon, Sylveon as well. You got good initiation, you got good team fight as well. Seems like no picture is on board with this, but Oracle is coming in strong with 3 of their best picks here and coming in with a crosser. Now that seems a little bit more better, a lot more options for them. But Talonflame, you still need to buy the next amount of time to really to get him online here. And Café.
Oh yeah, the Clippables over there. Yeah, so I think no picture, they're very, very much comfortable running with double defenders. It worked out well for them in game number 1 and definitely going to keep running it for this particular game again. This time, they also get the hands on the Leafeon to be played.
Right.
Interesting enough, I'm not sure whether there's any good sets from no picture. I think it's a little bit cheeky over there. But I'm very curious. Oracle running this Talonflame for themselves. And as mentioned before, a very fragile Pokemon despite having very, very, very high attack across the board from level 1 to level 15, except for level 4, 5, 6 at second place. Insane. If you play this out very well, you are able to actually melt down Pokemons like Leafeon or even the Sylveon here on the front lines and the back lines.
True. But then again, okay, think of it this way, right? You have this nice early comp, except for the Blasters for the side for the side for no picture, right? But on the other hand, on the side for Oracle, you have really great scaling. The Gyarados is fantastic too. It's a late game as well. Talonflame is also going to be able to get there. Just a matter of, it feels like there's going to be a lot of responsibility on the Cramorant to really set things up for them. Like, I'm not going to doubt Mike Temp. Such a great guy. Used to play in real life first as well, alongside with AXQ, Wash Novice, and Sugar and Logical as well. Pretty great guy. Let's see whether he's going to be able to bring out the win necessary here. But while he tries to get himself there, whether the team can really turtle it out long enough. You know?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping straight into the game over here. We do see the laning phase coming on from the team members of Oracle and no picture. They are going to be running the Fletchling here. It's going to become a Talonflame later at second evolution here through the central area. Meanwhile, we do have the EV jumping up into a Leafeon here on the side of Team No Picture where he is rotating his way towards the top segment. Got to be careful on that magic card. Might just get caught off guard here in the hands of Leafeon, making his way, flaming through the bottom segment, get hit by the Leaf Bait. Here comes the Jack, and he's going to be returning back to the Pokemon Center safe and sound. But of course, he has to hop his way back into the waters and back into the top path.
Very good, Joe. Didn't really allow no picture to get the first KO
no,
here.
Please not on a magic card.
I know, but at the same time, this does delay him slightly as well, regardless, because this is gonna force him to reset back to the spawn area at the Pokemon Center. So. Rest of the squad still trying to buy an extra amount of time. Still Magikarp. The rest of the squad was able to get to that level 4 to get to that nice advantage. That Sylveon is here with the Hyper Voice into the Solar Blade. My god! Absolutely shredding away the Fletchling here. It's tough.
Yep, it's very, very tough.
Sadly, there was a, I believe Teenzap put a sign here You know, no birds allowed.
No entry, please. Oh, top lane and looking a little bit spicy over here. War Turtle together with Claypool will try to do a little bit scoring, but unfortunately getting screened out by the Magikarp together with the Eldegoss here at the top path from Team Oracle. Meanwhile, looking at the bottom lane, we do have the Traveler together with the Sylveon going up against the Crustle as well as the Kremlin. Loads and loads of firepower here coming up from both ends. They're going to rotate through the central area, clearing off the outer flank, meeting up two of the Pokemon. Make it three from the side of No Picture, getting cleared out in hands of Team Oracle. All three and more in the hands of this Talonflame.
Oh, that's the breakthrough they're looking for. Mike Tam found it as well. They said, hey, fine, individually, sure, we're not that great, but once we're together, ape together strong. And they were able to get beautiful takedowns here, elevating them into the lead here in terms of the level. Look at the Talonflame now, he's level 9!
Exactly!
Mike Tam is absolutely flying around. I mean, he also has a skill called Fly, but he's gonna absolutely soar around the field here, and I don't think they're gonna have any true answer about it. Commits a Unite move, only able to isolate the War Turtle who became the Blastoise. Unfortunately, he just had the Hydro Typhoon to try to counteract, not like what he did in the previous round. But Gyarados is here, Leafer comes with the Solar Blade. Mike Tam finds an opportunity to get the secure the second takedown here, and now they're winning a lot of this skirmish, garnering a lot of EXP here. And like I said, their late game scaling is very scary here, and now they're slowly ensuring that they actually get there.
Wow, this Talonflame is popping up real hard here at the start of the game. He's already at level 10, while some of the team members, or even his own team, is struggling to achieve themselves level 7. Here. Meanwhile, here in the bottom lane, we do see some action happening off. 3 of the Pokemons make it 4, chasing down this Eldegoss from Team Oracle. They are securing this goal post. Here comes Noctum. Oh, that shove coming up from Trevor as well. Hitting up on 3, but there is no follow-up coming from behind. Woodhammer latching on to this crossover, but where is the damage? They're not able to actually make an escape of here. Rock Tomb behind over there. Now who's going to be getting in is going to be the Trevor taking down on the crossover, but at one more trade-off as Talonflame makes his way to the bottom path and clears it in return.
Oh, Common did such a phenomenal job. So he's just been sustaining the Traveler for such a relatively long time. Of course, eventually he does fall, but guess what? They did enough damage. They got as much points as they can. Only losing the Traveler is totally fine. They managed to minimize damage control here. Slowly making their way, securing these objectives here. Although the Clefable, Common was still going to be the problem here as he is playing the Clefable. They really need to try to minimize it. He has been really insane with those heals so far. Sakura on the other hand gets caught up. Hydro Typhoon is absolutely perfect. Managed to catch up on the 2 here. He did commit the Unite move here and instantly was able to knock out 2 players in the process here. Comes in the rest of the squad. Talonflame was able to get on top of Commode. Can he pick it up before he can try to sustain any longer? No, unfortunately not. He was able to get him as well. Can he get Tinza in the process here? He tried to run for it. He's not going to fall for the bait for it either. Going to say, you're not fine. I'll let you walk for now.
We'll be back again for more. Yeah, very close call there for the Leafeon. Managed to make his way towards the Pokemon Center on his side, which is on the right side for Team No Picture. Meanwhile, this Mike Tam is just snowballing through this match, currently at level 12. Well, some team members is trying to make their way into the double digits for themselves. Regieleki getting secured by Team Oracle, making its way through the top path here towards the right segment. No Picture will have to fend this off, and it does seem the Oracle is committed to actually follow and babysit this Regieleki towards its path. They did manage to get their hands on this Blastoise in the hands of the Eldegoss, Leonard.
Which is totally fine. They just wanted to get the objective as well. They saw an opportunity, especially with the intel they got from the top lane. They say, fine, we are just going to try to get this whatever skirmish we can. They tried to defend and get the Regieleki as long as possible, but they just couldn't do it as well. Now it's just a matter of really just catching things up. Level race, of course, Oracle is definitely still in the lead for that one, but look at this. Despite the initial pick-off, Teenzan was still able to catch up all the way to level 12. Really phenomenal.
Oh yeah, I think he's trying to get the numbers to keep up as much as possible. This time they're trying to run down this Gyarados. You want to be in the heat of the battle, but he does commit this Unite. Instead of engaging, he is disengaging with it. You see that Tornado Swirl playing out as well. Still has the shield, still surviving as much as possible.
Come on,
but
you're
Woodhammer here holding the Crossel in place, but Crossel decides to exit his way and rock him from behind, but that's not stopping the team members No Picture from pursuing him even further. Here comes the jump from the Gyarados on the back line, manages to catch on the Leafeon, but he will go down here, getting knocked out here in the hands of the Sylvia. All this is not over yet. Here comes Unite from this Talon Flame, but not being able to clear anyone.
That is fantastic.
Dashing back. Hydro Typhoon be committed as well. That is 2 KO straight here. Make it 3 in the hands of Talon Flame.
I mean, that's why they call this. That's why they call the birds of prey, right? Absolutely waiting for the most opportune moment here to get them all. Literally four takedowns in this entire process. A little bit slow, but eventually got all 4 here. My Tam is on an absolute roll here. Although there was a little bit of concern of using Unite moves relatively early, but that's fine. There's still a minute to Rayquaza. More than enough time for these guys to get those Unite moves off cooldown.
Oh yeah, Mike Tam's currently at level 14. I do believe that he would not be able to actually reach 15 by the time Rayquaza actually appears, but within that last 2-minute mark segment, he should be able to be at maximum levels over here. He's having the time of his life here in this game up against Team No Picture. Meanwhile, all eyes on his top segment. Regieleki is going to be going down in the hands of Team No Picture.
No, Tinza!
This is not going to be good for Lead Tinza. He manages to actually disengage towards the top right side as well. He comes over from Trevor and Crossing, pushing off all the way to the top segment. Oh, here comes Mike Tam clearing out. And will this be the downfall for him? Yes, it'll be 30 seconds on the clock over there for the Talon Flame.
Oh, my time is too much. He has too much of a lead here. Doesn't matter how many bodies is piled against him here. It's just too good. It's just too strong. Really bided out the time. And guess what? Not a lot of Unite move is currently available for them here. Whereas for Oracle, they're ready to go at any time and any place here. It's the bounce. Gets up top of the Fairy Foreleg itself. Forcing up the Unite move to try to keep himself into the fight for as long as possible. He gets the 3-man knocker. Falls on the 2-man. Hydro Typhoon for the counter initiation here. But it's still not enough. Where is my Tam? Damage is being done here. So significant as well. And guess what? So much damage, and Mike wasn't even there to do it. He's back in for round 2, ladies and gentlemen. The onslaught hasn't ended. Tinza, the last man standing. The rest of the team is coming in a couple of seconds here. He is just going to do what he can. Just down as many points as possible.
But currently in the lead here for No Picture, 356 up against 124. But Tinza is all alone over here. He's getting slowed down by chased down by 4 Pokemons on the side of Team Oracle. And he's going to be down for the count for the next 22 more seconds. But Oracle trying to find some space here to do a little bit scoring for themselves as they are currently behind by 52 points up against Team No Picture. Where are they going to scramble all this?
It's totally fine. They stole the Rayquaza again. They secure it. They got the points in. That was that was insane. Like Tinza.
But it was quite unfortunate for No Picture. Like they did manage to secure the Rayquaza. I'm guessing that's best case scenario for them because they got the Rayquaza. They lost out 4 Pokemon on their end. Meanwhile, we have to put on hold that as bottom lane is going to be where our attention should be, as we do see some team members for Oracle gather around with some defense for Team No Picture, holding them in position. Woodhammer, here comes Axisa, shoving them to behind. Talon Flame managed to grab this Clefable all the way into the left segment, and he's going to go down here in hands of Mike Tam.
They're just doing what they can to get as many points as. That's 50 points on Jimmy Cooks. He is eventually going to fall. Possibly the Hydro Typhoon currently off cooldown as well. My Tam getting control with the Horn Leech into the Woodhammer. Guess what? Any chances for them to dunk any more points is completely lost. It is a lost cause. And ladies and gentlemen, No Picture from such a bombardment of takedowns coming in from My Tam.
Now just to...
No Picture brought it back.
Just to confirm on this, on the last 10 seconds, nothing funny happened, and that is going to be the final score. 356 for Team No Picture and 304 for Oracle, with Tinza being the final Pokemon from Team No Picture to do a huge scoring, making the win for the team.
No, I'm just going to say first, I mean, stealing the Rayquaza is the biggest one for sure.
Yeah.
That 100 points additional definitely saved No Picture's life here. But I can tell you, while we're looking at the scoreline, yes, I know it's all about the Chaos energy flavor.
It is all about objective gaming.
But you just gotta give kudos to Mike Tam. 16 battle won. He literally sent 16 Pokemon to the Pokemon Center.
Exactly. Alone he did that. But unfortunately, all those numbers means nothing if you're not able to actually outscore your opponents in the match.
You know, while we're talking about like individual plays, right? Don't get me wrong, everyone did really great. Teams that's phenomenal, but come on. so many saves, so many great healings as well. Like, just really like pivotal moments that he was there to really ensure his team's sustainability in a lot of these fights. So it's just absolutely phenomenal. Just that Mike Tam was just crazy with the damage. he's just too much in the lead. I mean, it's totally understandable, right? But other than that, Koma was just able to facilitate his teammates' survivability. It's absolutely insane to me. Like, yeah, look at the score screen, right? So they have a very significant scaling, right? Until at one point where it was just like a flat line for them.
Exactly. Yeah, they were not able to progress anymore. Just slightly before the 6-minute mark of the year, they were just stuck at 304 by 5 minutes and probably 5 minutes 40 seconds. Over there, there's no form of progression. Meanwhile, it was just upscaling for the side of No Picture of here, and they managed to overtake by just slightly before the 9-minute mark over here, and making it a victory for them by the last scoring by Teenza's Leafeon. It was too close to call. Let's admit, it was too close to call. It was such a, despite it looking very positive for the side of Oracle, just by looking at how Teenza's Bird was just performing so amazing in this game, but unfortunately it was not enough.
Oh, Mike Tam. No, but we're going to be checking the highlights. I actually really want to see the highlight once more, because especially towards the recourse of it here, because we saw the transition as we seen the lead coming in for the side for Oracle here, but I want to see like how did it actually finally concluded here. So still moving on.
I think one of the things that I'm highly disappointed is that I do wish that there was more we can see from the Gyarados here for this guy, because most of the times we do see the Unite being committed was more towards disengaging, or probably just to save himself from actually getting picked off during some team fights. If it was actually utilized in a much more combat manner during team fights, it could have generated a much more bigger and more positive results for the team over here. Those are some of the things that we actually don't see. Because the thing about Gyarados is a Pokemon that you want to keep being infighting as much as possible. You can't be passive when playing this particular Pokemon. He has the right approach to it. I think it's one of the great segments where he utilized Unite where it's for the team. But it's just,
I saw it.
Yes, but it wasn't utilized as much as it should be throughout this whole game here. Most of the time, he was just trying his level best to make an escape. Yeah, team fights.
Man, this was really unfortunate here. I think at one point, were they very sure of their success now, because of the significant climb that they had throughout this 8 minutes. I guess you could say the first 8 minutes into the game here, but it felt like towards the very end, they were so focused on what's in front of them, they forgot to take into account of everything else, like especially the Leafeon, which is why later in our tally drafting, I'm gonna be able to show you guys later on like what I exactly mean, right? Because, and I don't blame them. When a lot of abilities was being popped out, especially Unite, was Hydro Typhoon, Dragon's Descent,
so much commitments going on,
yeah. So anyway, got the call. Finally, we're going into our favorite section, which is drawing.
Section.
No, it's not my favorite section.
I
don't like it.
This section existed because of you.
No. That's not possible.
Pretty sure it didn't come from me or Dana Lee at all.
Oh man, I'm pretty sure. Okay, yeah. So first things first, right? Do take into account of positioning everyone, right? You do have Sensei here. You have Sakura on the right side here, and 2 additional members here. Victin J here was able to take into account of at least the initial 4 members here. So okay, he's giving a lot of good intel. The rest of the squad is waiting for it as well. Gyarados is ready to pounce on anyone who's actually going to be coming nearby. Although as much as he wants to get on top of Komoot here, he has a priority. He wants to try to burst down somebody as quickly as much as possible here. My reasoning for that is because the rest of the members on the minimap, if you can see on the minimap, everyone is also getting ready to flank from the back line. However, the one who is standing the furthest from everyone else
is the Leafeon.
Was Teenza.
Yeah, he was all alone here at the top.
He was trying to decide whether he wants to go for the down or trying to interact into the match here. So anyway, I'm just going to quickly click play for this. So we go into this massive fight, and at the process here, you see the Blastoise getting ready for the counter initiation as well. They saw the bounce coming in from the Gyarados. They saw Jin is also positioning, not running away from the fight, positioning himself to best support his rest of the squad. So in other words, it was a very clear message for no pitches on their side where, alright, a fight might actually go down here. Let's see how much we can get out of it. And Teensar was still playing at the top side. He hasn't really rotated out of it. He was still within the vicinity, trying to see if he can try to make out of this whatever opportunity he can get out of this situation. So,
yeah, and I think this was beautifully done. You see this Gyarados, he was just popping up because most of the team members from the opponents already there to begin with.
Yes.
Yeah, but basically the Bison still managed to pop up the Hydro Type.
yeah, so like, do look at this side. Finally, Teensar was very comfortable. The most comfortable Leafeon I've ever seen for a speedster, casually just walking down.
Yeah.
While there is a massive fight in this area.
While chaos erupted, he just casually passed by.
And this is what I'm saying. Everyone was very focused on, because so many Unite moves was happening, a lot of flashy moves was being committed in this very central area at the Rayquaza pit. Everyone's focus was here. Literally, you see the Cramorant, you see the Gyarados, you see the Crustle who was getting ready to reposition himself, and Glossifer as well. Everyone was so focused on the Rayquaza, everyone forgot about this guy, the star of the show here. So I'm going to quickly continue in with the replay here. Big fights ensued here. And once, okay, got to go for the pause. And of course, as usual, like I said, the Komod had such a massive presence in the fight already.
Exactly, yeah.
He's been healing, he's been sustaining the rest of the squad.
Everyone
was already giving communication. Find the support. Get rid of Komod. He's been keeping his team members alive for relatively too long here. And the worst part about this as well, while all this fight was ensuing, we see Mike Tam was not currently in the fight here. But still, really great stuff coming from them as well, as they were able to get big damage. I paused at the right moment here. You see, you got the X Scissors, you got the beautiful CC in this area, but guess what? This is where Philosopher was sweating buckets, because he saw a massive Excalibur Solar Blade charging up here, about to land on the most lowest HP Rayquaza. Although I do like to use the term, if you miss one, try again.
Yeah.
Again, second attempt coming from Teensar to try to secure it.
And on top of all that, everybody's just lined up there, right under the blade.
Didn't need it. Didn't need the assist coming. There's no Hoopa to assist. There's no need for Sensei to come in to secure it. They were able to Teensar was able to beautifully secure that Rayquaza.
He only had to do that one thing, and that's it. It's like, hey, my job's done.
No, like that. the first round, the first attempt he had in the first game didn't count. This is the one. First try, ladies and gentlemen. First try, stole Rayquaza.
Not really first, but okay.
Previous game didn't count.
I finally get the credit. He's like that hero who comes in last minute and gets all the credit.
Right.
Meanwhile, his team was like throwing bodies and doing so much. I was like, hey, it was me all along.
Okay, so I do admit, I'm not confident enough to say whether the fight could have been different if Mike Tam was around.
Yeah.
Very hard to say, but I felt like, but I can say with certainty that him not being there was pretty.
It was. The thing is, I wanted to call this the moment I saw the timer where Mike Tam was going to be away for 30 seconds. It was apparent and it was obvious that the opponent was trying to rush Rayquaza, because here's the thing: this is the best case scenario. It's a 5v4 situation without Mike Tam's bird, okay? Yeah. So without Talonflame, and so basically with such a huge damage dealer being there, that's going to be the best go time for them. And there's no way they're going to wait until Mike Tam to actually return back.
It was a really good opportunity as well.
Yeah.
Because they decided like, hey, 5v4, he's out of the picture, just go for it.
Yeah, out of all people out of the picture, it's him.
And literally living up to the name, no picture.
Exactly. So Mike Tam, I think he was sweating bullets while being in the Pokemon Center, just waiting.
No, not as much as Philosopher. He just.
Okay, if you want to compare Philosopher in that scenario,
he was staring at that Solar Blade. He's just not sure what he could do about it.
Yeah, he saw that Solar Blade, and then that was just insane. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the updated bracket after the conclusion of that Best of 3 series in between Team Oracle and No Picture. Unfortunately, due to Oracle losing out in this Best of 3 series, they have to say their goodbyes here from the competition. Meanwhile, No Picture will continue their journey and crawl their way through the lower bracket segment, and will be going up against Team Mamu Bears later on. And of course, we also do see the conclusion of some of the matches in the upper bracket segment. Let's have a zoom in into the upper bracket, shall we? Now, ladies and gentlemen, earlier on, we do see Mamu Bears proceeding forward and went up against Team Onyx. Onyx won the segment 2 2-1 against Mama Bears and makes their way to the upper bracket finals. And of course, in the semifinals too, we do see Be The One up against Team Only Fun. Be The One wins 2-0 against them and will be going up against Team Onyx later on at the winners bracket finals.
Yes, and currently, so we're looking back to the lower bracket as well, which we were broadcasting as well. We have actually, I mean, this is the nature of the competition. We had to say goodbye to some of these teams here, and we have to, of course, kudos to RGM and Oracle, two of our Indonesia team here that came into the competition. They came in great. They went through. They were one of the. They were one of the 59 teams that was in the qualifiers themselves. They got themselves to top 8. That is, of course, a feat that is not easy for anybody as it is. So, but of course, can't wait to see you guys back in the future. And as we progress towards the lower bracket to see who will be the team to go to that grand finals.
Yes, and that is true. Of course, 2 down, 6 more to go, ladies and gentlemen. At the end of the day, we are curious to see who we crown the winner and champion here for the Pokemon UNITE World Championship Series Last Chance Qualifiers APAC West. And of course, at the conclusion of that series, later on, we're going to be witnessing some of the other progressive lower bracket matches. We're going to be taking a very short break. We'll be right back after this. Take care, guys.
What is up, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the last chance qualifiers for APAC West. We've concluded our first 2 lower bracket games, and we are going to be continuing on with the lower brackets with our next matchup. My name is Diana Lee, and of course joining me is the wonderful YOLO Lee, Mr. Leonard. You've seen a lot of Cramorant today, and you've been disappointed, but I'm just like, Cram, like, come on, we haven't had Cram in such a long time.
I'm gonna have a late cram if this keeps going on. Let's be honest here, seriously, because like I said it off stream, but I would say it here right now. I was very jealous of them because they got the Tyranitar, they got all the they got the fun ones, and I got a bloody bird.
Okay, you know what?
I got 2 birds.
we get the fun game, okay, because we get to watch only fun. Yes, only fun. Playing up against EG Phoenix. And this one should be a really great one too, because I think for a lot of people tuning into the broadcast, you probably saw what happened during the Malaysia-Singapore qualifiers. Only Fun played in that qualifier, and I believe they came in 3rd. And they actually had a very good run in the tournament. So I feel like they are one of the favorites to win the last chance qualifier, but they have to go up against EG Phoenix, another team that has a lot of potential.
I agree. It's definitely quite the dark horse as it is, and the crazy thing about this as well, when you're facing against like new, like in this case, literally new players, new rosters, new teams as well. There's not a lot of really intel for you to really bounce by, not a lot of voids you can refer to. However, you can probably get some intel if you have played with some of them before in the past, whether is it climbing up the ladder or not. As of right now, as of this moment, especially from the Indonesian players, they straight away kept saying, get rid of Death Disease Dragonite. Like, get rid of that Pokemon from their hands, because that's a little bit of too much of a threat here. So far, we didn't get to see it, but they know how it is. So I think that's the only intel that Only Fun can get out of it, or maybe from the series if they were watching from initially from the beginning of the day. However, Only Fun, you guys know that some of these players as well, returning players, but is it from different actually, no, not really different, like still the same team. Still the same team, same roster.
They did play on different teams in the past. I think some people would be familiar with Solo. We have seen Solo play Unite for years now. This man's a mainstay within the competitive scene in APAC.
It's like the Grand Elder.
Rufus as well, yes. And then, of course, Genkai. I think Genkai is one of the newer faces in the scene. We did see him play in ACL, and he has really been showing a lot of potential. But again, I'm kind of curious to see what EG Phoenix bring to the table in this matchup. You know, again, it's another matchup of like oldies versus new guys. And they have probably seen each other's games because they have been broadcast. There's also going to be data online for them to sort of look at. Now, I want to sort of bring us back to some of these Pokemon picks. And I do want to talk about the Dragonite, right? So Dragonite has been constantly banned against Phoenix. But here's the thing, okay? Only Fun also can play Dragonite. So the question is that, are we going to continue to see Dragonite be banned, or is someone going to let it through, and is Only Fun potentially going to get it?
The thing is I feel Only Fun has played against like Pokemon like Dragonite before, so I think they're still going to stick, instead of like dwelling with the idea on like what can they do or not. But of course, speaking of which, first, this is going to be the cumulative stats from Team Only Fun, and of course, this is the stats which is only for this series alone. What they have been playing so far. We have a 75% pick rate coming in from the Blaziken, absolutely without fail. And of course, that's going to be the courtesy in the hands of Genkai alongside with the Eldegross and alongside with the Umbra. I think this is pretty standard so far, since a lot of those rounds, they didn't really get the opportunity to steal away that Trapland here.
And I'm actually glad to see Blaziken here, because we have not seen any Blaziken in the lower bracket yet. So I think if you are facing up against Only Fun, I think banning Blaziken might have to be something you need to put on the table, because to have a 75% pick rate, we're not seeing the win rate of this, unfortunately, but pick rate, I mean, if you're picking Blaziken this often, firstly, it's not getting banned, and secondly, obviously, if you're picking it, you're comfortable with it. Now, back onto EG Phoenix. We did see this team play on broadcast previously. It was our first matchup, and all the Pokemon we saw here, this is basically what they've been using all of today. So we do have the collective data of the upper bracket matches and the lower bracket match. Lots of Azumarill. I think this has been a bit of a surprise to me to see the rise of Azumarill yet again, because this Pokemon has never really seen much of the light of competitive play, because the consensus for Azumarill is that if you're picking Azumarill, there are other all-rounders and other Pokemon in general that do what Azumarill does, but better.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for sure. But at the same time, this is what I'm saying to, that's why I was like mentioning to Flavor, is that kind of thing where they just bring, because do take it into account. Maybe because of the fact that why Azumarill, Yes, it's something that most players are not really able to prepare for mentally or even throughout the game itself.
Yeah, who's screaming for Azumarill?
Right? But also at the same time, it somewhat works for EG Phoenix because two of their players in particular, Devsy and Clintz here, both actually play a lot of Azumarill. It's actually one of their top 4 most played one as well. So it's somewhat, it fits for them. It's like pretty much taking down 2 birds with 1 stone in this case here. It's like, hey, you know, not many people are prepared for the Azumarill. I play a lot of Azumarill. Let's try to give this a try since we're also bringing in the Cramorant, since it feels like it's somewhat working in this patch at this current moment.
Yeah, and it's not just the Azumarill too. Meowscarada has showed its face a couple times in the games today as well. Now, Meowscarada is a pretty interesting case because this hasn't really been a Pokemon to appear on the western side of the Unite scene. It's really been a Asia exclusive for some reason. But I do feel like Meowscarada, there are a lot of possibilities to explore with this Pokemon. It is extremely mobile. It can solo objectives on its own.
Definitely.
It has a lot of potential as well if you do let this snowball. And so I feel like for teams, if you are not preparing for Meowscarada, because not every team plays Meowscarada here, but we do see a lot of it in ranked games, is this another Pokemon that you might be underestimating? Because when you are playing in a tournament like this at the last chance qualifier and you're in the lower bracket, you can't afford to underestimate your opponent anymore. You are both backed into a wall, and only one team is going to come out alive in this Colosseum. So you need to respect everything that comes to you, even if it's something that you see and you're just like, what's this, right?
Now, it's that kind of thing where, like, you know, people have I guess every region has their own ideology or their own concept of things, right? That kind of thing where some teams, especially in, I believe it's for all region, everyone likes to go for this early game composition. It has been like one of the few go-to kind of
evolutions. Yeah, so the evolutions, you've got Mimikyu as well. And then
Buzzwole used to be there, but he's no longer there.
I want to say to a certain degree as well, Gyarados. There's a reason why Gyarados has been banned, and it is because I feel like teams are starting to understand what they really need to do to get Gyarados to evolve early.
Yep.
And, you know, some people might say like, oh, this is a late game Pokemon. If you feed your fish gets big, and he gets big really quick. So I feel like, yeah, I could totally understand this like very early game oriented meta, and you can't afford to let certain Pokemon snowball from the laning stage. Not just the early gamers, but also the Pokemon that are going into late game. For example, Tyranitar as well. We've seen what happens if you leave a Tyranitar unchecked. That thing, GG next game, okay? You cannot deal with the Tyranitar.
Yeah, but like off the table, off the books kind of thing, right? Don't feed your fish too much, you know. Moderately feed them. Just don't feed them a lot in one go. They will, you know.
There's a proper way to feed your fish. Okay, you feed your fish. You don't feed the fish to the other people. Okay, so you make sure you feed that little Magikarp, and Magikarp makes it through.
Okay,
it's not banned.
I'm totally fine with this. Very understandable ban. Getting rid of Leafeon and the Tyranitar. Leafeon has been the only Pokemon that has not been touched for this past few patches at all here. No nose, nothing. Totally unscathed, and still such a threat, and still such a phenomenal pick here.
The Cram is back. It's here to curse you forever.
It's gonna be Strobo. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be Strobo.
Yeah, Strobo has it. He has played a great Cramorant though. I totally get Danny, why this has to be banned.
I can feel the leg already like clinking and clanking.
That I don't know if it's the Cram. That could be age, but we will discuss that later.
You're not wrong actually.
All right.
I can't deny it, but of course Sylveon.
I do like the solutions. Sorry, go on.
No, I'm just saying like at least you do have this like counterplay, right? You want to go early, fine. We can also do early as well. Already somewhat anticipating the kind of output coming. And Sylveon Fairy Frolic has always been great, especially from a few patches before. A lot more special attack damage. Great Hyper Voice also pairing with the Calm Mind.
Look at this early game. Oh my gosh. Only fun is like, you want to play early? Let's play early.
They say they straight up just say bring it on. However, I feel there's a lot of responsibility going to be in the hand for Rufus here with the Umbreon. I believe it's going to be the support Umbreon with the Wish heal as well. Really need to hug it out. He's going to hug out with a lot of these guys to really keep them together. They're not the most bulkiest Pokemon, even for Scyther or Scizor in this case. Actually, no, hold on. Let me do a quick check. For Solo, it'll be, Scyther here. So in this case here, so Solo here, not the most bulkiest compared to all the all-rounders that we've seen in the scene here as well. So he goes in. If he gets locked down by the Trevenant, that's not going to be a fun thing.
Yeah, actually, Trevenant making it through, I think this is going to be a pretty big factor here for EG Phoenix because this Trevenant will be a huge threat for their lineup. The only Pokemon that can actually get caught by Panda is Rufus. If anyone else gets clapped by that wood hammer, I feel like that's the end for the team.
Yes.
Because Death's going to be there, Strobo's going to be there. There's a lot of follow-up that can come up after this Trevenant. So there is a fine line of being able to correctly execute their lineup and just giving away all this free experience. I actually am a little bit worried for Only Fun if they don't really pick things up in the laning stage.
It really does come down to how they really play out, interact with the game as well. And let's be honest, the stock market is slowly crashing. We see a quick dip for Blastoise, for the Blastoise. The stock market cram is on the rise, alongside with Trevenant here as well.
Oh, Trevenant stocks keep going up, so don't worry. Keep investing.
It is flying across the roof, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, we're finally here, our first game of our third series of the day in the lower bracket. Only one of the team can move forward, and one we will have to say goodbye here. Both sides still been doing quite well in keeping themselves in the game. Let's see how this one will go as well as how they interact with the game, how to ensure their success in this phase will determine this next few series.
You know what? I loved that play. I'm not sure if some people would have noticed, but the sharing of experience in that central lane. So Only Fun actually gave the experience to the Sylveon, so it hit level 4 as it got to lanes. Now, unfortunately for Only Fun, they do have a invading Sableye that got knocked out by the Glaceon. So not too successful in the invasion mission here for the Sableye, but it did buy a little bit of time for these lanes to really kick off. Solo, though, if he actually gets knocked out, which he does, that is huge because I feel like they're going to be losing a lot of momentum in this top lane. Now, Azu's just going to walk on out of there. Sure, you lose the Chansey. It could be worse. Okay, you need to keep your Azu here. But look at this, though. They've run into the Glaceon and hit in the bushes, but can they turn things around? Because this is still a squishy Pokemon, and they do get that Glaceon. They get a double knockout. This top lane for Only Fun. They're having fun up here.
I mean, they definitely are, and I'm very satisfied with the outcome as well. Didn't expect that the fact that EG Phoenix was willing to take the fight head on, despite the number disparity as well here. But anyway,
the invades never stop.
Yeah, it doesn't stop. It won't stop. And best about it, they're so confident that because Glaceon is not ready to hit that level 6,
Umbreon got it.
They still will continue to emphasize the ganks.
They got the Glaceon with the Umbreon. Rufus has just gone full on YOLO this game. Absolute madness from Only Fun. And they're just going to turn you onto the poor Phantom, and there's nothing Panda can do. You're not a Trevenant yet. You're just a Phantom. And the Dodrio Gengar's like, give me this tree. Don't let him evolve. He doesn't get it though.
Oh, they got him.
They do. Sylveon just comes in. Oh my gosh. Only Fun is playing so fast. It's not funny.
It's crazy because they're not giving any moments for EG Phoenix to even breathe at this point. They're really choking them out of option and of area.
And up top, even the Blissey is struggling. Solo gets a solo knockout on the Blissey, and I mean, Azu's just like, guys, what do I do?
Someone stop this samurai of a bug flying Pokemon here because he shouldn't have been given this much opportunity here. It's insane to me.
Okay. Here. Oh my gosh, look at this. Death Flag. No, not the Sableye again. I can't deal with this.
He's not.
Now, Icicle Spears, but like, you use this now on the Sableye. Dodrio's like, hang on, give me this Glaceon. I don't care. Oh my gosh, just never-ending back-to-back attacks.
I love the tag teams, man. The body system is absolutely phenomenal for the side of Only Funny. They try to get a couple of locks there to get them out of the slows here. But what can you do, Blissey? You can only heal so much in the face of Solo, who's level 8 here. Rufus is an absolute roller, so my god.
They, like this, I don't know, this is not a snowball, this is a boulder at this point for Only Fun. And they just keeps rolling and rolling and rolling.
No. Their Only Fun is trying to ensure that EG Phoenix is 6 feet under the ground here. They're not hoping to allow this Phoenix to rise up again. Yeah. Oh man, but instantly full 4-man stack on top, 5-man stack on top of the point as well. Doesn't matter here, the whole squad is done here. Just keep piling on. They want the Regieleki in. They will get it. A couple of more points into the lineup as well. The rest of the squad tried to come into the mix as well, but it doesn't matter. It's gone. Second goal post. It's 6 minutes as well. Pops the Unite move very brawling to secure that takedown. So many, let's be honest, Nurse Joy is currently busy at the front desk because the whole entries of Pokemon flooding in from the floodgates is just too much for her to handle.
Jeez, the crazy thing as well is that nobody has touched the bottom Regi either. So that's up for grabs. And you can see EG, right? They know this game is tough. If they can break that bottom goal zone, if they can take that Regi steal for themselves, that would be huge to get that attack buff. So for EG Phoenix, they are in such a delicate spot right now. But the thing Only Fun also understands, right? They can't really afford to fight into EG Phoenix as 5 because the whole reason of their lineup is to go for these crazy battles. But now they're going to go for the turn. We get a first knockout though onto the Cramorant. So a lot of damage not available, not on the table. But this Trevenant though, Panda, if he can keep on zoning and give these openings to death, there is still a chance for this team.
Oh man, he was such a phenomenal tango dance partner for Solo here. Really kept him in check long enough as well. No one really fell for it.
Oh my gosh, they're just like, you're going to score with your Azumarill. We could do this with Dodrio and the Umbreon as well. Rufus is there too. They're just scoring in the home base.
No, they're just multitasking here at this point. It's like, hey, you know, I think you guys know how to keep your space here. Panda tried to hold out long spot. Apparently, probably also committed clashes on 3 players as well. Although they do manage to get on top of Solo here. Eventually even get the Sylveon. So that's a lot of EXP. That's great. That's phenomenal. They got the punish. They made it much success, especially with all the intel of the back cappers here coming into it.
And the attack buff too. So if you're Only Fun, you can't just walk into this and say, we're going to fight 5-on-5. Rufus though going to start with the foul play again. But look at that bush. We do see the Sableye scouting things out for the team. It's just the defender and the support right now trying to keep tabs on where this team is. And thankfully, it's a free Regieleki, so this will be taken. And EG Phoenix have to deal with this because their top lane is completely exposed. And so is their home base.
Oh man, but I'm so concerned. Panda has a lot of things on his plate at this moment. Like, there's too many fast-paced Pokemon to really keep in check. There's Dodrio, there's Solo decided as well with the dual wing beat. It's so hard to try to picture who wants to get on top of it, but thankfully they just dive right in. And because of the intel, they saw the Regieleki being interacted, being pulled back by 2 players. They decided, you know, it's fine, 5v3, no problem. We got the damage, we got the people, we just overwhelm them.
Geez, they are really trying to just finish this game before Rayquaza even hits the field. And if Only Fun can keep this up and they can ensure they don't lose Genkai, for example, because Genkai's level 14, lots of experience. And this Cramorant, I mean, there's not really much you're going to be able to do. Dodrio, just the better bird there, getting the knockout. They're going to keep on going, though. Sableye going down. Genkai, they causing some havoc. Oh, but the glare, the spears, it connects and Genkai is down. That's a lot of experience to give away.
I agree, that's a lot, but then again, the Cramorant, my friend, wrong neighborhood friend. But still.
Oh my gosh, the Glaceon's 14. What is happening?
That one pickoff.
Oh my
And that was,
goodness.
by the way, Genkai was level 14 when he got that pickoff.
Yes.
That is insane. Such a burst, much needed as well. But of course, when they thought they saw the light at the end of the tunnel, Solo just completely shuts it down.
Look, they have to keep it up because Only Fun realized that Rayquaza will always be the win condition for EG Phoenix. And it's hard to fight them there. So if you can score enough, you can give the Rayquaza to EG Phoenix. You're just going to score while they're scoring. And what can you really do? You have to somehow figure out a way to get more points in. So Cram, that's the Reg Ice buff, that's the experience. It's just a healing bonus. It's not an attack or defensive bonus. So for Only Fun, they're okay with giving this away. If they can quickly swipe away this Regieleki, this will be huge because EG Phoenix have to defend this.
Nah, this is now there's going to be pressure between 2 fronts. There's still a decent amount of points in the hands of Solos as well. And let's be honest, it's very fast for him to just rotate around towards the Rayquaza if necessary too. But now all comes to the positioning. Everyone is positioning themselves accordingly. They spot the Regieleki, they got a good feel, and especially able to path out the route on which they will take to come towards the Rayquaza. That's why you see the positioning coming from them for Only Fun.
Only Fun just want to fight into them. They are absolutely crazy. Starting off with the Snarl, connecting on multiple Pokemon UNITE as well. Blizzard says 2. They're melting 1 for 1 so far. There's no Solo though. Scyther is down. 3 Pokemon down. It's down to the Cramorant and the Azumarill. But look at this though. Genkai going to score 100 points in the home base. They take down the Cramorant. It's just an Azumarill. Only Fun are playing here for reals, okay? This is not for fun. They want to go to Worlds.
Oh yeah, they are definitely planning. They were denied in the first series. Now the LCQ is the last one to go. Akatel constantly chasing down Jaleon. Can he get the pickup though? He will eventually get it. However, I can't say the same for his own life here. But then again, Blissey comes in for the quick support here. But more points being done. Calamity.
No
RK Calamity just refused. They are trying to achieve the 1,000 score points.
The gap between these 2 teams is huge, but EG Phoenix, they can't afford to deal with this, so they get the Ray buff. They've got to figure out how to get these points in. So 100 up top, they have another 100 on the Trevenant. They've got 80 that they can score on the Cramorant. They just don't have the points. Like, look at this. We're still
It's
seeing
not
only
enough.
Fun scoring points. 936 to 437. I just don't see a way for this team to double these points in 30 seconds.
Oh man, still another 100 points in, still not enough.
It's not enough.
It's not enough because the light at the end of the tunnel is completely dimmed out here.
The only way they might be able to get these points in, especially not just to score, but they can get these knockouts, because remember, each knockout will give you points as well. Still 471 to 936. I think this might just be it. Game number 1. EG Phoenix, I mean, they did what they were supposed to do with this comp. Their comeback condition was the Rayquaza, but only fun, they locked them out from that victory by just scoring in their home base. The double points, Sableye and Dodrio, and even Scyther. These guys, they play dirty, but sometimes you gotta play dirty to win.
I agree. You gotta use all your blades in the bank here to really try to pull through. But the crazy thing about it, I love how he actually brought up the fact that yes, the win condition is the Rayquaza. That is usually the normal term. But then again, this is not a normal game either. So only fun just decided, hey,
Look, Gengar, yeah, 333 points.
I know, no, that's
even RK.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh
That's how
God.
scary Dodrio can be at times, right? Like he's a phenomenal backcapper as well. So it's like, you know, they figure out, oh, your win condition is to get the Rayquaza. No problem. We'll just put so much points in where it doesn't matter because each person can only deliver 500 points in total here.
So we have to break things down here because I think this match, it was very chaotic. It was very, very fast. I think a lot of people potentially got lost in the middle of that game just like we did. But obviously for Only Fun, their game plan was to just play so fast that EG Phoenix were not going to be able to keep up. Score points, continue to fight, make EG Phoenix just sit there choked out because they cannot move, they cannot do anything, they have to deal with Only Fun. And I feel like one of the biggest factors that this comp really worked out for Only Fun was because they completely broke the top lane, both the tier 1 and the tier 2 goal zone. And what that does, you expose the home base. Your home goal zone has no limit. You can score as many points as you want. And to have that exposed, it is very hard for the team to defend that if they are trying to score points themselves because you basically have to go home. And every time you go back and you're on your side of the map, you're not scoring. You're not taking objectives. You are constantly having to be forced to go home to protect your base. And Dodrio, one of the best Pokemon to score because of how he scores points. He breaks it into 3 which allows faster scoring.
Correct. And the crazy thing about it as well is like, I'm just so amazed of how in-depth is their knowledge of the game as well for each of the Pokemon as well. Not only were they invading a lot, they also understand the strength of the Glaceon. She only really comes out when she gets that level 6. So many times, RK Calamity just keep forcing him into his own central area because he's like, oh, you're still level 4? Oh, you're still level 5? It's totally fine. You're not going to be able to do much towards me. Yeah, sure, Ice Cold Spear does more damage as he keeps outputting damage. Maximum, by the way, I believe is like 35% additional damage here, but it still doesn't matter. You don't have the Ice Shot to really pair alongside with you here. So more aggression. I think just straight out from the fly. I think what they didn't expect is I think EG Phoenix, sure, they anticipated aggression coming in. They just didn't expect so much of it.
I don't think they expected the very heavy emphasis on score comp as well. Because that's what happened, right? Lots and lots of scoring. And if you really look at the Pokemon that EG Phoenix are running, these Pokemon are actually not built to score themselves. They sort of want to be there and fight 5-on-5. They want those full team fights.
Yes.
On the other side though, Only Fun, the whole point of that team is not to fight as 5. It's actually to fight these very small spread out skirmishes because individually the Pokemon on Only Fun are really great when they're left on their own. Left unchecked, not having to deal with 4 other Pokemon. They just want to go in, snap up the knockout, and then just sort of be on their merry way.
And the crazy thing about it is that every skirmish won just keeps setting back EG Phoenix by a long mile here because suddenly out of blue, leveling is being delayed, farming is also being delayed here, trying to force a fight, but you're going to be forcing a team fight into a team which is like 5 or 3 levels ahead of you of their time. It's just like a little bit too much for them to deal with. But anyway, Highlights is currently here. We get to witness such magnificence once again. Yeah,
we're going to see it again. Look, if I'm EG Phoenix and I just experienced that game, I'd be looking for solutions to draft a lineup or to at least pick up some Pokemon that would be good at defending these goal zones, from preventing this score comp from happening to begin with. Because if you just let the opposing team run away with the game with points like this, to the point where Rayquaza doesn't really matter to them anymore, then you're in a really tough spot, because at most, a team can score 500 points in the final stretch. And if the gap exceeds that 500, you're reaching the danger zone where Rayquaza can't even save you. So you've got to find something that can defend these goal zones, that is possibly still going to be able to team fight, and maybe during the drafting stage, you might have to deny some of these Pokemon from Only Fun, because you let them have Dodrio and Scyther and Sableye. Sure, I mean, they got first pick, so they managed to get the priority on the Umbreon, I believe, but I don't think you can afford to let them just play this score comp, because they play it too well.
Correct. Which comes to the question that maybe we might see the Crustle coming back to the mix. I think he's also a pretty great defender for defending those goal posts as well.
What about Hooper? Because I do recall Hooper being a really great Pokemon for dealing with compositions like this, because you have access to the hyperspace hole, so if anything happens, you can bring your teammates from the upper lanes. This was a very popular strategy back when Dodrio first released, because teams would actually consider Hooper as a hard counter to the Dodrio playstyle. Alternatively, if you're not aiming for Hooper, you got to pick a Speedster or a Pokemon fast enough to chase the Dodrio and to compete with him. And that's where you had the classic matchup of Dodrio versus Scyther. That was a very big classic matchup back in the day. But aside the Pokemon, let's head on over and learn a little bit more about our competing teams as well, because not only do we talk about the drafts, we talk about the teams too. So, Only Fun. We know these guys. Leonard, take it away, please.
So first things first, how was your team formed? And they formed their team, Only Fun formed their team to be the second hope of MYSG here. I love at the same time the goal, but at the same time the humbleness, right? Because usually you see most teams that will say like, oh, we created our team to overthrow teams like MYS. You know, we usually see this kind of replies, but the fact that they're starting with themselves like, hey, we want to be the second hope here. So eventually they will try to work to surpass teams like MYS or maybe like Shin and Rudy in the future, but they're taking one step at a time, and I think they are walking towards the correct direction coming from Only Fun with the output they had. Even in our first series that we had 2 weeks ago, they were also pretty great as well. But of course, the competition was just as heated since it was very focused on particular teams as well.
Only Fun. Very fun team to watch so far. For anyone that might just be witnessing them for the first time.
And I'm still like debating whether Zhao Liang is still Zhao or not. I really want to pitch. I really just want to DM and say, "Are you Zhao?"
Okay, let's have a look at EG Phoenix. This is a team that is from Indonesia, and we asked them how the team was formed. Their response was, we come from the same community and we decided to form a team together. So of course this does make sense. Indonesian community, I mean, if you have 5 like-minded individuals, it would just make sense to form a team. So I guess that was sort of how EG Phoenix came to be, but I think it's really great as well to see that the team, they all have the same ambitions. They all understand that they are still new to the competitive scene. They want to learn, they want to grow, and to be able to start a team together like this, I sense this feeling of everyone being equally invested in the team. And that's something that you want when you're forming a team. You want everyone to be involved and not have someone sort of like dragging their heels, you know, just being part of the crew.
Yeah, I might be a little bit more on the emotional side when it comes to team drafting, because I feel like the more important thing is the fact that whether the team is able to be, whether the team are really in a big fan and in unison with each other, not in terms of synergy or mindset, just more the fact that are we very comfortable with each other, that kind of thing, where if one person fall, like I'm hoping that you're going to be there to pick me back up, that kind of thing. I don't want someone to just be like, why are you falling, that kind of thing. But of course, speaking of which, this is going to be the player stats, personal player stats introduction here. It's going to be for the side of EG Phoenix, as he started out with Trobo here, and so far he's been playing back and forth between 2 Pokemon and another one as well, both Cramorant, Espeon.
The only
and
time,
the Delphox, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. The only time Strobo did not play Cramorant is whenever it's either picked. It hasn't been banned, but I presume Espeon and Delphox will make an appearance if the little bird is banned again.
I don't think Cramorant is a priority for ban. Sure, it is definitely something to discuss about.
For Only Fun, I think I agree. I don't think Only Fun see Cramorant as an issue, even from the lanes, because they did really well at just really sidestepping the Cramorant for a lot of these fights.
Right, still moving on. Let's quickly check out. I believe it's going to be our
Genkai,
Dodrio
I think.
player, Genkai. Yes.
Metagross. Okay, we did not get to see that game.
That was during the qualifiers, if I'm not mistaken.
It would have been earlier today.
Yeah,
so
sorry,
all the
upper
stats are for
bracket,
today.
yes.
So we didn't get to see. And Absol, this one is quite surprising for today, considering how there's a lot of Pokemon I feel that are very strong right now that Absol can't really deal with. So for him to bring in the Absol, quite surprising. But I have to say though, his Dodrio, next level. I would not be surprised if the Dodrio ends up either being swiped away or banned in this next game.
But okay, the thing is this, right? Absol to me.
Oh, sorry, it's not banned. Okay, it was Dodrio.
All right.
Or maybe they're swapping over. Okay,
quick
yeah.
update. No, I'm still honestly, if he wanted to bring the Metagross, he can, because he did also play it before during the qualifiers as well. So if you wanted to bring it, he can. Absol, I think this is something we talked about back in ACL as well regarding the Absol, where he has this ability where if you mark a particular Pokemon, it's really great for. It's basically everyone is able to do bonus damage on top of that marked Pokemon as well. I think that's pretty great, and it's something that Genkai also has it for. It's definitely one of his hidden cards, that kind of thing. If the situation or the composition is right, then he can actually try to bring it out for it. But so far, Dodrio is still one of his go-tos, and I still think it's pretty great.
Might be banned. I'm just trying to think from the perspective of EG, because look, they are down one game.
Sure.
They have to win the next two. and they only have one game to figure things out, and they have to win this game as well. How do you play against Only Fun? Because they played a very uncharacteristic match of Pokemon Unite. Very, very fast, very in your face, very score comp heavy. We're so used to seeing a lot of these 5-on-5 fights at the Rayquaza. So for them to play like this and having to adapt to this in the span of one match, I can absolutely sense the stress levels of rising for this team.
The thing is this, right? Even just from seeing their past games as well and their composition, it feels like they're more of a team that's all about that scaling, right? Whether sure you got that early game,
the late game as well.
Yes.
Yes.
So and I think this is also hurts at the same time because you only have one player who's a defender focus only. So yes, he has played a lot of Traveler and Blasters and Umbras in the past. But other than that, the rest of the team is usually the all-rounders, the attackers, and the supporters here. So it gets really difficult when you suddenly have to be a very specialized pick like Slowbro.
Slowbro. If you are banning Slowbro, you are bringing in a Speedster, because the only Pokemon that are afraid of Slowbros are Speedsters that don't want to be isolated by the Slow Beam. Are we maybe seeing Zoro Comfey here to compete with Only Fun?
I'm actually thinking maybe Dead Sea might bring his Leafeon if he chooses to go for it, but
Leafeon's banned.
Oh, Leafeon's banned. Oh, they banned it, sorry.
I feel like it might be
ban.
Zoro Comfey here, because like again, Zoro Comfey, the main issue for this comp in the early game in particular is being isolated, which is where Slow Beam really comes in handy. If it's not that, it has to be another Speedster, another Pokemon that's in your face and doesn't want to be singled out.
Dev C also, the other Speedster that he has on this map will be the Meowscarada if he chooses to bring it into this lineup as well. But that's of course with the emphasis of the fact that if they do want to bring in another Speedster, or maybe an all-rounder that doesn't really like to be controlled that much.
Maybe. I mean, Tyranitar's banned, so no Tyranitar gaming for us, unfortunately. But we do have the Hooper picked up for Only Fun. So this would have been a great Pokemon for the Phoenix to potentially have if they're going up against Score Comp, but Genkai has picked up the Gyarados. So this is definitely a more late game scaling Pokemon that also wants to team fight. And they're going to combo this up with Sylveon as well. So you've got a ranged damage dealer, you have a in-your-face scaling late game Pokemon in that Gyarados, and the most important pick of all, the Trevenant, that really just ties these two Pokemon together. Like, I'm looking at this draft here for Only Fun, it's looking really good. If you're EG Phoenix, I hope you have something up your sleeve. And if it's going to be Blaziken Meowscarada, I mean, Charizard! What? No way! Oh my gosh, okay. Okay, you've got my interest now, EG Phoenix. If there's something up your sleeve with the Charizard, bring it. I am ready for this.
Oh, but then again, I would have preferred if he actually went for the Blaziken. I think.
Well, the Blaziken gets taken by Solo, which I think is worse because Solo plays a nasty Blaziken.
Any Pokemon he plays is a nasty.
I mean, there's a reason why it's called Solo. Okay, he solos everybody.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Oh my gosh.
Okay,
Now,
so
I'm looking at the Charizard. I'm hoping this man has some insider info, some insider tech that really makes Charizard outstanding.
But the thing is, Charizard is not really that kind of buzz kind of Pokemon, right? That kind of thing here?
No, he's great, depending on the build actually, but I think in most cases it's really just the ranged Charizard, right?
Yeah.
Flamethrower, Fire Blast, just chip damage around the edges, and then when you're ready to go in, Seismic Slam.
Yes, Seismic Slam. But that's what I'm saying, right? It's a lot of damage over time kind of thing.
Wait, are we maybe seeing Score Comp Charizard? Because I also recall hearing some whispers of another team running Charizard, and the whole point of this was Charizard is extremely mobile, especially with Flamethrower. It gives you that speed boost. Is he just going to zip around, pick up points, and just backcap?
I wouldn't be surprised since they did just went against a team that was just very score or objective focused here. So if they want to try to opt for it, maybe it is definitely one of the few options, but is it their main focus? We're not too sure about this one.
I have to see this with my own two eyes because I'm still in disbelief that I am about to see Charizard in competitive play. I don't know how long it's been since Charizard has made an appearance.
Actually, I just recently saw it in the Korean region. Actually, recently they picked up the Charizard.
Oh my gosh. Okay, maybe there's some insider info on making this Charizard tick. Super keen to see this, but let's start off with the central lanes here, Leonard. So again, we are seeing a bit of a split, although this is more of a defensive Eevee just to ensure that if anything happens, they do have that Eevee there. Hooper, though, is going to go for the invade, but look at this, though. 3 Pokemon right on the Hooper's tail.
Oh, no. Rubik's trying to go for the steal, but that's a little bit too much for them to handle. EG Phoenix, absolutely fantastic. Isolated the fact that, all right, Magic has the top side, doesn't really, we're not going to be able to pick up this Charmander.
Oh, he didn't get the last hit. Man, Genkai actually giving this Charmander a beating. Now, this is one of the disadvantages of Charmander before he's evolved. He does not have a really reliable way of securing those last hits on wild Pokemon. So it's actually quite easy to steal from a Charmander.
I mean, that's pretty much why we see a lot of teams try to build around their particular core Pokemon, right? Like try to set things out to make things easier for them. And I guess you could say they're really nurturing them until they got to their final form here, you know? Carry me early, then I'll carry you, like, kind of situation. But finally, we got the Gyarados here. We don't pick up. Nice knockback coming for the Cobalt, but the Hoopa saves here to try to buy the next amount of time. Resets, comes back in, comes in better and stronger. But of course, the initial burn damage coming from the Charmander was secure. The Sylveon takedown.
And with 3 Pokemon here, there's not really much that they can really do with the Charmander, although the Fire Spin is preventing them from scoring, and Pandas come into play as well. But this is a Gyarados, and it's 8 minutes and 30 seconds in, but Genkai, because they got the knockouts, they get the Gyarados knockout for free. So now we're looking at a Charmeleon who's halfway through level 5, and counter scores happening here for EG Phoenix.
Good rotation coming in from Panda as well to really solidify ensure security. But of
they
course,
stuck around for too long.
Oryxana resets back again. See if they can get a couple more out of the situation, and they will. Just constantly trading back and forth feels, right? Like, it feels like a ping-pong game between both sides. But this time, the only difference that Solo is going to be able to hit that Blaziken first. Level 8 as well. Charmeleon is still 2 levels, or at least a level way before Charizard here. But Solo is planning to literally stomp out the competition. What a save coming in for the Hoopa as well on Rufus.
Man, Rufus really knows how to play that Hoopa, just really dancing with his feet, just taunting the opponents. Now, Solo, he is all alone. Mean Lookers there. Now, the thing as well with the Charmeleon, the burn effect from the Charmeleon's moves is really actually another great way of preventing scores, because every time you get the burn tick, that will cancel your score animation. So another thing to consider when you do play against that Charizard. Although, obviously, if you are playing a Charizard, you need to evolve. And unfortunately, still stuck at level 6.
Yeah, it's still taking quite some time for him to get online, and especially with now the Reggie going to be spawning in a couple of seconds. That's the beauty of a Hooper, right? That global presence, reinforce, reposition all the way to the bounce side, perhaps to get a couple of more objectives. But before that, let's see if they can get a couple of takedowns in the process while they set things up.
It's a Reggie steal too. Can they
get the buff? Oh, it's too difficult.
Yeah,
much too difficult.
It's so difficult, and Death even goes down to the Sylveon. It's a mystical fire Sylveon, so these moves do lock onto those squishies, and the Mystical Fire is the bane of every agile Pokemon's existence, because it's a lock-on move. You can't dodge it. You need shieldings or healing. And so because of that victory down bottom and up top, it looks like only fun. They are overwhelming EG Phoenix. And this is with the composition where you have both Gyarados and Blaziken. These are Pokemon that will scale into the late game.
Okay, we finally got the Charizard. It's level 8 though, but then again, there's too many people though. The reinforcer seems great. He got the movement speed from the flamethrower here, but then again, this is a Mystical Fire, so absolutely no way to outrun the damage here. Able to chase him down in Masquerade. Couldn't find the opportunity to jump back in. He's too low there. Good CC was pretty great though. Now they want to look at the see if they can get a couple of more.
they need to get a lot more after this because we're still looking at a very significant point gap between these two teams. 49 points to 274. Solo does need to be careful here because if he does get caught, this could spell trouble for him as there is a lot of potential lockdown here for EG Phoenix. They got 3 great Pokemon for locking people down. And thankfully for them, the Cramorant, the follow-up is not there. But Charizard, again, going to be taken down, but this time by the Gyarados in the top lane. This Charizard, I mean, he's trying to do his best to get to that level 9, so he has access to Seismic Slam, but with every time he gets knocked out, it's delaying his level ups. And so, like, I just don't feel the impact of this Charizard pick, unfortunately.
I was also concerned in terms of the damage as well, but like I said, it's just a matter of how they play the game, and only fun is really making use of that in-depth knowledge that they had to really stomp out the competition. But Rufus, I really got to give it to Rufus. He's so aware of the across the map as well to help assist if anyone was to go for that individual fight. So it's 1v1s here. I don't know how many times he saved so many allies here, or at least stepped up for those pickups as well. Oh,
time to go in.
Blaziken?
Oh my gosh, Seismic Slam, that's going to be enough to finish up the Blaziken. They want Jalion as well, but remember Charizard, when he's united, he is incredibly fast, so they managed to get the 2 level 11s on Only Fun. Big boost of experience. Gyarados is not there for the team though, instead opting to go for a score instead. Now down bottom, as you can see, EG Phoenix really trying to get through that Regirock. It doesn't get stealed, so that's going to be a defensive bonus for them. Gyarados is here, right on top of Strawberry, but he does eject the bounces there. Can they finish off the bird? The Cram is down. But can they finish these two? It's Rufus and Gyarados. Use it to the Unite. They will lose the Hooper, so no portals for you. But with Sylveon here, maybe it's down to the Sylveon. The Draining Kiss, the Mystical Fire. They do get one of the EVs, but they don't get the Crustal. And look up top, Blaziken securing the Regieleki.
It's so hard, and although as close it will be able to outrun Solo, but he still was able to secure the objective as well. And the crazy thing about it as well, Danny, is that while there's not a lot of burst damage, which is pretty much prime time for Gyarados, because he's the kind of Pokemon where you just like to stick it in, stack the damage from the Dragon Breath, and just keep hitting as much as possible here. Oh man.
Wait, Genkai actually going down here, level 12.
That's great.
Very good here for EG Phoenix, but for Only Fun, they do need to minimize the number of losses. 2 of their core Pokemon down. Couple of misplays here. I'm a little iffy about this.
But now, because of that, that's going to allow Masquerade to hit that level 13 as well.
Not just that, actually.
He's going to go for the point.
Home base is open yet again for EG Phoenix. So I'm kind of sensing what Only Fun want to do here. They're saying, okay, you can have a couple of knockouts, but we have a Hooper and your main base is open. There is the likely possibility that they're just going to go for a home base Hooper Unite and say, you can have the Rayquaza. We're all just going to score in your home base. What are you going to do about it?
And the problem about this as well, from the previous game, the result of the previous game, and now the present of what they're witnessing again, now they're currently being down there. Decision is currently being split between two parts. Do we defend? Do we have someone to defend our base, or do we just commit to try to pick up someone in hopes that no one will try to sneak at the back cap? But it's impossible. Like you said, they have a Hooper. It doesn't matter. Rotation, repositioning is just so simple for them.
Oh my gosh, Solo caught again, but he's got his teammates behind him as well, and the Umbreon just melts. Oh my gosh, this is a very scary lineup. I do want to point out there is actually, I believe, one saving grace for a potential base score, and that is actually the Charizard. I keep mentioning this, but because he has access to the to his AoE, if you land that on the goal zone, you cannot score. You cannot score. I don't think anyone's running Score Shield. No one is running anything that's going to be able to protect them. So this might be the way for them to come back. But again, it comes down to vision. Final 2 minutes. Gyarados is in the top lane, just sort of watching, waiting. And you can see here, EG Phoenix are so scared of this back cap play. They are playing so far back on their side of the map. And this is what Only Fun want. They basically don't want EG Phoenix to get the Rayquaza.
True, but at the same time, they have no intel on Genkai. He's been so subtle about this, hasn't really revealed his location so far. They're trying to keep them in check here, do a couple of trades, high and buys, back and forth here, but nothing too aggressive. Only Fun, they know they have the lead here, but at the same time, EG Phoenix is just so concerned. Now the initiators come to the line side, and they were able to find the Traveler to actually shut it down. Now is the time where they want to see they can emphasize that a little bit more, especially without the frontliner here. But Genkai and the rest of the squad so understanding. Repositioning, resets, pops in, Seismic Slam, there's a connect, Unite move on top of another Unite move to counteract here, and now the counter initiation pops in the line side as well.
Do they have the damage to finish this through? I think they managed to outlast with this Charizard still flying, but I think he might just be it. It's the cross Frostal and the Meowscarada going up against the Hooper, Sylveon and the Trevenant, but I think this might just be a no sustain, and Only Fun should be able to lock this game in, take the Rayquaza, take their 2-0 victory, and continue their run in the lower bracket.
Oh, no amount of healing could withstand the amount of damage that was being outputted from everyone as well. My lord, they secure the Rayquaza just for good measures here. Gonna get a couple of more points in if they choose to do so.
If they choose to do so, I mean, they are not pressured in the least. They already know that they're leading in points, and Trevenant secures his 100-pointer, so pushing them forward even further. 21 seconds to go. I mean, at this point, you can see the positioning for the Sylveon. They are hoping that they push forward, and Sylveon just dunks in the home base. And as you can see, prancing right down the middle lane, everyone else busy dealing with this Pokemon in the bottom lane. 100 points, easy peasy for the Sylveon, and we are going to see another dunk here, but this time from the Hooper. So Only Fun, a 2-0 victory over EG Phoenix. They are going to keep the hope alive for Malaysia and Singapore.
Man, that is... what a win. I mean, I guess this is what you should expect from a team who's definitely aiming to secure the final spot to go to Honolulu, right? This is what you would expect for the team that is coming from one of our top 8 as well.
The team that's also aspiring to be the second team to follow MYS. Like, you can tell already, like, Only Fun, like, everyone in the region respects MYS. I've heard basically everybody say the exact same thing. They all look up to MYS. The team is so well coordinated. They're so invested. And a lot of teams want to be like that. And so for Only Fun, you can see it with the way that this team really plays. I just love the... I don't, like, we're not hearing it, but you can see by the way that they're playing, there is so much communication happening. Everyone communicating where they are. Can they take the objective? Can we take this fight? Are we going to be able to make any kind of back caps happen? Can you deal with this while I go for this cheeky score or this Rayquaza? So the Only Fun, like, we've already seen them during the Malaysia-Singapore qualifiers. Sure, they came third there, but I mean, just watching this game, they have the potential to be the team that goes to Hawaii at the end of today. But it's got to be through a lower bracket run, and let's be real, that's brutal.
You know, I'm very scared, Denali. Let's be honest here, right? Because not just because of the powers coming out from a team like Only Fun, but a team like Only Fun that's currently in the lower bracket. What kind of team do you have to be to send them here to the lower bracket? And I know they just went through against Be The One here. It was one of our teams that's currently still in the upper bracket, Be The One. They're the Thai team here. I think we're definitely going to be able to see their gameplay in the upper bracket finals later on. But still, such a well thought out plan. It felt like it was really well telegraphed coming from Only Fun. Every aspect of the round with the composition that they had, tackling the right moment and right time. I think the correct thing would be just the really right timings.
Timings, understanding the limitations of their draft, and I also feel like when they are drafting, they are also at the same time considering what is available for their opponents, right? They also understand like what Pokemon bring to the table for their opponents. How are they going to have to play around it? Is there something that they have to avoid? What weaknesses can they sort of, you know, take advantage of?
That's why I say that's why I can never get enough of the drafting phase, because it's there's so many things that's really going down. That's really something that we really can't see. It's not something so plain and simple like, oh, this guy picked this because it's counter this guy. No, it's.
I wish it was that simple.
Yeah, exactly. I wish it was that simple, but no, it's like we picked this just because of the fact that it just plays off with what the intention they were trying to go for here.
I honestly was rooting for the Charizard to work because I'm hoping somebody can really, you know, find something that makes Charizard seem like an attractive pick. But it seems like, unfortunately, this Pokemon is still going to be relegated to being a very niche choice. I can see what they were trying to do with this, right? Absolutely, we could see flex, like sparks of
life.
Yeah, sparks of life from this Pokemon. I just feel like in this particular game, there was so much working against the Charizard pick as well. You couldn't backcap because there was either a Gyarados or a Blaziken up top. You couldn't really fight into your opponents either because they had so many get-out-of-free cards. There was the Hooper Portal. You couldn't really jump on the Sylveon because you have the Fairy Frolic. Do you want to unite the Trevenant? Sure. What are you going to do to the Trevenant after that? So there was just a lot that really made Charizard seem very underwhelming. But I do think under the right circumstances, Charizard could be a Pokemon that rises again.
The thing is, I think it's the same could be said for most Pokemons, right? It's just a matter of whether you have the options for it, but at the same time,
can you accommodate the choice?
Exactly, and can you and are you able to really set up during the game itself? Because no OnlyFans now they're not just gonna lie down and wait for you guys to go crazy, right? No,
they need to rename to Only Serious because they're playing pretty dang serious at this point.
I mean, maybe they were having fun in the upper bracket, but in the lower bracket, like, yeah, guys, we're gonna turn that smile upside down.
All right, so I do think we need to break things down for everybody. So let's come to the drawing with casters segment. Mr. Leonard, would you like to take? I did the first round, okay? I'll do the next one. I promise.
I've been doing. No, you only get to do it because Flavor doesn't want to do it.
Hey, we're doing it together. Don't worry.
All right.
So the watch is in slow motion, but a lot happened in this Rayquaza fight to begin with, right?
No, and the best. I'm just going to pause it here, right? So, as it is when it comes to the positioning, right? Everyone was already, especially, no need to worry about OnlyFun. OnlyFun is already in a very safe position to either to support or backline damage here. While the rest of the squad we see coming from the Sylveon, this is putting a lot of pressure as he already committed the Mythical Fire on top of one of your main core damage dealer.
Yeah.
This is going, even though yes, he forces the Flamethrower for the bonus movement speed to do some form of damage, but at the same time is to allow him to give him the ability to reposition himself as best as possible. But we all know Mythical Fire is a sure hit ability here, so there's really no form of escape, and the damage is still going to follow through.
And not just that too, right? Sylveon is really great in these 1v1 matchups because of Draining Kiss. You cannot fight this Pokemon 1v1. You need support. So I can totally see why Charizard needed to back out of that fight because there was no way that matchup was going to be in favor of Charizard.
And to make matters worse, everyone changed their objective from, instead of picking the first guy we see, we try to really chase out the person that could most likely do the most damage. Two is, after Mythical Fire ended, the Charizard spotted Solo, spotted the Unite move coming in from the Gyarados, who's slowly making his way to either do, of course, reposition to try to get as many knockup as much as possible. But from the Charizard point of view, it's more the fact that, all right, people are trying to chase me. It's going to be trying to hunt me down, try to get the tech down, and this is going to be forcing the Charizard to fall back even further away from the fight, and suddenly the fight becomes a 5v4 here.
Yeah, and also look at the ring around the Rayquaza. Like, this is also when he does his Meteor attack. So if you get caught under that, you take a whole bunch of damage. That's also going to lock you up as well. Like, just the way that they corralled EG Phoenix, right? They really put them in such a difficult spot where they weren't in open terrain where they could freely move. They were forced to move in such a way that made them a bit more predictable.
Correct. And at the same time, while the rest of the team is just trying to pick off the crumbs off the feet of OnlyFun members, everyone was focused on the Charizard. Bounce was committed after the Gyarados used the Unite move. And instantly, at the same time, Jaleon waited for his Mythic Fire to get off cooldown and still chased the Charizard as well. Everyone was really trying to get towards him, and this pressured the rest of the squad because I'm pretty sure the communication was going absolutely nuts. Everyone was saying like, help me, please, help me. And everyone's really trying to do their best. And while this chaos is happening here, Danny, you know this, Rufus is here to always support. He's, when you give a support like a Hooper so much freedom to choose who to save and how to best assist, this much space without anyone to really chase him out, poke him down or harass him, it's just too phenomenal here.
Yeah, so let's continue with the clip because this was chaos. It wasn't just one team losing Pokemon. We saw multiple knockouts. We saw Solo going down. We saw the Charizard really trying to whittle down the Gyarados as well. The Hurricane to lock him up too. But, I mean, you got 3 Pokemon in exchange for 2. And unfortunately, the last Pokemon were pretty injured on the side of EG Phoenix, whereas Sylveon can self-heal. Hooper, portals. Tree, this guy heals himself. Like, they have the advantage in this matchup.
And let me remind as well, because I think, not sure whether everyone got to see it, Solo pretty much just like one solo 3 Pokemon, so it took a few down in the process as well. Absolutely insane to me. Now this game was really well telegraphed, whether it's this game or the previous game that we were casting initially as well, really well done coming from OnlyFun. Definitely a team that one would somewhat have expectation for to be the second best or the second representative for MYS.
I don't even know what you ban against OnlyFun. It's okay.
It's very, that's what I'm saying, it's very, because currently yes, we are going in the right direction, right? Because like, yes, we're increasing the number of bans. This definitely opens things up to more strategies, able to somewhat like block out or ban out certain Pokemon that could have been usually detrimental here. It breaks out from the traditional picking, right? Because usually you get one ban, we're gonna be saying like, okay, this guy's gonna get the Inteleon and he's gonna get the Glaceon. It's gonna be like that, rinse and repeat, right? But now we're getting more bans. We're moving to a really great direction here. But sometimes, I believe in the future we're gonna be going to even better directions here. And I believe we're gonna get more bans. And having more bans definitely makes things a lot more easier. However, with 2 bans, when you play against a team like Only Fawn or MYS, it's very difficult to ban those heroes without taking some of their heroes because everyone has such a versatile pool.
And I think we also need to talk about the fact that if you add more bans, this is actually a disadvantage for newer players and newer teams because they have to expand their pool of playable Pokemon. So, like for the pros, the guys that really play Unite, they know how to play multiple Pokemon for their roles. Like, they're totally okay with this. But that's going to be the end of that lower bracket matchup. Let's have a quick update on what's been happening overall today because it's not just this game that's happening. We have multiple games happening back to back. So starting off with the upper bracket, Onyx are able to push themselves through to the upper bracket final along with Be The One. So we have our upper bracket finalists ready to go, ready to lock in their spot in that grand final. But as we move down to the lower bracket, Only Fun managed to beat out EG Phoenix 2-0, knocking EG Phoenix out of the competition. And at the same time, Mamu Bears winning their matchup against No Picture 2-1, meaning the next matchup in the lower bracket is going to be Only Fun versus Mamu Bears. But look, the matchup I'm looking forward to the most, that upper bracket final. Be The One and Onyx. So excited with this one. And joining me for this game is going to be none other than the wonderful Professor Flavor. Welcome back to the desk, Flavor. I know you enjoyed that previous game, but this one might be even better.
Oh yeah, most definitely. So thanks so much for having me back here at the casting table, and hopefully you guys have enjoyed the game so far. Quite unfortunate I was not able to actually join in together with you and Leonard in the recent game.
Look, this might be better, okay? Don't worry, don't
we'll
worry.
We'll see. I'm quite surprised that they're not having much breaks after concluding just that particular series. They're jumping straight into our next online broadcast. Yeah, just go.
We're ready to go. I mean, we're all ready to go to see who our top contenders are at the tournament because we didn't really get to see anything happen in the upper bracket. We've been in the lower bracket. We're chilling, we're vibing, but we are actually finally going to see our top competitors.
And I believe that they've had so much time to actually analyze how other teams have been performing in the lower bracket segment, and they've had enough rest before commencing this upper bracket finals over here, and they're just one step away of becoming top 2 here in the last chance qualifiers for the APAC West itself and securing a minimum of 3,500 USD, if I'm not mistaken.
So if you get third place,
3750, my apologies.
3750. This man knows his math. Let's introduce our upper bracket final team because these are, as some people would say right now, the top 2 teams in the tournament. So firstly, introducing Be The One. We have 1x1 Dated, F2Y, Yamate, and Reelan. And on the other side, who do we have on the side of Onyx, Flavor?
And of course, ladies and gentlemen, from Team Onyx, we have Grid, ALR, Dragots, Kurav, and F Jinkies.
Yes, and I think if you are following the Indonesian region, firstly, Onyx is an Indonesian team. If you did not watch the Indonesian qualifiers last week, you would be pretty shocked to know that Onyx actually knocked EO's team down to the lower bracket and forced them to go and do the lower bracket climb to the grand final. So
in round 1.
Round 1.
2-0.
So,
it wasn't just a series win. It was a 2-0 victory over ERC.
So it was crazy. They also both share like very similar names. It was quite difficult to watch them because like you have Onyx and Onyx, but
Onyx Rise,
but Onyx as well. Not just that during the Indonesian qualifiers, but you would be pretty familiar with some of the names on this roster as well because they also played during the Asia Champions League earlier this year, and they had a surprisingly good run. They played so well that a lot of other teams that underestimated them suddenly were just like, who are these guys?
Oh yeah, I remember that segment. And the thing is, I think we were just surprised because they had such an amazing run. Even during the group stage, in Group B, they actually placed first. And they were going up against some powerhouses. They were up against Talon, Road to the Top, Get Together, and basically their journey in ACL just stopped as they were dropped to the 3rd placing match and they went up against MYS.
Yes, MYS is a whole different monster, but look, I mean, we've already seen a lot of amazing things from this team. Now, since then, we are looking at a slightly different roster for the qualifiers. And I don't think they changed anything since the Indonesian qualifiers.
Same roster. It's the same roster.
Not a complete roster. So from ACL, they did swap out 2 players, right?
For ACL.
Yeah, so since ACL, they did swap in 2 new players. But I mean, if they're doing this well with the 2 new additions, I think it's pretty fair for us to have some pretty high expectations for Onyx coming into this matchup.
And you're looking at the second place winner for the Indonesia qualifiers anyway. So they're here to get that ticket, which they did not manage to, despite them being in the grand finals of Indonesia segment, which was quite unfortunate for them because they hail from the upper bracket finals. And so basically, Onyx beat them twice in the grand finals reset of here. So they're here to take the big win here at the last chance qualifiers.
Yeah. Now, let's talk about Be The One, because I think this is the team that people are going to maybe be scratching their heads about. And I mean, for us as well, kind of. So Be The One is a team that's hailing from Thailand. And I mean, for them to still be up here, they are doing incredibly well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the thing about this team is that previously, this is not the same roster that they ran with Thailand qualifiers. They retained 4 of the same players. So they played with this one player called Butlin, but now they're replaced with Raylin for this West Last Chance qualifiers. And they made it to top 8 for the Thailand qualifiers, but unfortunately, they made an early exit as they lost in the round 1 of the upper bracket. I think they went up against Team Angry Dog, and then they lost in the lower bracket up against Boss Battle Sam Popper.
Love the names. The names are amazing.
I think it was like BBSP, yeah.
Great names. But it looks like, I think the draft is ready.
Oh, yeah.
Is the draft ready? If it's ready, I think we just go straight to the game.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. I think people don't want to miss out on this.
I just want to see what's on the table for these teams, because we did kind of see stats, right? We saw stats of some of the Pokemon that they played. We saw some Gyarados, we saw some Blaziken, but the Cramorant ban. Okay, this is a first. For us.
Yeah, I mean, we don't foresee this as a top ban. Probably they have their own reason why they want to actually ban out this Cramorant. So we do see
it's so annoying.
Mimikyu as well as Hoopa has been off the blocks. Over here, just waiting for the last ban over here. It's going to be a Leafeon.
Lots of central lane bans actually coming in from Be The One, because both Mimikyu and Leafeon, they can be central laners. They've also been laners. I mean, I've seen Leafeon. I've seen Leafeon down top. I've seen Mimikyu up top. So, sorry, down bottom for Leafeon. So they could have done anything really. But Tyranitar's still in the pool. Dragonite is also still in the pool, so lots of options considering some of the bans we saw from those previous games. But the fact that Onyx are just already going for Gyarados, like, they know what they want. They know what they want. But at the same time, they are giving away the Sylveon and the Trevenant to Be The One. So, again, you got to respect the Trevenant. I'm really keen to see what's going to be the solution for dealing with that Trevenant to begin with. And it's Delphox. I mean, Delphox is a great Pokemon against that Trev.
It's a great response to what Be The One has to offer here at the table itself. You pair it up together with Blissey as well, so you have a little bit of recovery for your end. Usually you do see the Blissey paired up with Trevenant, as we saw previously in the low bracket segment, but Be The One is going to be responding with their own Eldegoss and Blaziken here as the 3rd and 4th pick for this game.
So, I'm not sure about the roles for these players, but let's presume it's going to be that top lane Blaziken. Very aggressive pairing because they do have the Eldegoss as well. Sylveon, if they do share the central area, they will have a very strong laner there as well. If the Trevenant hits that level 5, you can start clapping some of those faces. Very strong lanes coming out from Be The One. But at the same time, though, we do have to respect the picks here from Onyx. Dodrio, if he gets some really great early game knockouts going, we could be seeing a pretty big snowball effect from Onyx. But we also have to consider Gyarados. I think there's a very good chance we're going to be seeing some 4-man rotations in that top lane. So for Be The One, I think I do agree with the Zoro pick. They need something to pressure these side lanes, but now there's pressure on both central laners. Who's the one that gets the ball rolling for their team? Yeah,
it's truly a battle between this Zoroark up against this Dodrio here in this battle. Who is going to come out on top? A lot of aggression coming up from both sides of the team. I do believe that there's going to be no dull moments throughout this 10-minute segment in this game, number 1.
I'm looking at the Zoro here. We're seeing 2 stacking items, if I'm not mistaken. We've got the Biscuit and the Weight. So is this maybe some crazy stuff. Like, is the Sylveon still going into lane, or is this maybe like central lane Sylveon?
I'm guessing we'll see all this transpire a little bit more later as well. You do want to get that Sylveon to actually get online real fast at level 4. I do believe
It's
that
very easy to get Sylveon
very easy. And of course, you don't want to get stuck at level 3 if you go to the lane, especially in the first spawn of the Elder family, so you can actually get as much experience as possible for your side.
I want to see these lanes. You know, we have to see where the lanes are going to be. I mean, Onyx is pretty standard across the board. I don't see any shenanigans happening from them. But Be the One, where are they sending these Pokemon? Is it the central lane Blaziken? Is it maybe central lane Zoroark? It is going to be, I do believe it's Zoro in that central lane, but they're going to be sharing. It's bottom lane Zoro, maybe.
Yeah, they're playing bottom. Okay, for some reason, they're just having 3 Pokemons on the central area over here.
But it's laning Zoro.
Yeah, so I think they're just making their way to the bottom side. Yeah,
okay.
Quick Sylveon, and then immediately going to the top lane here.
I mean, it is fair because you do want to compete with that Magikarp as well. Do not let the Magikarp get that early evolution to the Gyarados.
Oh yeah, quick. Let's see over here, making his way, trying to make his escape. He does have high mobility. Here is gonna be no problem. But does not have to make Oh, quite unfortunate over here. Zora gets picked off in the hands of Team Onyx at this current moment.
And they're sending Dodrio down there as well, so pretty interesting choice for Onyx to basically just give up on that top lane. Instead, they do want to prioritize that bottom lane, maybe try and slow down the Zoro as well, because this is a double stacking Zoro. But we do have the Sylveon rotating down bottom, so we could be seeing a punish here on G-Finkies, but he has the eject button, so he can zip on out of there. And it looks like most of the lane Pokemon do get taken up there by Onyx.
Yeah.
So that's going to be great there for the team to get that experience. If anything, Onyx need to keep the ball rolling, get the evolution there for their Magikarp. That is still level 4, so lots of experience. Quite surprised that we're not seeing as many battles as I thought we would.
Yeah, but I think with all this progress, Onyx is definitely in the lead here. They are way in front in terms of levels. A little bit behind. So behind, if you do see a level 3 over there inside of Be the One. And I think that's not great progress for them. So waiting for the Combuskin to actually become Blaziken at one point here into the game. Yeah, there's not much engagements going on. Everybody is just holding up their ground, stopping up their feet.
Lots of respect. I kind of feel like both teams, they know they both need to do the same things. They're just so scared of losing that initial battle. But what's happened in the meantime, though, is that Gyarados has hit the Gyarados evolution, got enough effort, and has finally got to that evolution. Combuskin is not level 7 yet, so just sort of trying to get that last bit of experience to get the Blaziken evolution before we really start to see that action kick into gear. Down bottom, though, we're still seeing this Zoro go in for those stacks because of the double stacking items, and thankfully, because of the full heal, we'll be able to get out of there. So down bottom, they are secured. Up top, though, we will be seeing some rotations, I believe, because lots of pressure coming in from Onyx. They get the knockout there onto the Eldegoss, so no more sustain for them. And unfortunately, Combuskin still is a Combuskin. It's not a Blaziken yet.
This is going to take a little bit of time. A little bit more before it actually reaches level 7 here, but here comes the pressure. It's a 3v2 situation here at the top. Path and Grid is just showing how much power this dojo has to offer here in this game, putting a lot of pressure as possible. Now, Combuskin's already a Blaziken here at this point into the game. ALR is trying to bring his A game here on the Gyarados. We have not seen some decent Gyarados games going on so far today, so do hope ALR will be able to actually show us something over here.
Not a huge Reggie either. It's not going to be an attack or defensive bonus, but G-Finkies having to get one out of there. Too much damage there from the Sylveon, but oh no, the Zoro just got in a little bit too deep. Very Frolic having to be used, and the buff going in favor of Onyx, so they get the health regen and the experience, and the Rock Tomb X's are set up from the Crustal will help them take down the Trevenant. They're going to keep on going as well. Dodrio, one of the best Pokemon to compete with you on your Speed Flux.
Wow, Onyx must be surprised as well. What's Zoroark doing here? He's literally between 3 Pokemons on there, and I was like, okay, I'm
not
gonna take
a care in the world.
Not a care in the world. I wouldn't say it's a little bit of an overextension. It was a huge overextension coming up from his head. It just melted in between 3 Pokemons inside of Onyx.
Oh my
Meanwhile,
gosh,
here,
the Rock
Dodrio moving forward. Here comes the lead. It's going to be enough to clear on this Eldegoss. But of course, Zora bringing on a heat. Down half HP here on one of the Pokemons. But it's going to be a one-on-one battle. And Dojo is going to come out on top, making it a 2 knockout streak here in his hands. Meanwhile, oh man, This is just not going well for the side of Be The One. Onyx is leading with 217 points up against 47.
It's crazy.
Make that 262.
It's crazy. The fact that Onyx is winning on every single front. They won on the battle in the top lane. They were winning in the battle in the central area as well. Be The One needs something to work right for them. Whether it be to take one of the Reggies, be for them to get the experience, to try and maybe outscale. But everything. They can't get anything for them. Not even experience. We're looking at a huge level gap between these two teams. You've got 2 level 11s on the side of Onyx, whereas nobody on Be The One has breached level 10 yet.
Wow, you're looking at a team, the only team who did manage to grab a game and a series away from Onyx. Anyway, so basically this is like a team with huge potential, and we do foresee this much of high-level gameplays coming up from them. Be The One here, they're definitely going to prevent the pride here coming from in Thailand. Would want to make sure that they're able to actually secure this victory against Team Onyx, but they need a lot of catching. Look at the comparison between the Zoroark up against this Dodrio. Just a while ago, they had a 2-level gap, managed to reach that double-digit level 10 here at this point, but I do believe in a few short moments, Dodrio is going to widen up gap even more.
Oh my gosh, he lost like basically 3/4 of his health because of the Dodrio and the Gyarados. Absolutely insane.
How are you going to be in the front lines in that situation?
Well, you can't frontline, right? Because unfortunately for this Trevenant, you're level 8, you just hit level 9, and there's such a big level gap between these two teams. So for him to really compete with a lot of the damage that's going to be coming out from Onyx, I just don't see that happening. Now, attack boost is going to be kicking into gear here for Onyx, but the Dodrio is down bottom. We are seeing a potential battle happening in that top lane. We even see the Gyarados committing the Unite, the Phantom Forest onto 2. They're trying to figure out, do they want to bounce back or forward? They do go for the back one, and the Zoroark could not even get the Delphox. Fireworks have been used, and Grid is here. I mean, they do catch him with the Trevenant, but doesn't really matter. All the Unites are just not landing. Blaziken the next one to fall, so a lot of their burst damage is now off the table.
Wow, multiple Pokemon just melted here in the hands of Onyx. Loser and the Zoroark together with the Blaziken, that takes a big toll on them. And of course, this creates an opportunity for Onyx to actually try to get their hands on this Regieleki here at the top path, and they're going to be grabbing it. It's going to be in the hands of the Blissey, and it's making its way through the top path. While all this is happening, we do see the Delphox together with Gyarados making its way to the bottom lane, trying to provide a little security, and of course clearing the wild Pokemons at the central segment. This is going to force Be The One to actually do a little bit of defense here on the top path. Meanwhile, this is going to create a lot of opportunities for Onyx to just scatter around and grab more points for themselves. Dodrio holding on to that big 50, still have not found an opening to do any form of scoring, Danny.
He doesn't need to at this point of time. They are sitting on a pretty big lead, and
201.
201, and if he does get knocked out, that is the one thing you need to be worried about. Sure, you can go for the micro back caps, but you need to do it at full health so that you don't just get surprise jumped. You don't want to be giving away that 13 levels of experience to the enemy side, because that's what Be The One wants. If they can somehow equalize these levels, just get even closer to Onyx, this is going to be the best case scenario. And I have to say, props to them. They've really picked up their macro game. They are very close to maybe hitting level 13 on one of their core Pokemon. That might be the one thing that they're aiming for here.
Before all that, Danny, look at this. Blaziken's holding on to that big 50 over there. He's
Juicy 50.
Juicy 50. I don't think that he's going to keep staying there. I'm guessing he's just going to start rotating. He does see that Onyx is trying to cover their corners over here. On the top side, they do have the BC to get the Gyarados, protecting the top goalpost. In the bottom, we do see the Dodrio, which makes sense because he does have the mobility to actually get in position real quick with his 2 feet.
Yep. And both teams, defensive positions, because even Be The One, they might have lost both their tier 1s. They still have to worry about the potential backstabs from that Dodrio. So very defensive position. But they're at a pretty big disadvantage too, right? They have to be the ones to take the Rayquaza. They need this if they're going to be able to somehow outscore Onyx. Because if it's just going to be a 5-on-5 battle, I'm leaning towards Onyx here. They have so much control, it's not funny.
And it has not been a positive outcome for Be The One for the past previous encounters for them since the start of the game itself. Now, what is going to be the point of entry here for Be The One? They do have the Trevenant at the forefront, but then they're still not poking on this Rayquaza at this moment. And you do see Blaziken on the top side together with the Gyarados as well.
There's a standoff.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody's just looking at each other.
The Trevenant, they have managed to cut him down to half health now. With an Eldegoss, there's only so much you can do to heal, but look at the Dodrio. He's ready to come in from the back. They do start off with the Phantom Forest, triple trample as well to try and help his team. Can't quite get in though. They managed to get the block off, so Dodrio could not get the point of entry he was looking for. These teams looking still pretty healthy, but look at Dragon. This Blissey needs support. But look at this though, Dodrio kind of struggling. Wants to try and go after that Zoroark. Super close, is slowly burning down, but Blaziken has gone down on the side of Be The One, so it's a 4v5 here. Eldegoss still sticking around trying to use those shields, but the damage a little bit too much for this team. They've lost everybody in Onyx. Going to be able to take the Rayquaza, or if they want to, just score, because let's be real, do they need Rayquaza? No, they just need each other.
Oh yeah, so they've got plenty of time over here. And of course, still have not found any openings to actually do those scoring. Still a big 50 in his hands here. The Dodrio making his way to the base for Team Be The One. And he's scoring in front of their faces. And that will be the end of game number 1.
That was game 1. I felt like that was game 2. Oh my god.
I thought it was over. I said, oh yeah, we're still game on.
We're still going, but oh my gosh, we are really seeing the power of Onyx. This team has definitely evolved since earlier this year. They are on point with their coordination, their choice of draft as well. Great play at supporting their teammates. I mean, we saw earlier then Be The One trying to go after Dragons, because Blissey really having to keep this team together with the sustain, having the threat of the Bliss Assist as well. And for Be The One, if you can get rid of the Blissey, you can slowly chip Onyx down because they won't have the sustain anymore. But
I don't agree.
Too much pressure, I feel, for the Zoro to do that by himself.
I think that's too much on their plate as well. If Blissey's gone, if Dragos is done, you still have to think about how you're going to approach the grid on the Dodrio as well. He's been making some beautiful entry, a number of backups as well. He does have the mobility to actually get behind enemy lines and try to catch some Pokemons, out of the blue. So he's been doing that a few times already in this game. And yeah, he popped off a lot better compared to what Zoroark has to offer from the side of Team Be The One. It could have. I do feel that it would have been great if Zoroark did not get picked off too many times here in numerous encounters.
Well, we do need to sort of talk about the lanes too, right? Because originally we thought it was going to be that laning Sylveon, but because we saw the stacking items on the Zoroark, it sort of, gave indicators like, okay, this might be a laning Zoro, because obviously if you're going to stack, right, you need to get in lane.
You have to be there in the lane.
Yeah.
You can't stick nothing.
And respect for Onyx, because they, instead of prioritizing the top lane, they were just like, you guys can hang in there. We're going to send grid down bottom. Okay, we're going to slow down the progress of the Zoro, because one of the big weaknesses for Zoro is that this is a very early game oriented Pokemon. Without the Comfey, it's very easy to potentially just get caught out and get knocked out, right?
Exactly.
Very low health pool. You need that defensive backup to help you. And if you slow his progress down enough, you really make Zoro a much, you lessen the threat of the Zoro, because he's under-leveled, he doesn't have the damage for the burst, he doesn't feel comfortable for those engagers. So props to Onyx for sort of identifying who the potential issue could have been. Because we did see some scenarios, right, where Zoro went in, did a lot of damage, but if he just did a little bit more, would have been able to get the knockout. But because of the level discrepancy and maybe the lack of stacks, really just not hitting the ceiling for this Pokemon, unfortunately.
Yeah, because the idea is once you start engaging with the Zoroark, the idea is the ability for you to actually grab and knock out one Pokemon, and the ability to disengage from all that encounter. But that was not really the case. Engage, and then he was just melted in between multiple Pokemons from the opponent's side. Of course, this is a little bit replay on what has transpired in the recent game number 1 itself. Dodrio doing so much here in this game. Everybody's just doing so well. Gyarados definitely did what he's supposed to be. You're supposed to be in the heat of action. Keep having some more infightings.
And can I say again also, props to Gyarados, because we didn't really see it on screen, but I was looking at the map and he was still getting these little micro scores. Even though he was alone, he was dodging the opposing Blaziken. They were sort of trading scores, and I think in a 1v1, I don't think you can really allow a Gyarados to trade scores with a Blaziken. Especially with how the game was currently going, right? You really needed to slow them down. You don't want him to hit that really big power spike as the Gyarados, but they were just sort of like, okay, maybe if Blaziken comes online, like maybe we can compete with them. I kind of think the Blaziken needed more support.
Yeah,
I really
truly
feel
needed
like this could have been the Pokemon to bring the game back for this team because Blaziken was the best securer in that particular game. Like Blaziken secure is really hard to outcompete. But we saw him obviously playing the standard Blaziken style alone, doing his own thing because, you know, Blaziken is a big threat on his own. But because Gyarados was there, it was just a 1v1 kaiju battle, right? They were totally okay to fight with each other.
I think Blaziken was expecting Zoroark to actually make that opening for him since he requires double evolutions anyways, and you're going to be getting online first. But since at Zoroark's stage, he's already getting punished, and by the time he becomes a Zoroark, he's already getting punished even more. So I'm guessing that, yeah, I get what you mean. Like, I'm guessing in that situation, Blaziken's the only guy you can actually depend on to actually make it a turnaround for them. Yeah, but that was not really the case coming on from Team B, the one.
Yeah. So before we jump into game number 2, we do need to continue with our player questionnaire because we do love learning about our teams participating today. Hopefully you do remember them after the last chance qualifiers. Let's start with Be The One Flavor. How did they form their team?
I see. So team profile for Team B, The One. How was your team formed? Now, we form a team because we all dream to go to Hawaii.
Ooh.
So if the Pokemon UNITE World Championship were not to happen in Hawaii, this team will not exist. Their dreams are not aligned.
Pretty sure the country would change depending on where Worlds is.
I see. Okay, I thought this was specifically for Hawaii. I just had to reconfirm this.
Okay. I mean, who doesn't want to go to Hawaii? It is a beautiful place.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I haven't been there yet.
Let's see what Onyx has to say.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure Oh, okay. Onyx apparently didn't answer this. So we don't know how this team formed.
They did not attend the exams. We gave them the question, they didn't answer them. But yeah, so I would assume they are a strong team. It's obvious. I think a lot of Indonesian fans out there have witnessed how strong they were during the qualifiers, and they're performing this well in this competition, and they are still in the upper bracket here in the finals itself, and they're very looking forward to see how well this team will perform all the way up to grand finals.
Well, that's assuming they make it to grand finals because it's still early, right? It's just one game. We could still be looking at another 2 games if Be The One can turn things around. I do believe this team has the potential to do so. It's just after that first game, they definitely had a very delicate draft, and I do think they can fix this going into game number 2 because they've survived thus far, right? They survived the upper bracket gauntlet, and they can definitely do it again. But very quickly though, Dated, the support player for Be The One. Lots of Hooper for him today, a little bit of Blissey as well. I want to know, are we going to continue seeing any of these Pokemon for Dated? Because he played Eldegoss in that previous matchup.
He did, yeah. I don't want to, probably he just have quite a big pull for himself to actually play. It's that flexible to actually play out a numerous amount of support Pokemon.
Sableye, let's go. Not a healer.
I remember there was the Sableye Hoopa ban because usually those are a 2 different breed of support Pokemons here compared to what the others has to offer. It's more towards giving shields, giving healing.
Sure. Oh, we're going to be doing a support comparison. For Dragons, he also likes the Hoopa, so a bit of a share between the 2 teams, but we do see some Eldegoss here for Dragons.
I remember Dragons was one of the lookout player list.
I remember him in particular because he played some really nasty Clefable games earlier this year. He played really, really great Clefable. I don't know if we're going to be seeing his Clefable again today, just because, again, not really part of the meta. Like, the healing output for Clefable, it's still there, but not as absurd as it was back in the day.
I think last time it was #1 was during the ACL segment.
Yeah, pretty much. And it was the go-to support. If you didn't pick Clefable, you had to pick Hoopa or Blissey.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the only options.
Like, Blissey is like rank 2, and then you play Hoopa, which is a different support altogether. Yeah, it's always been like a Hoopa Clefable battle.
It was a pretty big battle between those 3 supports.
Yeah, so it's either that or Clefable gets banned. It's as simple as that. And nobody wants to run the Delphox as a counter to Clefable games anyways. Or other things.
No disrespect to Delphox, because Delphox is actually not too bad now.
Yeah.
It's actually a pretty decent Pokemon. I kind of feel like Delphox needs a little bit more attention, or it should be given more attention because
I think it was given a little bit today.
A little. I want to see some more.
Yeah.
I think it deserves some more. I mean, even the devs said so, right? With the latest update, they were just like, oh, maybe a little bit too much Delphox. Gonna have to tone things down a little bit, even though we barely saw it before the patch update, which I thought was a little bit crazy, but I mean, they obviously have a theory behind all of these, the choices to either go for the nerfs and bans, the nerfs and buffs, with Tyranitar being maybe slightly tiny bit overly smidge buffed. Bit too
I think
much.
it was okay. I think it was okay. We do see T-Tar being there during some of the drafts we saw for today.
I mean, look, I
Back
saw
then,
I
even
saw
in
one
ACL,
game.
we don't see any T-Tars being played out.
Hey, we did. Remember?
No, not as much as what we see now as
Okay,
there was fly buffs. Yeah,
of
Compare-
course,
I
okay.
I do see that like before this, it was super niche. Let's admit
Very
it was
niche.
super niche, very
Yes.
niche.
The,
Yeah.
the one time we saw it was, I think it was loading against
Yes.
another team, and they ended up with a Tyranitar Metagross matchup in the top lane, which was
Oh,
actually
that
insane.
one.
I loved watching that. I need to go back and watch it again. But bans. We have Mimikyu, we have Leafeon, we have
Again, that
Gyarados.
same one. Gyarados
What's
bad.
this last ban here for Onyx? It's Hooper. So no Hooper. So somebody is going to get first dibs on the Blissey. And is it going to be the one?
Ooh. Let's see.
Tyranitar!
Oh, it's a T-Tar first pick.
That's... Okay, I do have some reservations about this because every time you pick a Pokemon first, you are basically telling your opponents, here's our first pick. If it's a Pokemon like Tyranitar that does require some setup,
Yes.
you now have 5 picks to counter this Tyranitar.
Exactly.
So yes, it's a strong Pokemon, but Onyx, I mean, look at the way that they're drafting already. They're saying we're going to pick Pokemon that are just going to kite the Tyranitar. You won't be able to touch us.
You don't want to go have a frontal battle together with T-Tar, so you want to have
But Dated is about to be given the Blissey.
So more sustain for this T-Tar.
Not
So,
just
yeah.
the sustain.
Yeah, it's gonna be insane.
Helping Hand Safeguard was buffed.
Yeah.
So there is an opportunity here if they really wanted to go all in with just a massive Tyranitar. You play the ultra buff Tyranitar and you just fight into him. But the fact that Metagross is being highlighted by Onyx like this, why do we see these two Pokemon? Okay, they go back to Buzzwole.
They're going with Buzzwole.
That's a Buzzwole matchup.
Yeah, okay.
So I do like the Buzzwole too, because Buzzwole is really great at isolating Pokemon.
Yeah,
and again,
displacement.
just disrupting Pokemon, which you can tell right now, it's either going to have to be the Trevenant or the Tyranitar that you need to focus as Buzzwole.
Yeah, that's true as well. And I think this kind of displacement coming up Buzzwole will definitely benefit them. You pair that up together with the Cameron, with the Delphox. That's just the right ways for you to actually tackle on this T-Tar in this game, together with the Trevenant as well.
So
They are going with
Drago?
the Venusaur as well as the Espeon here for the side of Be the One. As for Dragons, yeah.
Is it Eldegoss?
He has played this. He did play this recently, so
I
probably
can-
just running it again.
I think I can sort of go with this as well, because Eldegoss can also cause issues for the Tyranitar. You got the slow, you've got the Cotton Cloud Crash. That can also be a great way to disengage a Tyranitar because of the pushback, the healing as well. I can see this work.
I think this echoes back to the earlier conversation. Because of having such an opening with the T-Tar, you are thinking of ways on how to tackle this particular Pokemon. Because we've seen...
This is the focal point of Be the One's draft right now.
Yeah, we've seen scenarios where we saw the first game of the day, first series of the day, where T-Tar, when given the space, when given the levels, it's a force to be reckoned with.
He's a monster.
It's a monster, yeah.
He's a
Legit,
monster.
it's like, yeah, not an overstatement at all.
No.
Trust us on this.
Yeah,
Yes.
he is very fearsome. So, I mean, look, if Onyx can beat the Tyranitar here, that would be a pretty big statement to say that, like, we're going to give you the major Pokemon from this update. We have solutions. We
Yeah,
know how to
that's
play
solutions.
against this. But at the same time, we do need to sort of consider for Be the One, do they have enough support for this Tyranitar before the final stretch, right? Because the whole point of Tyranitar, the first 8 minutes for him is so important. You want those levels. You want
need
space. Feed him. Make him big. Give him those levels. And just turn him into a force to be reckoned with for the late game. Because I feel like if he outscales everything Onyx has going into that late game, I don't think it matters how much control you have.
So yeah, so they are actually leading up the
Crab
to the
Central.
top lane. Yeah.
Grid.
So Crab going on the central area over here. We do see EV for 2, and together with yet another here on the side of Be the One is at the bottom segment on the side. I do wonder what this Bulbasaur is going to be running. Is he going to go on the front lines, or he's going to be playing Solar Beam instead for himself to actually provide a little bit of safe space during engagements? You do have front line, you do have the Trevenant, you do have the T-Tar as well. Do you really need a non-Solar Beam?
I feel like you might be running Solar Beam because he didn't have the Rapid Fire Scarf, and that is like one of the main components for the Petal Dance, right? So maybe just that ranged backline attacker along with the Espeon. have your Tyranitar sitting in the front lines, him to create space, and then your backline attackers, your Espeon bouncing around with the stored power, and then the Solar Beams to come on through if the Tyranitar can lock anyone down. I mean, that seems to be the most logical sort of composition here. Now, look at Larvitar almost getting caught. We'll be able to zip on out of there, thankfully. So no knockout yet. But you can see Onyx, like they are pushing this Larvitar lane.
Oh yeah, most definitely. So they're focusing here on the top path. The Larvitar is already a Pupitar here at this point. It's all about basically just surviving as long as possible, getting as much experience as you can, and getting into that Tyranitar form. And of course, dominate all this. Meanwhile, we do see Cramerton back to the central area, getting a little bit of experience together with the Espeon, the Blissey, and the Eldegoss, waiting for the wild Pokemon, the Altera family, to appear here on the central segment. 6 to 7. I think this is the closest we've seen so far. And there's not much so far. It's so little. There's not much to be considered, I would say. It would be great when I actually have a look at the central area here. That's where the next action is happening. But I do feel that all the wild Pokemon has already been cleared by the time we reach here.
Oh, they do slow down the Espeon, but just not enough. Unfortunately for Jinkies, like you just don't have the lockdown to really keep them in place with the Scald. So again, very
interesting. The
defensive plays.
Pupitar.
Look, I don't blame them. I don't think anyone can blame them. Like, you gotta get rid of that Tyranitar. But Pupitar doing a fantastic job with levels and just always playing in a position where he's just never getting caught, right? That's the dream. Sure, the Trevenant goes down here, but that means that this Pupitar, he's hunting for wild Pokemon free.
Yeah, and Be The One is actually currently in the lead when it comes to level as well compared to what Onyx has to offer. Eldegoss has to be a little bit careful, but it is in the hands of Dragons anyways. So do believe in his abilities to actually carry on with this Pokemon. Meanwhile, here at the bottom lane, Traven here trying to make his way into safety towards the top left side, leaving these three Pokemons, the Cramonan, the Slowbro, and together with the Delphox to actually clear out some wild Pokemons. And of course, this is high time.
It's a trade.
It's going to be a trade here. The Regieleki with the Regirock appearing at the bottom path.
And Buzzwole can't compete with that top lane. If he just goes in there, he will immediately be KO'd. So
he will melt.
Yeah, 1-for-1. Regieleki up top to break that top tier goal zone. I kind of like this because you are taking that map control away from Onyx. And at the same time, you're also supplementing the Pupitar. Your whole team is here. If they try to jump you can turn things around and maybe get the knockout yourself and have that last bit of experience to get your Pupitar into that Larvitar. And he's so close as well. I think he's just half a level away. So I hope Onyx is ready for this. I hope they have the necessary tools to deal with this Tyranitar, because if things start to go awry now, I think it might just be game over.
Exactly, and I think that's when it's going to be go time for Team Be The One. It's only one level away. They have the Venusaur, they have the Trevenant, the Espeon, as well as the Blissey ready to go together with this Tyranitar. Meanwhile, here at the top lane, we do see the Wood Hammer in the face here. The big expand on Cramerton together with the Buzzwole. Buzzwole jumping in. Unfortunately, was not able to actually do any form of knockdowns on any of the Pokemon on the side of Be The One.
Oh, Pupitar, he got greedy. He just wanted that last Altaria because I think it would have been enough to get him to evolve, but he gets caught out, shows himself, and gets knocked out. The team, though, they're going to have to try and prevent these scores from happening. Big Unites being used, Verdant Anger as well, but unfortunately no connection there on the Solar Beam. But oh boy, that did slow down the Pupitar. Could have evolved there, but just got a little too greedy.
I get the idea because he was trying to get the invulnerability if he actually goes for evolution, but then he did not manage to actually get in time just to clear up any of the Atelier family. That was quite unfortunate. It's okay. It's okay. It's still a little bit of time, but he's already a T-Tar now.
He's there. 5 minutes, not too bad. Psychic Stiletto being used to scare away the Cramorant. So next battle, they're not going to have that up until probably around the 3.5-minute mark, where we might be seeing another skirmish for these teams. But we are going to be seeing the Regieleki and the Reggie down bottom coming up in the next 10 seconds. And I'm keen to see what this next bottom Reggie is going to be. If it's a beneficial buff.
Exactly.
This might tilt things in favor of Onyx.
If it was a Regice, that this will highly benefit Team Be The One here on the top side. It is a Regirock, so that's going to be defense and special defense for any team members who actually clear it. I guess this is a big opening for Onyx to take it up for themselves in hand of the Cramoran as well as the Delphox at the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Is it worth it for the trade-off for the Regieleki?
I think it's okay.
It's okay.
I mean, you managed to give extra level to both the Cramorant and the Delphox, so you are still extending your level lead, but with this defensive buff, you can see they're actually confident to try and fight into this. We do see the Fire Spin on tempted. The Trevenant, they do use the Phantom Forest, and it looks like right now the Cram already down. Cotton Cloud Crash going to be used, but can't connect onto anybody, so we'll just be catching up with the team. But Espeon stuck around right next to the goal zone. Next one to go down. I'm going to be real, that was a really messy fight.
That was a little bit off position for the Espeon to be just there. By the time he realized that he messed up over there, all teammates already made their way to safety. Meanwhile, this creates an opening for Buzzwole to score a huge 40 there at the top goalpost from the side of Team Be The One, making the score 103 for Be The One and 185 to Team Onyx.
Yep, the game is still within reach, however, for Be The One, just behind by a mere 82 points. And I say mere because that's not a lot in a game of Pokémon Unite.
At all. It feels that Onyx has to be careful as well because Be The One, they can score even without the presence of Rayquaza and still make it a win in the last 2-minute segment.
Yep, everyone is in the bottom lane here for Onyx, but look at this Be The One. They've got 3 Pokemon in that top lane, maybe trying to bully this Buzzwole out of that lane. No, actually wanting to play it safe here.
Eldegoss, what are you doing there?
Yep.
Is he trying to find an opening to go over score? Oh, but they spot him out. They spot him out.
They spot him out, so no scores, unfortunately, for Dragons. But now we are seeing a bit of a split here. This Cramorant has been spotted by Yamate on that Trevenant, so no surprise for that little blue bird. But with 45 seconds to go here, Flavor, we are reaching the point of no return for these teams. Onyx just needs to win this next team fight at the Ray to secure this game. But Be The One, they have the Tyranitar. They need to bring this late, and they need to push this Pokemon to its maximum potential to get that Game 3.
I think no one can actually let up this Regieleki because any team that actually gets this, the opposing team has to fan it off for any possible scoring coming from their opponents. But I'm guessing they're all gonna disengage from that encounter and getting themselves ready for the big fight here for Rayquaza. And of course, the burden is going to be in the hands of Be The One as they're lacking points here in overtaking Onyx. It's not a big gap, it's only 82 points separating between them, siding more towards the Onyx side at this current moment, meaning that all they have to do is fan up the team members who will be the ones to do any form of scoring or even get their hands on that Rayquaza.
The game is pretty even, just a slight level difference between the two supports of these two teams, but you can see here, level 13 for all of the core Pokemon for Be The One, so they are ready to rumble. Onyx, they've got to win this somehow, and it's going to be so tough because for Jinkies, there are so many Pokemon you want to slow beam. Telekinesis going to start off with Yamate there. They do push Jinkies towards the team. Solar Beam follow-up. This Slowbro is super tanky. But here comes the Tyranitar. He is trying to be so methodical with this entry because he knows if he messes up, that's it for Be The One.
Oh yeah, he's still waiting for his entry as well. Now he's really at the front lines
Look
together
at the
with
Cramorant. The wrap around from the Cram. What's he thinking? Does he want to come in from the back lines and go for the Gatling goal? This is crazy.
This is a big sandwich coming up from the side of Team Onyx here. They are in position. What is
Psychic
going to be? Oh, they got a hold of the problem here. That's going to be a big loss here for Team Onyx. Probably a wrong approach here to how this team fight should be. Here comes the entry. The
Trevenant! Oh my god, the 3-man pull trying to get the ball off of the Rayquaza, but Tyranitar, there's the slow beam, the support is there, they do have the eggs. Onyx, they are running out of gas. The Cram is still gone for another 3 seconds, but the Espeon has been taken out. It's down to the Delphox on the support. Who gets the Rayquaza here? Solar beam secure from the Venusaur. Be The One wants to be the one to go to game number 3. Gatling Gulp's been used, but it's too late. 20 seconds to go. The points will be scored, and Be The One are pushing this to a game number 3. Onyx are not in the safe zone yet.
Oh wow, we definitely have to see what happened just now because despite Onyx getting themselves in some comfortable position, quite unfortunate for them as they actually lost out the Cramorant over there. Oh, that was such a big loss for them. Despite being in the lead, Be The One are going to be the ones to actually win this game number 2. No puns intended.
No puns intended at all during that match, but oh my gosh. Onyx tried to come up with the creative play, and look, props to them. I think they had to make this crazy play work because if they were just going to run into Be The One 5-on-5, I really think that was just not going to work out for them. So to try and come up with the creative play, the idea was there. The execution, though, it just didn't land, unfortunately. Like, Grid, he came in and he disappeared.
I missed out on a lot of vital information. Like, why was Grid just walking into all that rather than... I know what you were thinking. Like, you thought she was going to pop up with the Unite over there from a distance.
He wanted reeling, actually. If you saw the way that he was sort of moving on the map, he was chasing after the Venusaur. He wanted to try and get rid of him to eliminate one of the main damage sources for the team, because it really was the Venusaur and the Espeon following up with FY2, like F2Y, sorry. Like the Tyranitar, yeah, he's threatening, but he has to get on top of you. It's the backline support that takes advantage of the space being given by the Tyranitar. That was a really big issue for the team, because like if every time you see ALR, if he just tried to run into that team and he tries to fight the Tyranitar, he's probably just going to be popped by the two attackers. So you really had to somehow disrupt them or force out some Unites, but at the same time, like not be knocked out. Which look, Grid forced out the Psychic Select, but he was on the receiving
guy
end
to force the Unite though. I don't think she was sending that guy in. Anyways, it could have been Dragons, it could have been F Jinkies. Anyways, but yeah, I think that was quite painful pill to swallow, because Onyx, they were in the lead, they were having such a good hold, great positioning. Quite unfortunately, the main decider for the match had to be the Rayquaza pit engagement over there. Be the one securing that Rayquaza. Having a 5v4 situation, siding towards be the one. They're definitely going to let up on. They're definitely not going to let up on that advantage, and they took it all the way to a win.
They brought it to a win. They brought it to a game number 3. It could go either way, Flavor. It could be the one. It could be Onyx. We don't know who's going to the grand final.
This is definitely a battle of fright, worthy of being an upper bracket finals over here. You're looking at Team Onyx on the Indonesia segment, Team B, the one from Thailand segment. Which one of these teams will be making it to the grand finals? Let's wait and see later for game number 3. Before all that, let's have a look at some of the replays on that game number 2. It was such a wild game between these two amazing teams.
Yeah, it's a wild game. It was a really, really scary game of cat and mouse too for Onyx, because they were, at the beginning, they were the cats. They were the ones that had to just slow down this Tyranitar, and I don't think they were satisfied with what they could do in the early game. So as soon as Tyranitar hit Tyranitar at about that 5-minute mark, that's when you sort of saw them be a lot more reserved with their choices, with their movements, and the way that they really played. And I mean, at the Rayquaza pit, this is probably the most reserved that we have seen this team, up until that point where Grid tried to just make that play work and disrupt that Venusaur. But again, just props to the Espeon. Like, one by one, Psychic Select on point, caught the bird before he could move.
Oh yeah, I think that was a great utilization of the Unite over there. Who knows what would happen? It was just like by a fraction of a second. It was actually just like,
it was so fast. You saw him go in and it was like, oh, okay, Psychic Select, up, he's pushed away, up, he's gone. So, I mean, this is just how the game is for Unite when you hit that late game. Like, any small mistake, whether it be a small one or a large one, someone's going to take advantage of that.
Most definitely as well. And of course, if your main course actually gets picked off during that segment of the game, and it's going to be a very, very long cooldown as well. You're away for almost
25 seconds, I think.
25 seconds. Some of them, you're away for almost half of a minute as well, depending on how high your level is. So yeah, once you're away for that long, I mean, it creates a big opening for your opponents.
The game is only 10 minutes.
Exactly.
It feels like ages in the game of a Pokémon Unite. So we do need to get ready for this game number 3. I'm pretty sure the teams are all just sort of talking amongst themselves. So we're going to give them a bit of a minute before we jump into this draft. But ALR, he has played Gyarados and he has played Buzzball in this matchup. Now, I'm genuinely curious to know your opinion here, Flavor. Do you prefer ALR to play a scaling top lane? Or do you fancy his utility top lane a little bit more? Because we saw both playstyles so far.
Yeah, but I think that he is that flexible. He's able to actually play out both well now. But I think that he does a little bit better on scaling. I've seen on his previous matches as well. He just does that way better. And he plays it even more, actually.
Yeah.
So I think that's why I do favor scaling, I guess.
I wonder if Onyx are going to be able to take the Tyranitar for themselves. That would be pretty crazy to see ALR just stomp around as that big Tyranitar. I think it suits his style of play. He plays Gyarados,
Yes,
right?
he plays Gyarados.
He plays a great Gyarados, so to see him play Tyranitar, that would be interesting, assuming it goes through bans, because we do have a banning phase
If
to
they
worry
even
about.
decide to want to take Tyranitar in the first place as well.
Yeah, because Onyx, I do want to just quickly remind folks as well, because Onyx lost that series, they do have the option to choose if they want first pick or the last pick. So I am keen to see what their choice is going to be. But F2Y. Thoughts on F2Y actually? Are you a fan of what we kind of saw here with his Tyranitar? Are you more of a Blaziken fan for him?
I was just a Blaziken fan for him just because I don't think he performed well. If you were to compare, right, the T-Tar for this game, the impact, and not like the previous T-Tars we saw in previous series, I would say. By the time he became T-Tar, I don't think he brought the impact during those team fights. Could have done a lot more. But I don't blame him at the same time as well because it was not easy for him to actually go to the front line as well. I mean, it hurts a lot. So it's not that easy for him to actually go in with all that opening coming from his side. Yeah, but I definitely see a much better play for the Blaziken. But the difference is not that big because they didn't really have a really good game one anyways.
Yeah, game number 1 was pretty rough for the team, but we do see him shine in game number 2. And maybe we see him shine in game number 3 as well because game 3... it is upon us. We are getting ready to jump into the draft. For everyone that is cheering for your teams, let them know in the chat they do want to have that support. Sometimes that little bit of extra support really just pushes them through some of these games because both teams are in a very stressful situation. Sure, they're in the upper bracket. You know, if they win, great. If they don't, they might go to the lower bracket, but sometimes they need that motivational support from you guys to sort of push them through. So let them know that you're supporting them, whether you're watching on YouTube or on Twitch. Let them know they do sometimes watch these broadcasts back and they do like seeing some of this support come on through.
Yeah, it really helps as well. And especially with the amount of pressure when the opponent has more supporters compared to you do, it adds on even more pressure as well. Your voice matters as a community, right? And of course, very excited. It's a very electrifying moment over here because this one game will decide which one of these two teams will be the first to the grand finals. And having an advantage by being the upper bracket finalist is that you only require to actually one best of 3 series compared to the lower bracket winner, which are required to win the first best of 3 series.
2 best of 3s.
Exactly, at the grand finals and force a grand finals reset.
It's a lot.
It's a lot, yeah.
It's a lot to ask for.
Might as well just get there now.
Yeah, get there now.
Get there now.
Have your dinner. You relax.
Exactly.
You know? Just get ready. But the draft is ready, folks. Game number 3 for the upper bracket final. Let's jump in. Let's see what's on the table. And let's see what's off the table. I want to see, are we going to start seeing some player respect bans? Because, of course, we are seeing a lot of meta bans, but I do think at some point we kind of have to ban certain Pokemon from players because they are the issue. Now, speaking of issues, Hooper was an issue, taken out of the pool. Makes sense. Don't want to deal with the mobility. Cramorant ban. Okay.
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 So Onyx banned Cramorant.
Maybe they don't want to deal with the Cram.
Okay. We saw. I think this is the second Cram ban today.
Yes.
Yeah, it was the second.
Tyranitar still in the pool, and Onyx have first pick.
The one doesn't want to deal with Gyarados anymore.
So what's the plan? Is Onyx taking Tyranitar now, or do they take a support? They get the Trevenant. You know what? I agree with this. If you're going to get a first pick, it's either Tyranitar or Trevenant.
Yeah, I think it's great. Of course, this could be the opening Tyranitar for the side of Be The One.
And it's paired with the Blissey too.
Exactly. Now, this is going to be a big monster.
Ooh. Okay.
Like, if you watch any monster series, there's no such thing as a Blissey providing any form of support. Like, you imagine that plus with the Blissey.
I actually think instead of banning the Cram, I probably would have banned the Blissey instead, because Blissey is such a great enabling support for a Pokemon like Tyranitar. Depending on whether you provide the heals or you go for the helping hand, the Bliss Assist makes it really difficult to take out a Tyranitar to begin with. So I hope there's enough firepower on the side of Onyx, because if they don't have this firepower, I think F2Y is just going to run them down. So this is why we are seeing a pairing here of the Sylveon and the Delphox can synergize together. They can try and go for the early game build here for the Sylveon. I'm curious to know what the play is. Is it going to be Screamion, or are we going back with the Mystical Fire Draining Kiss?
Oh yeah, and I think all this will be answered when the game begins as well. Wait.
What is the what's the play?
I think
what's
Onyx
the
is
play?
just trolling with us.
No, they're not trolling. Like, you have to pick your best Pokemon here. If it's Buzzwole ALR, you've got to pick it now. What's the play? Are we going to go for a last second change? I think they're discussing it. Final discussions. They're locking in the
They're
Buzzwole.
locking in it. Yeah, I think they're going to
Okay.
go for Eldegoss. Yeah.
This makes sense, but Be the One have last pick, and if Reelin wants to really play dirty, last pick is the best way to just sort of come in and pick something that really messes with their opponents. But no, it's just going to be the Venusaur again. It's fine.
It's
I
fine.
like this. I like the comp.
It's okay, but double evolutions though. So you got the T-Tar as well as the Venusaur, but you have double evolutions on your end. You do have the Blissey, you can actually provide a little bit of assistance. Now, this could be a different Venusaur. You can run Build Dance, but now you're running with... No. It's going to be Solar Beam.
Yeah, it's looking like it's Solar Beam.
Yeah, it's a Solar Beam. And... yeah, lots of... I think great front lines coming on from Be the One. Does Onyx have enough firepower to deal with what Be the One has to offer?
I actually think Gene Keys is telling his team, guys, I'm fighting a Tyranitar. I actually
Well, he has to. He's the only one who can actually be there.
No, it's not just him being there, but the fact that... So, the unique thing with Trevenant, not only can he play this disrupting build, but he can also, if he wanted to, you can actually consider going for the alternate skill trees. You can play Curse.
You can play Curse,
Yeah, you can actually consider playing Curse. You can play Pain Split. Like, the whole point of that build is you want to just sit on top of whoever you're fighting. And the whole point of Tyranitar, like, yeah, he's going to chip you down with the Sandstorm, but he doesn't... He's not going to have an easy time just chipping down a Trevenant. And so he's going to have to try and dodge the Trevenant at the same time. If he goes for the standard build like Hornleech and Woodhammer, that's totally okay too. That's also another issue for Tyranitar. You're not going to have an easy time.
It's a displacement, it's shoving you away.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is something that you want during team fights as well, because you want to put him away from your teammates. Oof. So I guess, ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 3, or deciding match. Now, the winner of this match will become the winner of the series, and it will decide which of these two teams, Onyx and Be the One, will be making it to the grand finals.
And locking in second place.
Exactly, locking in second place, a minimum of $3,750 US in prize, and one step away making it and becoming the champion here for the championship and getting their slots at Honolulu. The game is underway here. Onyx on the purple side and Be the One on the orange side, and the game is underway. We do see 3v3 situation happening here at the top segment. The Espeon going together with the Sylveon on the side of Onyx, moving up to the top lane.
Going up to the top lane, just trying to prioritize where can they really beat down Be the One, right? You want to just ensure, really hinder those side lanes and slow everyone's progression down so that you can snowball and run away with the game. Because that's what we have seen with Onyx before. They have run away with the match before, but it does require them to be able to execute their lanes perfectly. Now up top, this little Larvitar has support there for the team, so unfortunately, no knockouts for them at all. We'll get the experience. Espeon is there just to sort of babysit, and now they're going to rotate it into the central area. So a nice rotation here. If you're Onyx, you've got to punish this. You just can't let this Larvitar get experience for free.
Oh yeah, and still Larvitar at this point itself just made its way into a Pupitar here in the game. 8 minutes and 2 seconds left here in the game. ELR with the Buzzwole here. We're talking about getting a little bit farming for himself. Meanwhile, bottom lane looks a little bit spicy and dicey over here, as we do see 4 Pokemons from side of Onyx up against the Umbreon and the Bulbasaur.
Oh,
not
wait.
made its way into the Ivysaur.
The Pupitar is about to run into all of these Pokemon, so
no,
we'll
he's
see
backing
them
up.
first.
He's
But we are
backing-
seeing a rotation. Espeon's coming in, Umbreon as well. Even the Bulbasaur that's level 4 is coming in too. They're saying, we've got to come in, they've got to support if we need to. And Buzzwole actually gets the Chansey, so we do get one knockout there for Onyx. It could have been better. It could have been the Pupitar, maybe could have been the Espeon, but any small consolation prize is going to be a big one here. And now we're going to be seeing a Screamion build here for the Sylveon. Hyper Voice on the table. They want to dish out as much damage as possible. And Sylveon, if you want to kite a Tyranitar, Screamion is the way to go.
Yeah, and of course that's going to be the damage build that is going down the path as well. Meanwhile, Pupitar getting a little bit of experience here in the wild Pokemon area at the central segment, letting his other teammates to actually do a little bit of cover here at the top segment. Buzzwole as well as Eldegoss just screening away the Springer ones towards the left side so that the members on Team Be the One are not able to grasp any of them for themselves. Meanwhile, here at the bottom lane, traveling together with the Sylveon, doing a little bit of rotation, and our next attention will definitely be on the Reggie.
Well, up top though.
Oh yeah, up top is going to be the Reggie Lucky. It does seem that it's not going to be a clean one-to-one trade-off over here. It does seem that both teams would want to commit here at the Reggie Lucky.
They do have it. It's going to be for Be The One. So the Regieleki has been locked in. They do have the healing available here for the Blissey. So lots of sustain, soft-boiled as well as the eggs. So it's going to be really difficult for Onyx to really chip down that Tyranitar once he does hit that level 9. But down bottom, at least they do get the buff, which is great. They get the experience as well. But look, I don't see them really slowing down Be The One. And I hope this is what they want. I hope they're just saying, focus on your lanes, break those goal zones, we'll deal with them during the mid-game.
Oh yeah, because they're not going to show their visits anytime soon unless we start invading towards the right side of the map here. Meanwhile, here at the top lane, ALR just having the map himself. Bottom lane is the place to be, as we do see constant pressure here from the side of Team Onyx. 4-man movement over here up against the Umbreon, the Espeon, and the Pupitar. Still, it does seem that Sylveon is going to be spotting him out.
This is Grid's job. It's his job. He needs to get rid of him. Oh, the angle. The jukes from the Pupitar, a little bit too much.
Oh, yeah. I think that's going to make his way, but he's not going to go back straight to the Pokemon Center. He's going to get a little bit of experience with himself here before he goes back. Too close to call over there for Be The One. Still finding a little bit opening for himself, but Pupitar is already at level 8, so he's just one level away from making his way into a Tyranitar. And of course here, Dayden is not in a comfortable position. Getting picked on between 3 Pokemon from Team Onyx.
Yeah, we are looking at roughly a same time evolution, so I do believe last game as well, at around the 5-minute mark, like almost spot on 5 minutes, that's when we did see the Tyranitar go for the full evolution. So same as last game, but we are seeing a bit of a difference here between these two teams. Big level difference. Onyx with 3 level 10 Pokemon. Again, Be The One, they have not reached level 10 with any of their Pokemon. So if you're Onyx, you gotta start running away with this game. You've got to start beating them down. Do not give Be The One an opportunity to come back, especially with the Tyranitar Power Spike that's coming up.
But this should be the scenario, knowing that the opponent does not have, you know, it's literally a 5v4 situation up until Tyranitar is online anyways. So probably this could
it's up
be
to Jinkies.
The Jinkies right now. Oh, managed to throw him in
It's up to
towards the middle
Jinkies.
segment here. Still surviving, still has the shields. Commit with the Unite as well. Is it going to be enough? Charging through from behind is going to be the Blissey over here.
Oh, the fireworks!
Oh, that was going to be a huge one here from the side of Team Onyx. They managed to get 3 knockouts over here, losing at the Espeon, the Tyranitar, and the Blissey. But of course, it's not empty-handed. It's a 3-to-1 trade-off.
This is what you need as Onyx. They could not afford to lose that fight. And I love the way that they played that through. Even though they had Tyranitar coming in and the Umbreon land on top of them, they managed to zone themselves out of there. The fireworks playing such a big factor because the Tyranitar, after you've gone for the initial jump, any kind of slow is going to prevent him from really getting on top of those targets. Now, unfortunately, Regice will go in their favor, so they get a bump of experience, no attack or defensive bonus. That is the only really good thing that's coming out of this.
Yeah, I think it was just insane. Sylveon is able to actually hold his ground up against 4 Pokemons at the bottom segment over there, up against the Regice, which is just insane. Was not able to get it himself. Venusaur getting pinned down here in the hands.
This is what they need.
Buzzwole make that too as Espeon goes down as well. Oh, that's going to be a 3 knockout as I make it 4 now.
They've opened up the floodgates. Even the main home pad is now exposed. So if Onyx want to go for those sneaky home-based backcaps, they absolutely can. The pressure is now on Be The One to somehow bring themselves back into this game because, again, all it takes for Be The One to equalize this match is to win one major team fight. Get those levels in. Get your Tyranitar to equalize because, again, he's a late game monster, but he can't do that if he's under-leveled.
Yeah, that's true. He's only at level 11 at this current moment. Venusaur at level 12 here, but you're looking at double level 13s on the side of Team Onyx. You have the Delphox and the Buzzwole, and that is definitely not a good sign. Be The One, lowest 2 levels, Umbreon and the Blissey at level 10 here. So basically they need to do a little bit of catching up. There's 20 more seconds left before this Rayquaza appears at the central area. So how is Team Be The One going to approach this, as there's quite a big gap amongst them. 275 against 12. That's 263-point gap. So they need a lot of points to be dunked upon the faces of Onyx to actually make this into a win.
Yep, Tyranitar, he has hidden himself, so Onyx don't know where he was, and I am glad he did go back home to reposition with his team. If he tried to go for that cheeky little back cap, he's got too many points to make that happen, especially with the Buzzball around. So now we are looking at a 5v5 here. It's going to come down to the catch. Who catches who first? Is it going to be the one to start with the initiation, or is Onyx going to have the upper hand?
Oh, they caught the Umbreon here, but does not have enough follow-ups to actually knock him out fast enough before he disengaged to the right side of the map. Rayquaza does not look happy over here. He knows that some heated action is about to happen anytime soon. Venusaur holding on to that bottom goalpost just in case this Sylveon gets a little bit naughty. And he will. No, he touched the goalpost just a little bit. But he's going to the back up here trying to catch this Venusaur off guard. We're
Rayquaza. He's almost at half health, and actually we are going to be seeing the start of a battle there. Both of the frontliners on the side of Be-The-One. We're caught in the back lines, though. As you can see, we are seeing a whole lot of problems here for these backline attackers. Espeon having to run away from a Trevenant in the front, though. It looks like the Blissey has no support, is not near the team, and the Bliss Assist is on cooldown. The Tyranitar all alone. The support is needed, but here comes the Espeon, the damage dealer. The frontline is down. It's just the Espeon. The Umbreon is separated from his teammates as well. Gotta stay away from that Sylveon. But with 30 seconds to go and with 15 seconds with no Tyranitar, I don't know if Be-The-One can do it.
I don't think they have enough time over here. 25 seconds on the clock. They have to run down the Rayquaza. Go through 4 of the Pokemons inside.
50
Team
points.
For inside. Up, is that
The
going to be
misses!
Oh no, it's too short! That makes it 275 points for Team Onyx over here. And of course, Meanlook holding Sylveon in position, but there's no one dash from behind. Instead, it is going to be the Umbreon getting down here in the hands of Sylveon. 2, 1, and time's up, ladies and gentlemen.
Score!
A huge, convincing victory by Team Onyx from Indonesia here at the upper bracket finals.
And they've done it after giving away the Tyranitar. And I really, truly feel it was because of the Trevenant pick that actually made it very difficult for Be-The-One to play the endgame. Yes, you have an Umbreon. Sure, you have the Midnight Prance. That can be a great move to start these fights, but you don't have that ease of execution like a Trevenant. You have the Horn Leech, you have the Wood Hammer. You also have access to the Phantom Forest, whereas for Umbreon, you have to get so close to start these battles. And when the battle did eventually start, you saw in the backlines this Espeon being dove by a Trevenant. Like, if your backline attackers are not being protected by the frontliners, you know something has gone wrong.
Exactly. And on top of all that as well, they had... It's a dream come true approach because they went straight on for the Venusaur. We do see Sylveon rooting to the bag and just catching on the Venusaur first. And later on, I think it actually went for the... was it the Blissey or the Umbreon? But after all that, the thing is, you have a T-Tar, but your backliners are all gone. So basically, you're just stuck there at the front lines with no one providing you any form of support.
Yeah, that like Tyranitar is huge. Okay, let's not ignore the fact that Tyranitar is a popular Pokemon right now for a good reason. But he can't carry a game on his shoulders. It's a team game. And so without reeling in 1x1, I really feel like F2Y just sort of was just busy chasing everybody. They didn't have the best lockdown when you didn't have your attackers to follow through. If Yamete also wasn't in the front lines to provide the extra disables, I'm kind of thinking in this matchup, like, would it have helped if they maybe swapped out the Umbreon for a different kind of defender that would give them more openings? Like, would it have made more sense to maybe pick up that Blastoise with the Surf Hydro Pump? You would have the Hydro Typhoon, but also can use that Surf, or maybe even the Snorlax. Like, just have somebody that hard goes in for the team to frontline and initiate. Don't leave it all up to the Tyranitar.
Oh yeah, the Tyranitar's approach is that everybody's just ignoring him and just going around him instead, just catching everybody else, and then we'll deal with you later. That is the whole idea, and I think it was well executed from the side of Team Onyx, although they did drop one game here in game number 2, but they're not going to repeat their mistakes again. And
they learned from their mistake really quick.
Yeah, and of course, it was such a thrilling upper bracket finals, most definitely over here between Team Be-The-One and Team Onyx. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at some of the highlights on that game number 3.
Oh man, Onyx, they worked hard and they proved that they are second place in Indonesia for a reason. It wasn't based on luck. It wasn't based on them just picking one strong Pokemon. This is an amazingly strong team that is showing a lot of internal coordination that is rivaling some of the teams that even actually already qualify for Worlds. So super excited to see what these guys are going to bring to the table in the grand final, as they are our first grand finalist. But this is not the last time we're going to be seeing Be The One. They are still going to be playing, but they're going to be in that lower bracket, really showing signs of life. I do feel like this team, you just got to give them a little bit more time to fully sync up and maybe sort of figure out some of these hiccups in their draft. I think they can come back in the grand final.
Yeah, most definitely. I think just by looking at it, they have definitely deserved that spot here, being the upper bracket finalists. They could have had the shortest route to the grand finals. Unfortunately, they got knocked down by their opponents over here, but there is an opportunity for them to actually make their way to grand finals by winning the lower bracket segment up against here at the lower bracket finals in a single best of 3 series.
I mean, the lower bracket finals, it is going to be coming up right up next, so no time to rest for Be The One. They've got to go right into it.
And immediately after, if,
exactly.
like for any team, it's just them or their opponents, will just have to go straight to grand finals.
Yeah, and I think we're all kind of wondering, who is their opponent? Because while that match was happening, we were also playing the lower bracket matchup. So the winner of that game is going to be playing the lower bracket semifinals. The winner of that is going to be playing right now in the lower bracket final. Super excited to see what that matchup is. But before that, though, we do need to do our fun drawing with us segment to sort of break down what happened in the end of that battle, because it wasn't just a case of like just go in and win, right?
Exactly.
There was a lot that was happening all across the screen. We had things happening in the top lane. We had things happening in the bottom lane. We are going to have to try and find the clip here. So we do have this clip. So very quickly, let's have a look at the positioning for these teams on the map. So as you can see, everyone on Be The One was occupying the top side of the map. And then on the bottom side, you had the rest of Onyx. So both of these teams, they were in position, ready to support each other whenever ready. It was a case of just fishing out the initiation. Who was going to get caught? Who was going to be, I guess, baited? And things were incredibly messy. Like up top, there was a Phantom Forest, Espeon was caught, and then the frontliners on the other side were down towards the bottom. Tyranitar was there with the Umbreon, but all the attackers were towards the frontliners of Onyx. Like, it was a incredibly chaotic battle. Like, Psychic Solaire had to be used so that Espeon didn't immediately get knocked out. Yeah. It was not an easy fight at all.
He had to commit. If not, then he would just go down without utilizing his Unite.
And then they did try to come in, but I mean, like, for the Blissey, right? Already used your Unite. Your team is not with you. Supports also need to be supported. Crazy enough as I'm saying this, but
But I
feel like for Be The One, like their lineup, if they had supported Dated, if the Umbreon was there or the Tyranitar was there, if you could keep your Blissey, the fight could have kept going. I actually think they would have still been able to keep this Tyranitar healthy enough to threaten Onyx. But because you've lost your support, now you've got the Tyranitar incredibly low, only had an Espeon there for support. The Umbreon was running away because they wanted to try and go for the reset. There is only so much you can do, especially with the fact that Kurov, half health, was happy to support the team, blew up the Tyranitar. What can 1x1 do? You're just an Espeon.
Exactly, and it's a very tough situation as well. And it feels bad to become a Tyranitar in this game because while all that is happening, while we're actually paying attention to the top segment of Rayquaza Pit, Tyranitar was being completely ignored by everyone. He was just there all alone while all that is happening on the tech segment. By this time, you do see the other Pokemon just rotating to the bottom side. Yeah, if you play on from here, right? So you see T-Tar is actually here, so everybody's just ignoring him, so he's gonna make his way to the bottom left instead, rather than chasing on his other teammates who's getting ravaged here on the top right segment of the screen.
Yeah, I mean, what's worse as well, the fact that you've separated the teams so that you can see there is a fine line. You've got the tanks in this here, and then you have the attackers up here, and look at the sandwich coming in as well from Onyx. Like, they're coming at all angles. I mean, as much as you have your Tyranitar in that bottom section, how do you provide support that far in the back lines?
You can't.
Like, you can't zone out grid or Jinkies because they're stuck on the other side.
If you see here, Venusaur is actually pushed all the way, like a few seconds before this particular frame. Venusaur is actually just on the right segment, but Sylveon pushed him up all the way to the top, away from the whole team fight. Yeah, so they were prioritizing on this Venusaur because there's no cover from him. If you're able to actually get behind him, it should be easy to actually clear him down as he's going for the Solar Beam build anyways.
Yeah.
So he does not have the mobility. If he does have any X speed, by the time it runs out, he doesn't have any form of escape because he doesn't have much mobility to begin with if he doesn't have Petal Dance.
Yeah, and I mean, we also saw like Tyranitar tried to take down the Trevenant because they identified the Trevenant as an issue, but with so little health as well.
No, there was a reason for that because he was the only person
he could jump on.
Yeah, he could jump on because there was nobody else there. He had to wait until somebody was within his vicinity for him to do something about it. Yeah, so at this segment, you see T-Tar is walking from there all the way to the side. He's like chasing people.
But that's the issue that we were talking about earlier, right? The fact that Tyranitar could only initiate for himself. He couldn't rely on the Umbreon anymore to provide that support. So, like, unfortunately for Be The One, everything just collapsed based on their position from that Rayquaza battle. So I hope this is something that they can sort of pick apart during their next discussion, which unfortunately is going to be a very brief one because they have to play now.
Oh, yeah.
And they're going to have to learn off of this mistake and realize, okay, what caused us to learn, what caused us to sort of break apart in that final fight in the upper bracket, and how can we fix it for this lower bracket final match?
Yep, in the next 5 minutes because...
Not even 5 minutes!
Not even 5 minutes! They don't even have much time. They have to prepare themselves for this next match. It's up. But before we get into more information in regards to all that, let's have a look at the updated bracket after the conclusion of that best of 3 series at the upper bracket winners segment. Now, of course, Onyx winning 2-1 victory against Team Be The One. They are going to be the first to make their way to the grand finals. Meanwhile, Team Be The One is dropped down to the lower bracket finals, and they'll be going up against Team Only Fun as they have won 2-0 up against Team Mamu Bears, meaning that Mamu Bears is eliminated from the competition here in 4th place after being dropped in the lower bracket semi-finals. Now, there's only 2 more, potentially 3 more best of 3 series here left for the day. We have the lower bracket finals as well as the grand finals, and potentially the grand finals reset if the lower bracket finals team managed to win the the first best of 3 series and grand finals. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're joining back again together with my good buddy, I think it's my good buddy, YOLO Lee, here back at the casting desk.
I'm pretty sure I am your good buddy, my friend. If not,
I just had to make sure.
If not, I'm not too sure. But of course, in the great words of Denali, ladies and gentlemen, or I guess you could say trainers, welcome back once again to our lower bracket finals. We just gone through the upper bracket finals, which is, by the way, hosted by the wonderful Flavor and Denali, as you guys walk through it.
I was waiting for the wonderful all this one. Just waiting for it.
You have always been wonderful, my friend. I don't have to say it out loud, you know.
Yeah, that's true. But
then again, he is a wonderful player, Professor Flavor.
Oh, magical! I like how your hand suddenly transferred to the other side.
But by the way, can you pass me my bibule?
Yeah, oh yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, my bad. But before all that, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the next match itself. It is going to be in between Team Be The One up against Team Only Fun. All right, starting off with Team Be The One, we have 1 by 1 dated F2Y, Yamate, and Raylin. And who do we have on Team Only Fun, Leonard?
Well, we have RK, or Calamity, some people know him as Calamity. We have Jal Leon, Solo, Genkai, and Rufus. Let's be honest, Danny and I, we were always been wondering, because we just saw Only Fun series in one of the lower bracket rounds here,
yes,
and they were absolute monsters here. So the
they don't belong here.
Yeah, no, so what begs the question was, what kind of team you have to, what kind of bigger monster you have to be to send monsters like Only Fun
to the lower bracket,
right?
Exactly.
So we just saw the upper bracket final. Be The One was such a phenomenal game as well.
Yeah.
Some really scary composition at one point, especially when you pair up both the Tyranitar with the updated buff Helping Hand Blissey as well. A lot of sustain, a lot of recovery support to play alongside with the Tyranitar. And also with the bonus buff from the Helping Hand, which is bonus attack. Attack assist as well. Fantastic on the hands of Tyranitar here.
Oh, yeah.
But speaking of which, this is going to be the team profile for Be The One. Can they be the one to go to Honolulu? We'll see if they're all able to get through this lower bracket finals first. So this is going to be their stats. And of course, for those who have just joined us, this is the accumulated stats from the upper bracket and I guess you say their first lower bracket run here.
Oh,
in
yeah.
total.
So the thing is, interesting enough, like what you mentioned just now, both of them are monsters. We've seen how they played off in the lower bracket segment. Be the one, yes, we had the opportunity to actually witness how they played out when they went up against Onyx just a while ago in the upper bracket finals. And very curious what they have to offer here in the lower bracket, because unfortunately they were dropped down 1-2 up against Onyx. And yeah, and this could be the revenge match that that they're looking for over here against Be the One, because they got dropped 2-0 in the upper bracket, round number 2. Yeah, so it's definitely a revenge match over here. Yeah.
I mean, of course, they are coming in fury. Of course, if they do succeed, if Be the One do succeed, then they can have their grudge match against the very team that sent it down.
So everybody has grudges everywhere.
Yeah, it's just a matter of who's going to be able to have their grudges met or answered.
Who's going to get the revenge first? It's like, hey, I need to settle with that guy, but I need to settle with you first.
True, but of course, starting with Only Fun here, I think they are the only team so far who was, like, of course, compared with Be the One, who was still able to stick with the more traditional options here. I mean, yes, Scyther was still relatively recent, especially after 2 patches buffed before. But in the end, they're coming in with Umbra, still one of the few go-to picks as well, 75%. But at the same time, it's something you just can't forego. She's great as a defender, focus, great. I guess you could say when you're selecting the Umbra first, it sends a lot, it sends quite the waves, right? That kind of message there. So, hey, you want to pick Speedsters? I don't think so. I don't think you want to do that.
Like, they favor Umbreons. This is a top first pick.
It's one of those few, my favorite, it's like one of those few picks where when you select it, it sends a lot. It just tells them indirectly, like, I don't think you want to do that. I mean,
exactly.
If you do that, it's going to be quite challenging for you. And I think most teams will also at the center be like, yeah, okay, Speedsters off the books now. Let's just stick to see what other Pokemons we can actually bring into the lineups here.
Not completely, because it's not that easy as well. If you feel that you can actually run Speedsters up against them, feel free to actually do so, but it's not going to be an easy feat. But of course, Leonard, without wasting any time, we're very swift on this. It does seem that no room for extensive breathing for Team Be the One, and they're going to go straight into this low bracket finals. We're going to start off with the banning phase.
I mean, I think this is my most favorite thing. I mean, not the banning phase, but it's my drafting is my most favorite.
I thought you just enjoyed the banning phase. That's it. And it's like, okay.
I mean, it's always good to see like Leafeon being banned. I feel like this Pokemon needs stability to be banned now here. I think there's too many series to be had in today where they let Leafeon through too many times, and I think it gets punished really hard.
And
for it.
whenever it's being let through, it has always been picked.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's always been. It's a priority pick as well.
It's just that good. It has, for some reason, was able to escape the patch hammer here. So still so strong, still so good.
Under the radar.
I feel
like, don't look.
Seriously, anything that's really majority of the teams have picked Leafeon has really great success with it.
Yes, I agree. I mean, like more success than non-success, I would say. Not saying success all the way, you know. But yes, you see that the Cramorant and the Tyranitar ban. I mean, the response coming out from Only Fun over here. So draft as follows: Gyarados first pick, and then followed by the Hoopa and the Umbreon. Are we surprised? No, not really.
I can tell you this: I'm not surprised at the fact that I'll never ever get to cast a Tyranitar game today. Never will I get it. But
Leonard will go back home stressed.
I'm already stressed. What are you talking about? But still,
every time it was a T-Tar game, it's always me and Danny.
Yeah, which is totally unfair. But great that they actually bring into the Blaziken. It's just one of those few Pokemons where great scaling, but also at the same time, Unite move is he's not like the rest of the Pokemons that we have in the scene where it's not too restricted with the idea where long cooldowns are the Unite
Yes,
move.
correct.
Blaziken doesn't really have that problem.
It doesn't apply to him.
Yeah, not only does it not apply to this particular Pokemon, but it doesn't apply to solo. He's been doing solo plays, he's been great with the Blaziken, he's been an absolute roll with this Pokemon. Now I'm very concerned, I'm very worried, but then again, seeing the drafting from B to 1, really nice setup playing around with that Gyarados. Just really able to cover the various angles in the sense where like, okay, we need to build up to ensure that we get this Magikarp, the necessary levels he needs, the countability to get to that Gyarados form. And now, reeling, locking in that Scyther, I believe is definitely going to be the Scyther as well. Something to really to elevate even more that early game process.
Oh yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. And Only Fun, it does look that they are going to be running double defenders here. It's going to be the Blastoise together with the Umbreon for their end. They have the Hoopa support.
This is good.
Espeon together with the Blaziken on the back line, dealing off some damage over here. Up against Team Be the One, of course, one of the top defenders here. In the current patch itself, we have the Trevenant playing out so well here in most of the games we witnessed so far. Up against the Sylveon. At this time, running out this Scyther. Do you wonder whether they want us to run a Scyther or Caesar here for the...
Most likely the Scyther.
Yeah, most of the time we just see a Scyther anyways. Basically, why you're seeing the Caesar is just like potentially it could be a Caesar. So they couldn't put 2 pictures.
You know, we're working on it. You know,
we're working on it.
Our AOS professors is doing their best and hardest. You know,
I do agree as well. Yeah, of course, F2Y getting his hands on this Gyarados once again. He did manage to play this up before, and let's see if he's able to actually replicate his good game plays on it this time about. And
of course he will replicate it. This is like the last chance. It's the lower bracket finals. You know,
he got no chance. He got no choice.
I mean, sure, maybe, okay, maybe, just maybe, you could potentially give the first game. Because it is still a best of 3 series.
But it's the lower bracket
Exactly,
finals.
that's what I'm going to keep emphasizing this because I hate it, right? It's the nature of the competition. Someone has to go forward here.
Someone has to go down.
Yes, and someone has to go down. I hate that so much. But you know, that's just totally fine because we are only looking for the best to represent at Honolulu, Hawaii. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, this is going to be our first game of our lower bracket final series here between B1 and Only Fun.
Oh yeah, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. All you need to do is just win 2 games in this series to become the winner.
You make it sound so simple.
Only 2 games.
Only 2 games, guys. 10 minutes each.
Hold on
takedown also secured.
Squirtle was being ravaged here by that Magikarp at the top lane. That's going to be a great start. Imagine that of all Pokemon to get the last hit, and it had to be a Magikarp.
I mean, at the same time, it was also a really good rotation coming with a Sylveon as well.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what I'm saying, right? Like, the drafting they had somewhat set for themselves to facilitate, to ensure the Gyarados, or the Magikarp in this case, gets the most comfortable lane. Look at him, he's already Gyarados at the 9-minute mark as well. He's ready to go toe-to-toe.
Wait, he's already Gyarados?
Yeah, he's already Gyarados. He's ready to go toe-to-toe with the rest of the squad, and there's still no Wartortle.
Wow, I think this is a great start. Of course, because Squirtle gets picked up too early in the game, he got knocked out in the hands of the Magikarp. Yeah. I do also understand how Squirtle gets picked up by the Magikarp as well. Although Splash as well as Flail has very high cooldowns, but the lesser the HP, the more damage you can actually dish out as well. Meanwhile, we do see Raylin here chasing down on this Umbreon, putting on the pressure. Pedal to metal, giving a little bit opening for Squirtle to do a little bit of scoring on the backline segment over here. Despite really going off for the chase on Umbreon, unfortunately he does not have enough damage to actually take him down. Getting chased down with the Sylveon, maybe not a great idea over here. At the bottom lane, we do see a 3v2 situation over here. It's a Fatum and a Scyther chasing down an Umbreon.
Yeah, this is their turn to go for the rotation. They're definitely going to see they can get some form of success. However, Solo still doing absolutely fine with the Blaziken, and finally we got the Wartortle.
Why is the Wartortle all the way over there? He's literally invading the wild Pokemon area on the left side of the map here from B1.
I mean, someone has to farm, right? Like,
yeah, someone has to farm,
The thing is, you had 3 people at the bottom side. Central area was up for the take. You might as well go for it because you really need to get that Vastos up and operational as soon as possible here. But now Solo is literally reconvened back with the rest of the squad, and of course you got the Hoopa as well, so they got the global presence and the hyperspace balls to constantly reset. Now they are back fresh for the fight here. Blissey has a lot of responsibility to try to keep them in sustain. I think there's absolutely going to be no problem for it here. Hyper Voice comes in with a beautiful bounce with the knockup with the bounce here. Trevor on the other hand, you gotta be very careful, but instantly gets melted away. Man, you gotta really look out for that stored power.
Man, it was quite unfortunate. It was so close to actually get his shields at the goalpost, but he still get returned back to the Pokemon Center. Meanwhile, here in the top lane, Blaziken's going to be the one getting the last hit in on the Regieleki, and it's going to be making its way to the top lane. Of course, that huge push coming on the Blaziken, pushing away the Gyarados as the Blissey away from the goalpost. Huge opening for Only Fun to actually do some scoring for themselves. Meanwhile, while all that is happening, bottom lane is going to be 1v3 battle between the Umbreon up against the Scyther, the Trevenant together with the Sylveon, and Scyther's going to get the last hit in on the Regirock.
Oh, Hoopa gets come out from the hyperspace ball, instantly gets pushed back all the way from the backline. Rilla comes in with the dual wing beat, instantly slices and he dices to secure the takedowns here. Retaliation is coming back for the refight counter initiation as well. Hyperspace Combo try to reset the situation here. And Solo, he wants to see he can try to punish out anyone he can, but the sustain is a little bit too good. And of course, creating quite the distance between both sides. Not much losses. Damage control on the other hand for B1 still pretty great. However, Flavor Only Fun is still in the lead in terms of AOS energy here. But he's only going to be able to come back. I think it's because, of course, courtesy of the Reggie deck in the top side.
Yeah, but they're behind in terms of levels, though.
Yeah, that's true. But then again, it was still a good call from the Blizzard to decide to go forward. You don't want to give too much pickups to the side for Only Fun to get even more bonus EXP as well. So,
yeah.
Although, yes, it's unfortunate, but they just have to give up.
I think it's a little bit of give and take of it here. Yeah.
They managed to get the Reggie, I guess, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
Something, you know, out of all of this.
I guess it's something for them here. But while all this is happening, Be The One, despite them being lower in terms of points here, Scyther at level 11 at this current moment. Gotta be careful, you don't want the Scyther to keep snowballing even more. And just as we speak, he gets a knockout on that Blastoise, and that's gonna be a 2 Pokemon knockout for Be The One. He's got the Blastoise and the Hooper as well.
Couple of points counted, but guess what? The reinforcements coming in the mix. Phantom Force also was coming in as well to try to cause in the full disarray. Not able to isolate them for too much, or not able to go for the pickup, but the Unite coming for the Gyarados, absolutely fantastic. Nice timing with Hyper Switch Force, the Sandman, the Blaze Kid, and then guess what? The rest of the squad is coming in. They got 3 takedowns. They were planning to get a couple of more here. Gyarados makes the right call to back off. No reinforcement will be coming in time to save this goal post. A secondary goal post on our objective will be secured in the hands of Only Fun. And oh no, Out of all brothers and sisters of Reggie's, it had to be a Reggie Steel here coming on, but it does seem that Cavalry has arrived here from Team Be The One. But Only Fun still managed to secure this Reggie Steel for themselves. I'm actually impressed. I'm actually impressed with you, Professor Flavor, the fact that you're able to distinguish gender between the Reggies.
No, I said brothers and sisters. I don't even know.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That's what I'm like.
Try to cover all grounds.
What kind of thesis do you wrote so I can read about this?
Yeah, we'll drop it in the comment section later on. But as the game continues, it does seem that they managed to smallen up the gap in between them. It's only a difference of roughly around, I think it's only 15-point gap in between them. 177 up against 199 for Team Only Fun.
So low. But careful, of course. There is the Hoopa inside. RK is definitely there to give it the necessary amount of save. They dive on top of the Sylveon, finds an opportunity on top of Yamin as well, and melting him away. Although yes, it still costs some time before the recovery. It's still totally fine. But then again, you just want to get as much EXP out of this conflict because he is the most highest level trainer in this entire game.
Yeah, and of course the game still continues over here. We still have 1 minute and 18 seconds before Rayquaza actually appears here, landed, and it could be anyone's game over here as both teams are so close to one another. Only Fun did manage to find a slight opportunity to do a little bit scoring for themselves, widening up a gap a little bit more for them here with 44 points gap in between them, siding more towards Team Only Fun. Meanwhile, we look at the amount of map control happening here. Only Fun has it slightly better compared to what Be The One has to offer. Loads and loads of EOS points in their hands at this moment, but no openings for any form of scoring here.
I'm gonna tell you right here, right now. So far, this past 1 minute, John Leon has been positioning himself within the top class. He hasn't really been revealing his positioning too much. I think this is going to slowly pay off, especially when you get to the cross fight, right? Because right now, Be The One is keeping track of everything in terms of levels, in terms of Unite moves availability on the opposing side as well, what type of objectives is going to be available for us to gain before we get the plaza, including members. But they haven't, you see, even right now, all this confrontation, all these skirmishes between everyone, Jaleon still hasn't been spotted. Even I myself haven't even seen him on the screen so far.
Exactly.
I can only see him on the minimap, and that's pretty much it.
I think the observer's like, I'm not gonna go find a guy, like just look at him, just hide. You know?
This is what I'm saying, and with Psychic Solaire to lock down, even just for a second or two on the Scyther, it's just gonna be proving. It's gonna be able to prove so much dividends.
It's gonna be very high impact, I would say, and what's about to happen here.
No, and now he showed himself. They spot him now.
I think they had to just show himself over here, but I guess everybody is getting themselves in place here.
Solo versus Gyarados.
How are they gonna approach
not fighting. They
side.
overlapped for a second there, so I thought they were fighting.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody's trying to cover as much ground as possible to prevent any potential naughty attempts from the opponents. Shoving a Hooper to the back right over here. Oh,
that's big.
Taking down as well, together with the Espeon as well. Not being able to let out anything over there. Does still have them out, and 2 knockout streaks in the hands of this Scyther, making it a 5v3 situation of here. And they're going to be approaching this Rayquaza by utilizing on this.
Are you kidding me?
It is going to be the Blastoise getting the last hit in. That's going to be be a secure for Team Only Fun here at 1 minute and 10 seconds into the game. And create a huge opening for this Blastoise to score a big 50. Times that with 2, make it 100 points here at the bottom goalpost, Leonard.
Blastoise! The guy who has receives nerfs, who's been losing his value in the stock markets here, and Genkai comes through with the Hydro Typhoon. Such a valuable timing as well. Of all the abilities,
out of all the Pokemon who could have gone for who could have gone for a secure on the Rayquaza, it had to be the Nerf Blastoise. Nerf? I don't see any.
I mean, okay, maybe for the name, right?
Yeah,
Hydro,
exactly.
Hydro
Yeah.
Palm and then Water Spark, but like
Yes, sir.
Hydro Typhoon is still just a 2. But dang, he got it. Someone give this man a bonus here, because I believe Genkai has been doing just so much for the team alongside with the rest of the squad. Nice timing with the Psychic Solar into the Hydro Typhoon here. Boss comes in, still managed to go punish for the ESPN, but I don't think it really does matter. It's
Yeah,
the
Scyther
points-
has a 50. If it scores 100, it's still not going to be enough. That's going to be a 3 KO streak just before the time is up in hands of this Blastoise. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes game number 1 with a victory for Team Only Fun.
I know I'm a little bit early to say this, but I will say in the words of Only Fun, revenge is sweet.
Are you sure it's in their words? They said revenge sweet?
No, I'm pretty sure they feel it.
Oh, okay. I mean, like, I didn't hear it anywhere, like in their words, really.
but then again, it was such a methodical game. Like every movement, every action for both these two teams, it's so calculated down to the very menial detail here, because no one could just simply start things up here.
Yes.
If they were to start something or initiate something, there needs to be a really good trade out of it. Something that really, whether benefits for us to secure the win or not. Although I thought it was the moment. I thought they did it, especially coming in from the side there, right? He was able to get, or Real in here, was able to get 2 pickoffs, starting off with RK Calamity here, instantly removing the support. The one person who was not only best assisting them, but also allowing the resets here out of the picture was absolutely so massive. Don't get me wrong, Rufus was really great as he went for the sub healer, the secondary healer here, or dedicated healer in this case with the Wish. But still, losing one member out of the fight, especially without the hoops unbound, it did hurt them for quite a bit here.
Oh yeah, in that scenario, I think it looks quite dire for them.
Even Solo wasn't even at that bit. He just decided to walk out of it and just say like, yeah, this is a very tough fight to deal with here.
Exactly.
Let's prepare. It feel okay. I'm not gonna say he surrendered, but it did feel like he was preparing to go for the next round. But Genkai, no, he was not.
It's like, no, guys, we can still do this.
He just eject button in, popped the Hydro Typhoon, because I mean there was nothing to lose anymore for these guys. Like, because this round is either they steal it or they don't, you know, that kind of thing.
Exactly, and you want to set off in a good foot into the series.
Because the Rayquaza was going to be cleared up here. So really well done coming from Genkai. Such unexpected steal. I also didn't expect it.
I think nobody expected it as well.
Even the observer, there's one moment on solos, and then when he walked out to the top lane, it's just back to the Rayquaza, and then shifted to Genkai.
I think everybody's like, the moment Hooper went down real quick, he was not able to actually stance Unite as well, was not able to actually rebound. Yeah, I think it was looking quite gloomy for them, but I think Genkai knew that there was still hope for the team despite the not in favor in terms of numbers. It was a 5v4 situation during that segment, and it became 5v3, but Genkai didn't give up and continue on, and yeah, Genkai just doing plays over here at the lower bracket finals.
But I love look at the graph as well, right? It's really great.
Oh, the graph was beautiful, yeah.
I mean, like, of course, OnlyFun was still having the lead in terms of points and everything, right? But like, gradually, everyone was still able to maintain that level race as well. There were some skirmishes here. Some was definitely more in the favor for the side here for B1, and at times also on the side for OnlyFun. It really just came down to each of the individual skill plays here. Who was able to get who first? So this is the one. Hoopa tried to gum it and instantly gets Horn Leech back into. It was such a great initiation coming from the Trevenant.
Oh man, I think this is just too insane over here for this game. Oh, this is the one. Kudos to our amazing observers, especially pulling that one out.
Okay, so yeah, sorry. Basically, didn't go all the way to the top. He went to just the top part of the raid.
Yes, the top part of me. Yeah, I think by this time it's already too late. They were unfortunately they were not able to actually take down the remaining forces from their opponents. And I guess even if they do have points to score, I believe that they do have enough points to score to make it into win. but they were not able to penetrate the defense on what their opponents has to offer.
I mean, pretty
at
much,
that
right?
point.
Everyone's like, that's why you see hoops unbound and everything. Everyone's popping out the Unite moves. It gets pretty dicey to really get
We
into
haven't used it yet. I mean, you cleared me, you knocked me out too early. It's like, yeah, I still have it.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, right? So it's pretty crazy. I think later we need to see the video for it. I think, not sure whether we'll get it for our drawing session, but we'll just have to see later on.
I like how Leonard says our drawing session, but let's be honest, it's not our. It's Leonard's.
No, it's technically more like, it's supposed to be our, but Flavor just decided to push responsibility to me.
I'm pretty sure the whole production, myself and Danny would agree.
Fine,
that-
you draw
Yeah,
that.
no. We
You
like
see?
your-
Exactly.
We
You see?
like your drawing.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but hopefully, ladies and gentlemen, that was only game number 1.
We're supposed to show our kid that we're the happy couple here. No,
Is that really the case? Yeah, but anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that is only game number 1. The game is not over yet.
Still
But
got
the
another one.
opponents over here, we still have another one. So now the thing is, basically, Team B, the one, they need to win the next game and force upon a game number 3 and win that game number 3 to become the winner for the series. Whereas for Team Only Fun, they only need to win one more game to become the winner of series and make their way to the grand finals.
Pretty much one foot out the door here, unless
Yes,
you know, unless Be the One from Thailand decides to slam the door back here. But then again, I'm not gonna like, you know, close my eyes on Be the One just yet, because let's be honest, they are from Thailand.
Exactly.
And let's be honest, even traditional wise, Thailand has produced one of the best few esports team that we've seen for various game titles as well here. So I'm not gonna like straight away like, oh, that's it, it's gonna be Only Fun. Don't get me wrong, Only Fun is a great team. I think Be the One is also just the same. Just can't really, you can't disregard from their origins as well here. So from their gameplay so far, even from the upper bracket finals, really methodical, really great calculated as well. Their composition is also not so straightforward as most people would have usually expected. But we'll just have to see in the second game as we somewhat prep for it. But while we're waiting, let's quickly bring out our main favorite section, which is not the drawing one, of course. It's going to be the questionnaire to see what our players have to say from the question we provided to them. Yeah, so starting off, it's going to be for Only Fun. It's going to be which team or player are you keeping your eyes on and why?
Yeah, and then their response will be that we are keeping our eyes on Onyx as they are one of the strongest teams from Indonesia. And of course, I do agree on this. Yeah, they hail from the Indonesia qualifiers, second place. They lost up against Onyx. But yeah, unfortunately, the only way they can actually get their hands on Onyx if they make it to the next round, which is grand finals. Yeah. Either one has already had their shot at Team Onyx just a while ago in the upper bracket finals.
It's not easy.
Yeah, it's not easy. But something I want to highlight for Team B, the one, is that they were the only team other than Team Onyx to actually tame the result in the best of 3 series up against Teams Onyx, because all the other teams in Indonesia did not manage to actually get a single game win in any of the series, except for Onyx. Yeah. So actually that's a huge feat already by winning one game. But of course, we're looking at Team Only Fun over here on player introduction. Our main highlight this time about is going to be on RK, the support player 4 team here, and played on Hoopa on the recent match itself. And frequently used Pokemon is going to be the Eldegoss on 38% and Sableye at 25%. I believe that I was not able to actually witness any Sableye matches. You and Danny did manage to actually watch.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, and I remember that one.
It was very fast paced. They really understood like what was the strengths of the opposing team and just didn't allow them to really don't even give them the ability to soar their wings.
Was it by Only Fun during that time?
Yeah, it was
yeah,
Only
it was
Fun.
Only Fun. Yeah.
They went for a very super early, fast-paced, aggressive competition as well. So it's definitely caught us and including the opposing team quite off guard for sure. Glad to see the Hoopa coming in from RK as well, because Hoopa was one of his most played Pokemon as well. So anyway, this is going to be the player introduction from Be the One. It's going to be Yamate.
Yeah, Yamate. Is it Yamate? Sometimes I think it's Yamate.
I'm gonna be no. According to the spelling,
I don't blame you.
No,
yeah, I look at
according to the just on the in-game, right?
Yeah.
The spelling, it was capital Y and capital M. So I'm gonna assume it's
Ah,
Yamate.
I see. All right, but we had confirmation from her production. It's Yamate, anyways. You know, I get you, but at the same time as well.
The man's Australian, although from Thailand. But regardless, Yamate is the dedicated defenders for the side here. Played both sides as not just as the defender Umbreon, but also as the support Umbreon here in this case here. Both been pretty great as well, and like I said, Umbreon locking in on Umbreon does carry some form of weight and sends a particular message on what particular Pokemon you are.
Very impactful as well. Just your presence over there. Mean Look does wonders, and duration is actually quite long.
It does help alleviate your team captain's pick, right? That kind of thing. At least he doesn't have to worry about, oh, I don't have to worry about enemy picking Speedster since we have an Umbreon, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, there are some cases where you can play around it, but it's just something you really don't want to deal with, right? That kind of thing. If there are better solutions or better options to replace it, then most team captains will usually opt to go for it. I mean, that's pretty much how the game is usually like, right? It's that kind of thing where people say like you don't pick a Metagross into a Tyranitar, right? Because, you know, Sandstream, Piercing, literally destroys all
Not a
shield.
good pairing.
Yeah, and Metagross Gyro Ball is like shielding, so it's like, hey, you know.
Why put yourself through all that trouble knowing that you're gonna get yourself in trouble?
You know, it feels like if he Gyro Balls into a Tyranitar, right? It's like, where's my shield? Just
exactly.
There was supposed to be something popping up here.
I think the shield is still there. It just penetrates through.
Yeah, but it's like barely existing. I'm trying to picture it.
Right? What's the point of having the shield? But anyway,
I never got to see it. Right? I'm hoping to see. Actually, I was hoping to see a Tyranitar or a Metagross game, or at least either one. So I think we had. I think you and Danny was pretty close. You guys had one Tyranitar. The opposite team.
Oh.
I think it was Beta One. They wanted to lock in the Metagross, but they opted to go for something else.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, but of course, I just need to check with the production on this, on why is there no bans for next to the Leafeon? I would assume that it's a ban, but it doesn't pop up.
No, I'm assuming maybe because they just decided to only ban Leafeon.
So yeah. Meaning that you don't ban 2, you ban 1.
Yeah, I'm assuming because if it's in this manner, right, that kind of thing. So,
okay, alright, so it's just going to be a Cramorant, Tyranitar, and Leafeon for now until we receive further instructions.
Which is fine because I think previously they banned both the Slowbro and the Leafeon. Yeah? So this time they allowed the Slowbro to go through here. And since Beta 1 is going to be able to get the priority pick, they are not going to give OnlyFun the opportunity to secure that Hoopa. They want to take the Hoopa for themselves here as his impact, his global sense is just irreplaceable.
Oh yeah, so this is going to be Hoopa, Blaziken, as well as Trevenant for the side of Team B, the one. OnlyFun still not locking in yet, but it does seem that they are going to confirm themselves with this Umbreon and this Clefable.
A lot of heals, decent amount of control here. Gravity, and whether it's going to be Gravity or Follow Me, it's going to be pretty great.
So you have Raw Healing and then Delphox on the other end, yeah.
Oh, that's great. It's like, although, some people dare say it's the direct counter. I like to say that it just helps to really mitigate the amount of healing that usually you're supposed to receive from such healing Pokemons, like the whether it's Blissey or from the Clefable as well. But wow!
So if you already know there's a Delphox on the end, you really still want to run this?
I mean, hey, you know, it's that kind of thing where, like, if it's already mitigating, what if you put more heals? So then it doesn't feel like it's mitigating.
You can't mitigate everything.
Oh wow!
Really? Okay. Okay.
Okay, no. So
I'm waiting for Danny to just pop up her head here. It's like, what?
Okay, so we got Pollen. Okay, not to say that Eldegoss is bad. It's like we have the Pollen Pop and everything. There's also a few great abilities as well. Rufus. Does that mean he's gonna try to opt with the Wish? So since you got 2 healers now, do you still want to opt with the Wish, or do you want to bring in a Snarl instead?
I'm guessing so as well for this one. How they're gonna run this, because
no, I can tell you this: a lot of damage is so dependent on both Genkai and John Leon here as well. There's just too many. I think this is just one of the few beauties of when you have multiple core Pokemons on your side here, is where you're not solely dependent on one Pokemon to do your damage. So even if you have one particular Pokemon that's somewhat like either denied or locked down for you, you still have at least 2 more teammates to dish out the necessary amount of damage. Glaceon is great for shredding those beefy tankers, as you know as well. Icicle Spears, the damage is amplified the more he hits. I mean, until a maximum of 35%. 35% bonus damage as well. But you know, still a lot, still pretty great. And it's a sure hit as well, so you can't dodge it, you can't run from it.
Exactly, you know, once it's literally like a homing missile.
Yeah, and then you have the Blaziken as well. A more bulkier version of an all-round here, so able to go in and out of the fights as well. So
a little bit sustainability compared to...
Yeah, so there's not a lot of bursts coming out from them as well, I mean, except for the Gyarados here and the Sylvan. So if we talk about like which composition I definitely prefer a little bit on the side here for Beta 1. I feel like although yes, it does feel a little bit more traditional here, but you cover a lot. If we have a checklist, right, they definitely check out a lot more boxes compared to the side here for OnlyFun here.
Yeah, I think that I do agree as well. The thing I'm concerned about is OnlyFun. I think they're just lacking the damage. I understand you do have the Gyarados over there, but and together, I think, was it the Sylveon?
is it?
Yes, Sylvia.
Sylveon, but if one of them was not present, is it going to be enough to be dependent on that one particular one to dish out? So are you, because usually in a team battle, when you have a 5v5 situation as well, it's not that easy to just depend on these two Pokemons. If one of them goes missing, and then you have to solely rely on this one Pokemon. And is it enough? It's not like super high damage dealers compared to what other Pokemons has to offer. Yeah. But I guess this is what Onifon we're bringing, and together with Team B, the one, you let us know which one you're in favor with, and we'll see in a few short moments what will transpire here in this game number 2. And as mentioned before, Team B, the one, or should I say Onifon, they're only looking for one more victory to make them the winner of the series, whereas Team B, the one, they have to win this game, force a game number 3, and win that game as well to move forward to the grand finals.
But then again, this is something. I mean, it's not that we haven't seen double support before. It's more of it's been a while.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. It's been a while since we've seen double support lines.
I don't think we saw this MYSG. Nope, it wasn't being run. We saw other weird ones, just not this one. Yeah, we saw. Was it 5 defenders?
I mean, no, that was something MYS actually pulled off, and they actually made it work at the same time.
Made it work,
and
yeah.
the thing is, it makes sense. That's the thing. And I think that's the few beauties about this one, right? Like, I think it's not just for MYSG. Even in the Japan region, or whether it's in Korea or even Philippines right now, or Thailand, every team is trying to be innovative as much as possible.
Yeah.
Everyone, because the game is growing, and it will still continue to grow for the better as well. However, I do want to mention one thing, right? Where Metagross buff.
Yeah.
I understand Zen Headbutt because it's a skill which no one really touched too much about. But Gyro Ball, I thought it was already good. They
needed the buff. I'll be honest with you, they needed the buff because at the start when it appeared, people were not really favoring Metagross anyway.
No, they were just sleeping on it. He was a sleeper pick here, right? But I felt like buffing the Gyro Ball, like, okay, you can buff other skills, it's fine. Because especially Zen Headbutt is not the usual go-to as well. People usually play like Mana Rise Gyro Ball because it feels a lot more better. Commute and Crash is of course fantastic compared when it was first initially released because you could literally cancel his Unite move whenever you can.
Yes.
But Gyro Ball, I felt like it was just overbuff.
Yeah.
And I play Metagross, and I'm saying it right now. I think it was really great before. You overbuff it, and don't get me wrong, it's it's even more fantastic. But I feel they should have done it.
I guess so. I think there's a time and place for nerfs and buffs happening anyway. If it's too much, I'm guessing a nerf is coming sometime soon.
But Tyranitar, still if we talk about the previous patch, right? Tyranitar was the true winner of the patch. I think that was the greatest thing so far. Don't get me wrong, Tyrannical Rampage is still fantastic. The ability to instantly KO anyone who is less than 20% HP.
It's quite insane.
It is, especially like when you think you could somewhat save or like sustain your teammate, that just doesn't happen.
Yeah, because usually you will like calculate if you look at the bar, right? And you'll be like, hey, I can still do this. Nope, you can't.
Yeah, and although yes, I do agree he doesn't really have the greatest of burst damage like how we've seen for solo play and everything, right? He's very scary as the fact that he's just so durable, exceptionally durable here. The tankiest guy I've ever seen so far. It's the kind of thing that if we were in the VGC, in the video game run, right, you need like special attack damage to really melt this guy.
Yeah, that's true as well. The thing about Tyranitar is that although we're talking all this great talking about Tyranitar, but there are ways to deal with him.
You just gotta really kite around him.
It's either you kite. In most occasions, people just ignore. If you have high mobility, you will completely ignore him. You'll just do a wraparound and just go chase down the ones on the back lines and all this, and render him useless to a certain level. So meaning that after he's all alone, then the thing is, basically he's just all bulked up. After you bear with all that damage, then he doesn't have any follow-ups coming.
Yeah, he's probably one of the few sluggish Pokemon we have. Not top one for mobility.
Not top one for mobility, yeah, most definitely.
Sluggish movement, yeah. But if he is really within close proximity, right, then that's not actually. I mean, yeah, sure, could be good positioning.
Yeah.
Could be good positioning. But and most of the time, if you're an attacker, right, like with an Inteleon or Mew and everything, and if you still get caught by the Tyranitar, that is like, that's not the time. I mean, sure, maybe Tyranitar had good positioning, but at the same time, it's probably just end up your fault. Man. That shouldn't happen. Like, like I know Denali was also emphasizing the fact that he's like, hey, just gotta kite around this guy, like you mentioned as well. Just kite around this guy. There were some Pokemon in discussion that could try to go toe-to-toe. I am somewhat agreeable. I haven't seen it before, haven't seen it yet. But the idea of having the Venusaur and the Blissey pairing to go toe-to-toe with the Tyranitar here. And I think it makes sense as well because you look at the video game as well. Grass is the counter for rock type, so like, hey, it works, eh?
Although it's not exactly how it works that way, but I guess in nature it kind of looks like that.
I mean, the Giga Drain does help you sustain a lot more better. And with the helping hand, the additional buffs necessary for allow you to hit a little bit more as well, does also gives you a little bit of an edge against the Tyranitar because sure, his damage is there, but it's not like it's gonna explode the whole world.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah, it's over time as well. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we do have some information here from our amazing production team. It does seem that we will be going through a full redraft here for both teams. Yeah, so basically both teams will be redrafting back their draft for that game number 2. So ignore what you have witnessed just a while ago. So basically they're gonna be drafting, starting off with a batting phase, and then with a pick phase, and of course the preparation phase.
True.
Once again, there seem to be like miscommunication, some technical issues, but don't worry, it will be resolved as soon as possible.
I guess it was somewhat coming because we were looking at the bands, right? Like the one missing band, I think.
Yeah, probably that could be one of the main factors.
That was probably the beginning, but we're not gonna emphasize about that. Now I'm getting a second chance to see Tyranitar or Metagross here.
It's either now or never.
I mean,
it's either this game.
I mean, there's still grand finals.
There's still grand finals, yeah.
There's still the reset for the grand finals. And by the way, if you guys are not too sure what we mean by the reset, because we do have these rules. We have these rules that if you're a team that's coming from the lower bracket and you actually win in the group, and you actually win as well, yeah, that you will be the team that was winning so far from the upper bracket is entitled to a reset once more. But we'll get there when we get there. Let's quickly get back on hand, of course. Thank you guys so much for your patience and time. Now we're back to drafting. As usual, Leafeon is still going to be the go-to ban. Totally understandable. Cram for only fun. I think they're also going to ban the Tyranitar. We'll just wait for it. But Mimikyu, of course, is going to be the final ban for Beta 1. But what about only fun? Come on, guys.
Oh yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
First pick.
Yeah, so first pick once again for Team B, the 1. And then it's going to be followed by Team Only Fun later on as well.
They can actually lock in the Hoopa if they want to. Because Dated also plays a lot of Hoopa here. And I think,
so
that's going to be the one for him. He's pretty satisfied with it. I mean, it's the battle of Hoopas, right? It's either Arcade gets it or Dated gets it.
I know what Only Fun's going with. It's going to be Umbreon. I think they heavily favor it, yes, as usual. And they are going to be clubbed Gyarados together with him as well. Be the 1, I think pretty standard. They are very comfortable with playing Blaziken for a number of matches for now. And Trevenant, which has been a very top pick defender Pokemon. Yeah, throughout the whole day here.
I mean, he has always been a really great defender. Just particularly recently, he just looks a lot more better, especially with some of the buffs with some of our currently Pokemon in the pool right now, right? It does make sense where Trevenant tends to shine, like either disabling them or just try to control them as much as possible here.
Oh, so they are running the Eldegoss here for Only Fun together with the Sylveon. I think are they doing this? Are they picking a Pikachu?
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. Yeah.
You got really good targeted or area burst damage as well. It's also pretty much fast paced. You're not really restricted with the idea of evolution as well, since Pikachu is already in his base evolution. This doesn't require.
This is an insane aggressive draft from Team B, the 1.
No, this is fantastic, right?
We're in for a treat.
This is like it's to be somewhat expected as well when you pick a Gyarados. When you pick a Gyarados into the lineup, the team tends to build around the Gyarados, where you get these really nice early comps as well. I'm very big for, like, especially with EV evolution as well. Actually, even before the Gyarados, right? It has been traditional where every team always plays with this meta composition, where it's just early game compositions here. Just always run those EV evolutions and really just run out the competition. But here in particular, even though they do not able to secure the Leafeon here, Espeon or Sylveon as a central roamer here, absolutely fantastic. A lot more better than Glaceon here, because Glaceon, you still need to really get to that eye shot. You really need to get that to that level 6 to really pump in a little bit more damage compared to the side here, or Stored Power, or even Hyper Voice here at level 4. A lot more better rotating timings.
Yeah. But yeah, so this is the draft for this game number 2, a redraft happening. Only Fun running with triple evolutions here. They have the Gyarados.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. Yeah, the last time I saw triple evolutions in one draft was actually the first game of the day where they were trying to run a T-Tar. Yeah, I just had to say it. Yeah, so yeah, the T-Tar, and then plus, because they wanted to make sure they have a number of Pokemon who gets online to create some space for himself. So T-Tar and Crustle. Yeah, Simmer Crustle. They need somebody on the front lines as well. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping in straight into the game. This is game number 2. Only Fun. You do see it on the top middle segment. They have won game number 1. They're looking for just one more game victory to become the winner of the series. But of course, Be The One. They're not going to let this happen very easy. They most definitely need to win this game and force a game number 3 and win that game to be the winner of the series.
It's a tough call, right? A lot of pressure is definitely on the line here because it's not like the upper bracket where you have that additional lifeline right now, right? So, combat round could be this round could either be the combat round or the part where Be The One will be the team we actually have to say goodbye to. But then again, they are definitely to be very serious about it. And look at the amount of pressure. Now he got the Sylveon on, able to melt away the side. Despite hitting level 4, the Hyper Voice is just that good when those 2 packs go. A lot more damage right now. You really need to respect that for sure. I think he does. But you know, there's a lot of people he had to deal with just now initially as well. But anyway, Flavor, just looking for the rotation, especially from the position of the Hoopa. He's getting ready to go for a really nice arrest on the back line. Or could be going face to face with the
he's just waiting for the
Espeon.
Espeon to arrive. Yeah, they didn't actually commit to him. But decide to just engage here, coming back and provide a little bit of assistance here. At the top lane, does look like it's a 4v2 situation, favoring towards Only Fun.
No.
And that Torchic is gonna get knocked out.
Yeah, the EV evolution was able to pull through here. Only Fun is really intending to secure that time.
Look
the
at
bounce absolutely well placed, able to get the 2 knocked up, but prioritizing a 1 to secure any takedowns possible. Whatever HST they can get, they will secure it.
Leonard, look at what Only Fun has to offer.
Yeah.
You're a Torchic up against a Gyarados, a Sylveon, an Espeon, and even an Umbreon over there. So yeah, that was insane. Sorry, that was actually Eldegoss. Yeah, that was insane. There's no way that Torchic is going to be coming out unscathed.
I mean, totally. The key here for Be The One will be to try to get the necessary leveling for the Torchic to really come online. Once he gets that Blaziken as well, it's going to be a very simple task for him to really catch up with him. However, for now, let's just see how much damage Only Fun can do here. They were able to get a couple of KOs here. We'll try to see if they can secure a couple of more. Dated, being a little bit defensive, he has to fall back. The rest of the squad just couldn't withstand the damage coming in here. Although he did manage to get the berries here, but they are more objective driven here as Only Fun wants to ensure that they have every angle, every corner covered for their hands here.
Wow, they are holding hands from start to finish here as they have mad rotations here. But Genkai, look at this Gyarados here.
He's a level 8 Gyarados.
Level 8 Gyarados. 7 minutes 20 seconds left here in the game. Bounce here, clearing out this Altera family really quick over here. This is together with the Umbreon. Only Fun is just popping off real hard here at the early stages of this game number 2.
I'm just concerned whether once we get into the really massive fight, right? I'm pretty sure we're going to have one massive fight usually later on, especially towards the central area, or at least towards Regieleki. Concerned whether they can able to withstand the damage that Genkai is currently outputting. So he's a level 9. Gyarados thrives in long drawn-out fights as well, especially since he gets a lot of different kinds of buff from the Dragon Breaths here. And speaking whether they can withstand the damage, I don't think they can. I got my answer for sure. And now they got the Regieleki. Can he actually break this first goal post before the Regieleki connects? He will. So that just means the Regieleki is going to be moving on. And transitioning to the second, the bounce, connect. Well done for Rufus to set up for the bounce for it. Unite moves also coming in at the same time to try to do as much damage as possible, but the Regieleki is able to be successful. Points are throwing in, they are dunking in as much as possible here. And ladies and gentlemen, our Flavor, 6 minutes in, and we already have 304 and then we're seeing Only Fun able to almost secure the second goal post to break that entire top lane.
What happened during that break time? Suddenly they are just popping up real hard here. Look at the difference in terms of points between them. Only Fun with 308 points here. Be The One with 55. 253 points separating them. And this is definitely not what Be The One wants, as they're the ones who's trying to force this game number 3 to happen. to keep themselves here in the competition. Meanwhile, Raylan here on the side there was just putting up high hopes on him as he's currently in the lead when it comes to levels for Team B, the one. Unfortunately, he gets picked up and knocked down here and has to the only fun, and that we're not done yet as well. Hoopa trying to make it. Oh!
No way!
Gyarados manages to get that last hit in before Hoopa makes his way into the portal.
We're seeing confrontation on a global scale here. Every lane, there's a fight. I can't even see skirmish at this point here. Every lane, every Pokemon is being sent back to the Pokemon Center. Nurse Joy has a lot of entries to put in this case here.
Nurse Joy is working overtime
yeah,
here.
she's definitely working overtime.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we are... I think everyone's very much entertained with the amount of action happening here with this game. Number 2, no time to play passively in this game. Gyarados just popping up real hard here, currently at level 12 with 4 minutes and 45 seconds left here in the game. A lot of room for him to actually make his way into higher levels. Meanwhile, Regirock here at the bottom lane, secure and hands off this Espeon for the side of Team Qualifier. Meanwhile, all that is happening on the side of Be the One. Scyther gets a last hit in on the Regieleki, which forces that Regieleki to make its way through that top path.
It's still totally fine. Although not, I believe they didn't really. Yeah, they didn't really was not able to secure the Regieleki for themselves. But hey, you know, Regirock still got the defense buff here.
Experience,
now,
yeah. They got
now
the
grouping out once again. Just try to secure as many of these wild Pokemon as possible. Get all the training up. Get your high IVs and EVs here to be the strongest Pokemon you can be here before the final fight here. And let's be honest, Only Fun is definitely not going to be pressured by the Rayquaza. Definitely not pressured at all.
No pressure, yeah.
Massively in terms of points as well, but that's pretty much why you see the rest of the squad for Be1 is also racking up their own points as well. Trying to see if there's going to be an opportunity for them to try to go for the back cap. Something that Only Fun will definitely anticipate as well, but see how well they can come through with it.
Oh yeah, things are running up here at the bottom path as action is inspiring over here.
Wow.
Gyarados carrying on the Scyther, something you don't want to actually happen. While all that is happening, we do the Sylveon in the hands on another. That's going to be a 4 Pokemon knockout by Team Only Fun with no trade-offs.
It's so painful when, especially when you lose your front line. Actually, no, you're not really losing your front line. It's more like he was isolated away from you, from your side, from the side itself. You just can't really tank as well compared to all the rest of the all-rounders. He's definitely more on the softer side here. So, and it's really not to say very difficult. It's pretty like even out when you go toe-to-toe with the Gyarados, but at the same time, if you stack that on top with Rufus and also the Elder Goss, that's just too much for you to handle already.
Yeah, it's very hard as well. I think everyone here in the Sun of Only Fun is just winning, but we look at Team B, the one, it's not really over yet. They're definitely looking for a victory over at the Rayquaza pit. They have to. They have no choice.
Yeah, that's the condition.
They don't have much points at hand. They need to grab some from their opponents. And all this time, there's a Regirock being spawned off at the bottom segment. Now, both teams are having a standoff here between, well, not really, as Trevenant gets picked up and will be returning back through the Pokemon Center in the next few seconds. While all this is happening, this creates an opening for Team Only Fun to grant themselves this Regieleki for themselves. For Be the One, they have to stop this. They don't have a choice. They can't afford to allow their goalposts to have any form of openings. Wow. Well, all this F2Y on this Blaziken scores a big 47 here for Be the One. Every point counts.
True.
Everything matters at this point.
Well, you gotta be really careful right now because right now the entire tournament is currently up and open for them for the taking as well. Rayquaza is finally here. The 200-point differential, but pretty much enough as long as 2 person with 50 points dunked in. Since right now all the Chaos energy that's being dunked in is worth 2 times the amount here. But positioning wise, you see Only Fun is very confident. Currently positioning themselves, diving into the mix as well, trying to find a premium opportunity. Commit to Snarl, not able to find anyone. Bounce into the mix, commits the eject button. All teams committing their respective battle items here to find and to try to evade away from the undesired outcome.
Oh yeah, and of course how they're going to be approaching over here. The team members will be the one are on the top half of the Rayquaza pyramid. Genkai is getting screened out here from the top as well, but that's going to be enough. Genkai still surviving through. Let's have a lot of happen. Utilizing Unite as well. Is going to be popping out on the side of our side to come in with the Unite. Tries to make an escape. Will be able to actually do so here. Escapes through the top left path. Is going to be fighting yet another day. Meanwhile, while all this is happening, it's a 5v4 situation. Signing more Swiss be the one.
Oh,
as they
solo?
still have all the team members. Sylveon is going to be back in the next 10 more seconds while all this is happening as well. Scyther is trying to commit, is slicing and dicing here in a pit together with the Blazing Gun on this Rayquaza. What will happen? Who's going to get the last hit in?
Oh!
And it will be in the hands of the Pikachu.
I can't believe it!
Be the one. And while all this is happening, Unifun has lost, getting 3 Pokemons knocked out, making it a 4v2 situation here at this particular moment. Who has the points? There's 46 over there by the Hoopa on the bottom side. But Blazing and clearing off and knocking out the Aspeon here. Oh, now that's going to be huge. 92 for Be the One. Scyther dunking in 100, making it a 404. Make that yet another 100 by the Blaziken. Leonard, I do believe that this is a victory for Team Be the One for this game number 3.
I mean, definitely for sure. They're still definitely here, still keeping it nice and alive. I really need to give kudos to some of the members as well because they were very isolated. Like Be the One members was able to isolate a lot of their team members as well. Like in the sense where until the point where Genkai was alone, Eldegoss still has a stick nearby him to try to give it the necessary amount of sustain. But you see the quick switch in priorities, right? F2Y already started the Rayquaza. And next thing you know, we see Reelin also joining into the mix as well. So what really backs the question is, Solo and Jaleon is being kept in check by Yame by a really long time as well. And one by one, and I think what makes things even more easier is going to be the fact that one by one who was playing the Pikachu as well, while everyone was so isolated in either trying to keep themselves in the game itself or at least try to wait to snipe that Rayquaza, one by one was just very casual. Very absolutely casual. The only thing he needed to keep into account would be the bounce and Dragon Breath coming in from Genkai here, which of course is, I don't think is comparable with the full outburst coming from the Pikachu's abilities here, who was literally fresh and ready to go.
Yeah, I think it was just waiting for the right time to expand all this because Pikachu definitely packs a punch over here. We don't see much of it, but actually plays a very big role during the last few minutes of the game. So despite if you look at the stats, there's not much going on Team Be the One. Like they don't have much knockdowns, any knockouts compared to what Unifun has to offer. It all boils down to that Rayquaza pin engagement.
Yep,
that's all.
So in this case also as well, Rufus decided not to go for the Mino, which is totally understandable. He went for the foul play and the Snarl. Interestingly, Data, who was playing the Hoopa, was the highest damage dealing support in the entire game.
Yes, I saw that. 37,000.
Yeah, 37,000.
It's actually higher than the Pikachu at 35,000.
Yeah, I mean, something that we don't see quite often here. But anyway, still, look at the scale, right? Total control, total dominance until the Rayquaza came in. I mean, it's the nature of the game, right? That kind of thing where Rayquaza, regardless of how the game state is pretty much for you in the early phase, as long as the point differential isn't too far apart, the Rayquaza will always still be the end game option.
The end game is yeah, the big turnaround has to be on the final 2 minutes of the game here. But of course, our amazing production has some replays provided just for you if you're wondering on what actually happened in that game number 2. Of course, you're going to be seeing a lot of action happening here. Most of them favors their opponents here for this game because yeah, they were insane. Look at the Gyarados. He's the highest level throughout the whole game. You play around with the triple evolutions, you pop off real fast. I have to admit, Be the One was struggling. They were struggling hard.
Well, they
start to finish.
No, they definitely were. I want to know like in what area did everything started to fall apart here? So yeah, so it was just really Yame was just controlling the rest of the team here. And of course, hold on, let me see. You know, later we'll see in the.
Because it's a little bit scattered on how they approach that team fight.
Correct.
You see Eldegoss on one segment in the bottom half of the Rayquaza pit.
And
you see the Umbreon.
The Solo was also the top part of the pit.
Yes.
Pit as well here. So yeah, so actually it's a lot of damage here. It's pretty. Honestly, it could have been anyone who actually who already got the pick off. Everyone really waited for whatever ability that they had, and it just completely committed into that complete mess.
Yeah, and imagine this, while all that team fight is happening, like Scyther and Blaziken went straight into the pit and started slicing and dicing over on Rayquaza with hopes that they're the ones who managed to secure it, you know? So while all that is happening, everybody jumped inside the pit, and then all that is history.
Well,
Yeah, so this is a little bit of play introduction and stats on OnlyFun's solo. So he played. So recently he played out frequently used Pokemon is going to be the Blaziken as well as Scizor, or sorry, the Scyther, and recently he actually played the Aspion in the recent game.
I know, and I think it was also a pretty good steal as well. Like they didn't really want to allow Solo any unlocked option. They actually secured both the Scyther and the Blaziken away from Solo here. Not sure is that the solution to shut him down, but then again, it did hurt. I guess you could say it did hurt them a little bit because not only did OnlyFun ban out the Tyranitar. So let's just go through the Pokemon he actually played out throughout them, not only for the upper bracket but also for the qualifiers as well, right? So he has picked up a lot of Blaziken also alongside with Scyther, right? But at the same time, Tyranitar most likely not going to be picked up because it's commonly going to be banned out, right? So that only leaves with both the Mew, the more traditional picks like the Mew, the Inteleon, and the Sylveon here. But like it's like what we discussed, he decided to opt for the Sylveon because he was trying to build around this Gyarados, right?
Yeah.
Go for this EV evolution, really try to go for the outburst. I think that was really what made the call here. So I guess in a way, in the drafting, a really good setup coming from B1 as he really denied them as much options here for Solo here. While I wouldn't say it's like a direct counter to OnlyFun, of course. But I felt like the game wasn't really in their control until that last Rayquaza pick.
Yeah, and of course we're not done yet as we're going to go through the play introduction for B1. Of course we're looking at one by one. So frequently used Pokemon is the Cramorant and Espeon, and in recent game for Team B1 he actually played out the Pikachu for the game. 35,000 damage, less than a Hoopa, something that you don't see all day most of the time, where Hoopa becomes the star and deals the most amount of damage in the match itself. But truly understandable, there was a lot of factors which led up to those kind of statistics appearing on, because the enemy was just snowballing through as much as possible. I didn't really check how much Gyarados had to offer for that game. Must have been an insane number.
I'll be honest, I'm actually surprised we haven't seen Sylveon actually being picked up by one. It's actually one of his most played Pokemon, but I guess in the way the drafting ended up coming out as well, like more priorities was more focus, and by the time the opportunity arrives for him to secure the Sylveon, it's already been taken up by the opposing side here as well.
Yeah, and I remember it was a last pick Pikachu anyways.
Yeah, it was the final call here. But regardless, that's going to be game 2. This is going to be the final game of the series here. Now this is really a make it or break it kind of situation for both these two teams here for sure. But of course, very similar ban, but this time OnlyFun will be having the priority pick first. So this is going to be their turn to be on the purple team here. So they will ban out the Cramorant and the Hoopa, but they did not ban the Tyranitar because they know they have the first option. But will they lock in the Tyranitar though for the first pick here? Or are they confident enough that B1 will not lock it in now?
Oh, they would!
Now, finally! Finally! I got the T-Tar!
You can sleep tonight.
Oh,
yeah.
Finally, man. I've been so excited for the Tyranitar here. But at the same time, not only do you need to build around the Tyranitar, I also think you also need to bring adequate amount of damage here. You can't bring in the Leafeon since the Leafeon is currently banned out to pair with the Tyranitar. You could lock in the Blissey, that would be pretty great. But I decided to opt to go for the Eldegoss a little bit better here. And then I think that's fine because the Eldegoss ability to not only do damage but also heal at the same time within close proximity somewhat works alongside here too. Rufus comes in. I'm not too sure whether he's going to still play the same skill set as he did in the previous round, which was Foul Play and Snarl. Could try to opt this. He could probably opt to change things up depending on the situation here. Bring in the Delphos, that's totally fine. You want to kite around. You want to kite around this. You really want to try to kite around the Tyranitar. I really want to take it too long, and this is great. You're not given the opportunity to go into Sylveon, but you still need someone to have this really fast-paced burst damage at the same time because Tyranitar is not the most mobile Pokemon here. So locking the Scyther for the side here for Solo, that was pretty fantastic. Now with the additional assists here to further assert more damage here because let's be honest, Solo can't really dive in first unless he has a very massive lead. Someone else have to do the initial poke first. Sylveon absolutely meets the quota. Really great for roaming as well.
I do agree on that because in most occasions, if you do see Solo on the T-Tar anyways, people are just going to ignore you. Nobody's going to really give you that much attention because in most cases you want to ignore him. So if that's really the situation, you approach together with Genkai in the front lines, or even we have a Rubius over there, I think that would be great. This time about, we're going to be seeing Gyarados on the side of Team B, the one. Let's see if this is going to be as mean as how Only Fun brought for game number 2. We have the Delphox, Trevenant, and the Blissey here for Team B, the one.
Yeah, I think everyone really got their grounds covered here. It's just a matter of how both of these teams going to be able to interact with each other here. And then I think one of the few cool things that between when you have two teams or a particular team who has a very massive or very flexible in their Pokemon pool as well, it allows you to really switch things up. Not necessarily one person only plays a Scyther. Genkai also plays a really mean Scyther as well. So that's going to be him to opt. So hold on, let me think.
We recently saw Genkai on that Gyarados plays a mean. He plays like hands down. Very mean Gyarados, by the way, and excited to actually see him hit his hand on the Scyther.
He's a very skillful player.
Yeah, he is.
Very scary.
We've seen too much of him actually. Even
very scary player to be your opponent. Let's be honest here, okay? I do not want to see him in my ladder. I don't want to see him as I climb. So that is pretty much the part where I start typing all chat. All right, GG, that's GG.
Exactly.
Easy, let's
so
go next.
if you're doing a climb on rank, you see Genkai in your team. Yeah, I think you're in good hands.
But then again, it's a very fresh point of view because this time it's going to be Genkai's turn to be in the central area.
Yes, it's a little bit different than the usual UCC, but we'll see how Genkai will pop up here in this game. And while we do see an opening here from Scyther to actually get the wild Pokemon area, we do see the Sylveon here rotating to the top path, providing assistance for this Chansey. And I do believe yes, yet another. Yeah, it's going to be the Magikarp.
Yeah,
of course,
not only do they want to really solidify the Magikarp as well, but they really want to ensure this Larvitar is not getting the comfortability he's supposed to.
Exactly. Is it like a two in one? Yeah, so you put in pressure on the Larvitar before you actually just slow process into making its way into a Pupitar, into a Tyranitar. At the same time as well, you will want your Magikarp to actually become a Gyarados real quick here.
And it's totally understandable why we even see, I know despite saying that you really need to try to ensure Larvitar gets the necessary ESP and comfortability, but it's totally understandable to see Genkai actually run to the bottom side first because there's a lot more higher pickup potential, and literally, as we just see, our first takedown is going to be on top of it, it's going to be in the hands of Genkai, picking 2 in the process here, and it makes a lot of sense because you have an Espeon, you have an Umbreon to the bottom side. That's literally one of the best pairings you could have to actually secure the first takedown here. But that just means that top lane is going to be succumb to abuses here and harass. So a couple of points has also been traded between both sides, but a quick rotation coming into the mix as well, and now Umbreon comes in to save the day. Now we do have the Gyarados here to really need to take it to the count, but Genkai is not too far behind.
Oh yeah, now you have to deal with this Gyarados. It's already at level 5, making its way to level 6 here at this point into the game, but there's not much difference in between these two teams. Early on, we saw an early dominance by Team Onifan upon their opponents from Team B, the one, but now they're very, very close, just a 7-point gap in between them, 52 to 45. Meanwhile, while all this is happening, we do see at the bottom path, the Umbreon up against the Delphox. A little bit tension here at the top path as this Pupitar is trying to make its escape away from the Sylveon and this Blissey. We do have a little bit of assistance from the Eldegoss as well to the rescue.
Which is totally fine, right? Because he planted his position, he planted himself there mainly because he wanted to try to see if you can cut anyone during mid-rotation, right? And of course, he also got the intent that Genkai was slowly making his way down to the bottom lane. So if there's any opportunity, that would have been great. But couldn't. But ended up walking face to face with the Trevenant. So he's like, yeah, that's a defender. We don't want to mess with that, especially near the goalpost as well, with the Horn Leech there. Not gonna play around with that too much. Just focus a little bit on the wild Pokemon here. Try to get the necessary EXP and prep for the next objective, which is both the Regieleki and the next coming Regis. I'm not too sure which Reggie is it gonna be here. Reggie still would be pretty great for them to really try to take it off on either side here. Regieleki is going to be spawning in a couple
seconds.
It's good
for everyone. Oh yeah, it just had to be a Registill here in the bottom. Now this is definitely the buff that you're looking for. You're looking at special attack and attack for your team by securing this. And of course, there's no contest.
Wow, just gone.
B though, it's just gone. Yeah, the observer just had to look at it for a few seconds and yep, we're done. Regieleki is going to fall in the hands of the Trevenant for Team B, the one. It's going to be marching its way to through the top path into the goalpost of Team Onifan. Of course, they're not going to allow any of that to actually happen. They have to defend this. The Eldegoss together with the Pupitar handling this Regieleki.
Yeah.
F2Y is ready to pounce. To bounce on the opponents.
Oh man, stop our side shot. Gotta be really careful about it. Quick heal coming in from the softball. on the hands of Data, which is pretty great. Now, the thing is, this game is a lot more slower to what we've been seeing so far. And in a way, although yes,
there's a lot on the line.
I mean, yeah.
I think everybody's a little bit nervous. It's like, guys.
I mean, yeah, of course, but you know, like, but everyone at the same time is also trying to ensure all the Pokemon coming online. But this actually is a little bit more beneficial for the side for the Pupitar as well, because he didn't really have the most smoothest start here, but with this spacing of within this past 2 minutes, allows
definitely
him
something what he wants.
Exactly, really come back online. But of course, Genkai really did a lot of work to cement that situation to come through. And now, guess what? He said, "Hey, so I was like, hey man, I suffered enough. I'm back. I'm ready. I'm level 9. I'm fully up and ready to go."
Thank you for giving me the space that I've always wanted. And here I
Oh no,
am.
he's not thanking. He's looking.
Is it?
He's looking for redemptions right now.
Oh yeah, yeah, very much needed redemption over here. And of course, making its way to higher levels here. There's not much gapping because no one's making its way to 10 except for the Scyther. Meanwhile, here at the top, getting slowed down here.
Yeah, you don't want to find that inside that Rock Tomb, no man.
Nobody wants to go.
It's so crazy to me that Rock Tomb also comes with a movement speed slow as well.
Yes.
So I'm just like, wow, that is not only is he more durable in there, you're also doing a decent amount of hindrance as well. So it's like, that's crazy.
It makes sense because the thing is, you don't have any other means to, you know, you don't even have the mobility. So, but once you're within his proximity, he needs to have some sort of hindrance. He had to be a slow.
I know, but he's already his base stats. From the patch, his base stats are increasing defenses, and now suddenly out of the blue, abilities also whether reducing damage or increasing his defenses here. So that's crazy, but of course, beautiful timing with the Socket Solari. Completely isolated F2Y from his supporters here. Has to force the bounce to be a very defensive one to get out of this situation here. A lot of Unite was committing. A lot of damage is currently outputting as well. And they were able to get the necessary amount of pickups here. While Unite was committed, they should be able to secure the top lane first goal post. Now, top and bottom has lost their initial and first goal post here. Player.
Oh yeah, so this is the lead that the Onlyfun is creating here, 200 to 45. And they also managed to secure this Regieleki at the top path as well. Oh, that's going to be a big win for them. They're currently in the lead here, 155-point gap, separating between them and Team B, the one at this particular moment. Level 12 on the Scyther. Meanwhile, some of the team members from Team B, the one, struggling to make their way to the double-digit levels.
By the way, I didn't get to see just now, but Rufus, did he opt to go for the foul play or the mean look here?
I didn't see the main look happening. I didn't see the.
We get to see a lot.
Yeah, we don't see it on Umbra. So I guess, like, you know, he wasn't really the center of attention for most of it.
Okay, then we know it's a snarl. All right. But top side is gonna be Genkai versus.
Oh.
Yeah, you see what I mean? It's pretty, like, even though there's level difference between the two sides and of course buffs as well, still pretty close between the both sides here. But Gyarados is definitely a little bit more on the durable side for sure.
Genkai's like, nope. A better Gyarados.
Nah. That's not how it works, player. That's not how it works. Both players
I get it. It's a different Pokemon.
Both players are exceptional Gyarados players, okay? Or exceptional Pokemon players or trainers here.
Yeah, like, you know, when you swap hands, you just want to prove in the next game that you're better than the other guy. Yeah. So, yeah, so the game is currently at a standoff where both sides are not engaging with one another. There's more map control here for the side of Onlyfun. So they're controlling it to the best of their abilities. Meanwhile, at top lane, it does look like Eldegoss is not in a good position over here. Getting screened off by 3 trainers from Team B, the one. And that's going to be huge point scoring there by Team B, the one.
Yeah, just you get an opportunity, just dump as much points as possible. Whatever you can. They're still, some of them are still keeping it back, waiting out for the Rayquaza, because at least that way the points are considered double. Yeah. And that even one of them would be able to overcome the current points right now, because the AR's energy between both teams is actually not very far apart. It's so relatively close.
Exactly.
There's about like 80 points, I guess. Hold on.
Exactly 80 points. Sorry,
60.
60 points.
Or 50.
80.
Wait, 40.
80.
All right.
Let me do the math.
I'm pretty sure it's 50, but hey, you know, quick math. Anyway, back to the final part. The one fight. The one situation that Onlyfun was not able to secure.
They don't need it.
Let's
be honest. Since the point difference is not that big, they don't really need it. That's why you see a Scyther on the top left segment, and you see the Gyarados on top right segment, so that nobody becomes any sneaky and tries to do any scoring behind anyone's back.
You know, Flavor, regardless, they are gonna, whether they had the advantage or they don't, they still need to fight into the center.
Yes.
So Oh, and
Exactly.
he dies right into the beautiful assist at the same time. Very Frolly also trying to get in the mouse as much as possible, and big damage come to the mix. Although here comes the Psychic Solaire, they try to displace him as much as possible, try to force him into a full disarray here, but all the team is currently isolated. A perfect timing for Genkai to find easy picking here, but before he could, the rest of the squad was able to group up just in time to melt him aside, but instantly gets traded back.
Oh wow, this is a big trade-off over here, but at what cost? Losing out the Scyther and the Tyranitar early engagements for... Oh man, this is going to be a big one. But still, we do have 4 Pokemon from Team Only Fun at this current moment up against 4 for Team Be The One, and it does seem the last hit is going to be taken up by the Espeon here. Only Fun securing the Rayquaza for themselves and going in for the scoring over here, and I do believe that is going to be the winning factor for Team Only Fun here. 90 seconds on the clock here, Leonard.
Finally, Only Fun finally got the win from the very team that sent them down to the lower bracket in the first place, Flavor. And the crazy part about it, they didn't even need the whole team at the Rayquaza team.
Oh yeah, they didn't.
2 players was actually busy dumping points. Well, they came in to secure the Rayquaza, which was already been started by Be The One members. But regardless, congratulations for Only Fun, as they are our second and last grand finalists to go toe-to-toe with Onyx.
Oh yeah.
For the spot to go to Honolulu. But of course, Be The One, you guys did a really great job. You showed us your medal. You showed us your capabilities as well. Really great to see Thailand still popping off here. But of course, this is the nature of the competition, Flavor. So there's always going to be winners and some we have to send home. But regardless, this is probably not the end. We probably will see greater growth from them.
Oh yeah.
Whether is it going to be using the same team name or going to be in another team. But I think
switching out players.
Yeah, but so far Pokemon UNITE is evolving at a really drastic rate here. We are seeing new players popping up every single time with every new qualifiers, from 16 teams to 24 teams down until our recent qualifier, 59 teams. But then again, this is 3 regions for
exactly,
this
it's a combination of 3 regions.
But hey, 59 is still a lot, right?
Yeah,
you know?
that's insane. And you're looking at some of the best teams that Pokemon UNITE has to offer within the region itself. Everybody's hungry for that slot in Honolulu, and right now, this final slot for APAC West, it is going to be between Team Only Fun and against Team Onyx. Only one of these 2 teams will be getting this slot.
But I'm pretty, like, not to say impressed. I mean, yes, I am impressed with all the games, of course, but like, this game in particular was definitely a lot more slower than expected here.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's somewhat understandable. They were waiting for the Delphos to also slowly come online here. They also was being a little bit safe, especially since Genkai was on an absolute tear, by the way, after the bottom lane pairing here. I don't think you can ask for a better one where you had both the Espeon and Umbreon at the bottom side. Although, yeah, top lane, it's somewhat expected, right? Top lane, you have the Gossifleur and the Larvitar. Definitely not, although yes, Genkai could rotate there to create a more space, but I think that just really delayed things here. For them not going to be able to get much from that top lane invasion here compared to when he rotated the bottom lane. So a really good call for that one.
Yeah, I think this is all part of the early comms on how they're going to approach this game number 2. But I think everything else falls into place really nice. It was just unfortunate that although like they won this game, but it was quite nail biting as they actually lost Tyranitar during the early engagements, during the Rayquaza pit over there. So it could be big trouble for them if they're not able to actually recover from that situation. So Titar down, he was able to actually make his way to the Rayquaza pit. During that situation, it was a 4v4 situation, and it could go down to any of the teams. It wasn't much of a difference anyways between them.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I heard we are going to be going to one of our second favorite segments. It's going to be drawing with the casters here. We have 2 clips, so we're going to be settling
Caster.
So casters with an S.
With S.
So let's quickly get right into it, shall we? So started things off. I think this was the clip. Yes, this was the clip from our third.
Yes.
From our third round, right? So basically, while there were, like I said, Be The One is the one pressured 4 points here. They were definitely a little bit more pressure for the Rayquaza. So they were slowly poking it out with Hyper Voice and Fire Blast onto the Rayquaza. As you can definitely see, his HP is slowly being whittled down here. Solo didn't want to repeat the same situation as the previous round where they just slowly choke it out, and then he didn't want a situation where things was unpredictable. Didn't really want to come into a situation where anyone has an opportunity to steal the Rayquaza. No, he didn't want that. So, and especially with such as a durable all-rounder, and of course he is level 13 as well, he decided to take the fight head on, straight to them. Don't make them comfortable at all. Although yes, he is still oblivious to the positioning of the Gyarados. He's still no idea where the Gyarados is currently at.
Yeah.
But the fact that he got intel on this tree, this just reassures him alone of the fact that, okay, I'm just going to dive right in.
I think that's enough. I mean, having 3 Pokemon here in the front, he's going to just eject. And he's going to be jumping in and then, yeah, just approach all of them. Look at that. Sandstorm, swinging them down.
And also do take into account as well, this is not your support or the support defenders here. This is going to be a very offensive Umbreon as he went for the foul play and also for the prowl. So take it to the fight into the count, right? So now you see the Espeon is slowly coming into the mix as well. Coming from the bottom side, he said, alright, my team is already engaging on 1, 2, 3, 4 members of Beta 1 here. So that's more than enough for them to know for the fact that, okay, like majority of the team is here. If one of them
they're
is
visible,
not, they're visible, they're inside, and actually no, all of them are inside because currently, if you notice as well, the Genkai is actually going toe-to-toe with the Gyarados at the bottom side, although we can't see it from this point of view.
Ah, yes.
But you can see it on the minimap, but still, we're moving forward with the clip as well. And so by the time this fight took very long, although yes, it's unfortunate for the timer that because he got focus fired. He was really concentrated down. Rufus was also about to follow him in suit, not until a very aggressive Psychic Solarium to try to force a disengagement to the rest of the squad to allow his team to reset and choose how they wanted to take this fight. At the same time, Genkai didn't want to take any more risk in this 1v1. He decided to rotate, if you see on the minimap, try to rotate from the backside here to see if he can go for very simple pickoffs, especially particularly their support, the Blissey, who is relatively low and also keeping his team alive, responsible for keeping them alive. So I'm gonna quickly replay the clip as well. Decent amount of damage, Psychic Solare forces the disengagement. Trevenant is forced to literally have a buddy system with Rufus, but still doesn't matter. So now the rest of the squad slowly comes in, trying to get the repositioning in. Hold on, I'm just gonna put this a little bit faster. Alright, great. So now this is gonna be something really great. So now the Relin got this intel. He's like, alright, Genkai is here, Trevenant is here, and he sees that there is no one in this position. Rufus is so isolated away. Look at this great distance flavor between both sides here. So if there's no way in time for Rufus to really come in, and he has no unite move as well to go for the save. So in other words, it was an opportunity for them to really convert on this guy here. In a 1v3. And like I said, Saita is not the most durable of your all-rounders here, right? So quickly moving forward in slow motion, he instantly gets knocked up by the fire spin into the Hyper Voice as well. He still does big damage when she's committing Unite.
He was just lucky that with the slide of health, he's able to actually commit his Unite.
Correct.
That's all.
But I think this fight could have been a little bit different if we still had the Delphox here. And remember, like I said, this is more like your all-rounder Umbreon defender here. Was able to swiftly pick up to take off on the Delphox as well. So I think that's going to be pretty much it for the clip, right? Yes, this is pretty much it. So let's quickly check out clip number 4. This is the messy one, Flavor. I'll let you handle
this one. Okay. Oh man, this is actually the interesting one, okay? So, okay, for this position itself, now look at the numbers that we have. Now, at this particular moment, you don't have the Scyther anymore for the side of Unifun. You don't have the Delphox for the side of Team B, the one. It is a 4v4 situation at this particular moment. Now, this is going to be a very important information. So we're just going to play through over here. While all this is happening, Rayquaza is low on health. So who's actually in the pit right now? You do have the Gyarados, that's one. You do have Yamate here from the side of B, the one. The members of Unifun, where are they? On the outskirts of the pit. So that's 2 over here, and that's actually 1 more. Eldegoss, I'm going to count 1 more. And of course, all this, you need 4 in total. There's 1 more who's all the way here. on standby, like, you guys gotta get this so I can start dunking.
Yeah, he's already the Ombre.
Exactly.
The Ombre is already dunking points. Actually, you see, he actually dunked in 92 points.
Yeah, so all this is happening despite it supposedly being a 4v4 situation. It was actually a 3v4 as Umbreon is not present at the current moment. But even with all that, you don't see 4 team members from Team B, the one, as the other one here, which is the Blissey here, is still over here.
Just
so basically
respawn,
it's fair. Yeah, so it is still a 3v3 which is being played out. Now this is very, very crucial during this last particular segment over here while this is happening.
So messy.
So Espeon was ready to blast the Zero on this side. It was very, very messy. You have Sylveon here, was all cooldown on skills, was not able to actually do much. You don't expect Eldegoss to actually do much as well during this particular time. Even Gyarados, of course, when Gyarados with this build, you're looking at attack speed. Just hoping that he's able to dish out enough damage for him to actually get the last hit in. So after all that being played out as well, see the shot? So yeah, so Espeon gets the last shot in. And he gets the last hit on the Rayquaza. And after that, all is history.
I mean, technically, also, if you think about it as well, because while this Rayquaza fight was actually happening at the same time, we're seeing multiple multiple members from Onifan just dunking points at the Umbra, we saw putting in the 92 points.
Yeah, exactly.
And because of that lead, even if be the one were to succeed, they just don't have enough points to actually overcome that. You need a total of like at least 300. Yeah, about 335.
So this one is 100, and so basically right now it's a 340 point difference.
Yeah,
so it's 340. So you need 170 points in your hands to score to reach 340. And you don't need slightly more, because if you make it a draw, 475 to 475.
I mean, okay, not exactly, but the fact remains that you need at least 3 people to at least have 100, at least 50 points here. But
exactly.
They only had, I believe it was the Gyarados who had 50 points. One member had 10 points and the other one had 20. So that's not even enough.
Yeah, they don't have enough
to go forward
at that current moment, unless the outcome for Rayquaza went well and they were able to actually get a few knockouts and grab some points. And I think they should be able to actually do so.
That's true.
But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the lower bracket finals. Congratulations to Team Onifan. They are, as mentioned before by Leonard, they are the second, or should I say the final team making it to the grand finals. They'll be going up against Team Onyx in the grand finals.
Yep.
And of course, as Team Onyx hails from the upper bracket finals, they are required to actually just win one best of 3 series to become the champion here at the tournament. Whereas for Onifan, as they hail from the lower bracket, they have to win the best of 3 series in the grand finals, force a grand finals reset, and win that series to actually become the champion here.
I mean, it's definitely a great honor. At the same time, while we did conclude our lower bracket finals, we somewhat, I guess you could solidify our top 3 here.
Yeah.
At least Be1 is our 3rd placing here. Still didn't walk away with nothing here, but I believe he still wanted to be crowned the grand champion and go to Honolulu. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a quick short one here, but don't go away for too long. The conclusion and to figure out who's going to be representing to go to Honolulu will be declared right after this. Welcome back, trainers. This is the grand finals of the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series for the LCQ West. Yeah, I'm Lando, also known as Yodeli. Joining me is going to be the wonderful and, of course, smart Denali. Did I pull off your thing correctly?
I can't believe you all turned into a meme. I feel a little embarrassed, but I love it.
Did I pull off the Denali correctly?
Yes, I guess so. I think I have to ask everyone else. I'm not sure. I never realized.
Hello, trainers. Hello, Pokemon trainers.
Look, we're here to have a good time.
And I am having a good time.
We're having a good time, and I know the viewers are ready to have a good time because it's grand finals time here for the LCQ qualifiers for APAC West. Now, we do know that for APAC East, they've actually finished their grand finals already, so we're basically trying to find out who is the last team to qualify for the Asia region.
Man, this is a very monumental moment. Although, yes, this is the last chance qualifying, just like the name. We need to decide which of the two teams. We are only sending the best of the best here. And speaking of which, and on the best of the best can only come up from these two teams, these two challengers as they go head to head with each other here. It is going to be Onyx versus Only Fun here. Onyx, you've seen them, you know them, you love them, you of course respect them for sure. It's going to be Grid, ALR, Draguts, Corvus, and Jinky.
And on the side of Only Fun, we have RK, Jalion, Solo, Genkai, and Rufus. A lot of familiar names here if you do follow the Malaysia-Singapore region. Now, just a quick reminder for people that don't know, Onyx is from Indonesia, so it is actually a battle of two different regions here too. And these two teams in particular, they are strong contenders, not just in this tournament, but prior to this as well for their own regional qualifiers. So for Only Fun, this team was the third place team in the Malaysia-Singapore qualifiers.
Yes.
And then for Onyx, they were the second place team in the Indonesian qualifiers.
Man, since you put it that way as well, right? I mean, everyone knows for sure.
The finalists.
Yeah, the finalists, right? But at the same time, it feels like the person who was the massive wall is currently not in the way now. Now the walls, yeah, for now.
But now they've got a new wall to cross.
True, but then again, I always like to say a wall is meant to be overcome here. So maybe in the future they will overcome that wall personally in their own respective regions. But however, now this current wall that stands before you,
it's a brick wall, so you can knock it down, which is the great news. But the thing is, how are you going to knock it down? What tools do you have? How well equipped are you for dealing with this brand new wall? Is it a case of Pokemon, playstyle, personal preferences? Is that a meta issue? Like, what is going to stop you from actually breaking down this wall and getting you one step closer to the World Championships?
I think this is somewhat of an answer where even our current professional players or at least our tier 1 teams is still trying to find that answer, right? It's more like everyone still doesn't know the actual answer, but what they can do within their availability here is just to trust the process, to trust their own process here. What they have, their members, their teammates as well, whether they can really push through with whatever storm that is going to be standing before them, right? That kind of thing. So, sure, even we don't have the answers. I mean, I'm the caster, I'm not a professional player, so I don't know that. So, but even can you imagine how is this for themselves as well? Like literally, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands and feet into the shoes of these players, right? What they go through every day, the hours, right? The amount of discussion, the planning, analysis, and also trying to ensure that, not to say really not really following other teams, but just trying to see if they can incorporate what they learn into their own playstyle to create something new here, to make it an iconic for them here.
Yeah.
So speaking of which, let's quickly bring up the team analysis for Team Onyx.
Now, I do just want to remind you all, the stats that you see today, these are all the stats for their games played today. Not from yesterday, not last week, not the last qualifiers, just for today. So as you can see with our pick rates, we do have a couple of favorites on the side of Onyx. They love the Delphox. They also love the Buzzwole and the Cramorant. If that is let through, they almost always will pick up the Cramorant, especially after the number of changes that Cramorant has been receiving. This Pokemon has gotten a lot of love with the recent update, does quite a bit of damage, and we've seen both versions of Cramorant make that appearance, the ranged damage dealer, but also just the diving nuisance.
Man, like, and the thing is, it's a lot more fresh as well, right? Because I think this is something I emphasized to you. I think I emphasized it to Flavor like a few times already, but it does speak in some form of volumes, right? Because it's something that not very commonly seen, right? And it's not the more traditional picks, not the more traditional competition. It's more like, how do you really want to play around it? Sure, probably teams have already played out in their own personal ladder. They have probably played against it in their own personal scripts as well. But is it enough for them to really really mentally prepare themselves in the game itself. But either way, it's going to be the team profile for Only Fun here. So far, without fail, I mean, of course, depending on the drafting for sure and composition, Umbreon has always been their go-to here. He has the most highest pick rate for sure. It's going to be 82% here. Silver is going to be the 55. Blaziken, of course, solo. You know, nothing goes wrong with Blaziken. Let's be honest, nothing goes wrong with solo. Okay, so Elder Goss is of course going to be great. It does work both ways because it can be offensive and supportive at the same time. Espeon is of course fantastic as a central or even for the side laners, and solo.
Yeah.
Feels like every time I see Blaziken on side, it's going to be solo. I mean, Genkai plays a crazy side there.
Yes, yes. Well, the thing I kind of noticed with the team, and I'm kind of happy when I see this within a roster as well, is having the ability to swap roles if necessary. If somebody plays, for example, a better Scyther, you kind of step down and be like, hey, let's give you the Scyther. I want to give you your best matchup. I'm going to compensate with a different Pokemon. Let's try to accommodate where we need to try and beat this situation, to beat this draft. Which, speaking of draft, Leonard, we are here. It is time. And look at this. No Blaziken, no Cramorant, and Sableye of all things.
Yeah, like, just because I guess in a way, because do take into account that, like, there is no better way to actually get some form of intel, right? Because intel is so important when inside a team battle like this, right? You really want to get as much vision as possible. And Sableye is somewhat the only Pokemon that comes close to the most ideal way of getting information without getting caught out.
Not just the information, but we also saw Only Fun play that really nasty score comp.
I was going to leave it to that to explain.
So that was also a factor. But we're not going to look at score comp here. We are looking at some late game madness from both teams across the board. Gyarados and Tyranitar being the first picks from both of these teams. But for Only Fun, they're going to compensate their Tyranitar with a Umbreon pick. Now, this does leave the Trevenant in the pool, and we do know for a fact that Onyx, they do like to run this, especially onto Jinkies, so very likely going to be a choice here if they want to pick up their defender. Otherwise, if they leave it in the pool, I'm kind of curious to know what is more important. And if it's a Hooper, totally get it. Hooper is one of the best supports in the game right now. The resets, gotta love them, and the global mobility as well.
And usually, like, even though when we see the Hooper, we usually see pad of it alongside with the Umbreon, so which I think is something really great that it was somewhat picked up for the side of a Rufus here, right? Because it just works two ways, right? You can use it as a defender if it's required. You can also use it as a support healer. It just works that great. So this at least helps them, and then I guess, not sure whether they read the situation, but more of the fact that I think it's just a opportunity. It's great, they picked the Hoopa here, so not a lot of healing is going to be coming out for themselves here, so very dependent on the Hoopa to follow up with this resets here. I mean, besides the resets, the global presence of course fantastic here. Traveler is great for you to set things up, and even better to assure you whether Minlook is going to be the option here. That's like, you see, this is what I'm saying. A lot of versatility is something that all of this team really likes to go for. Having more options is better than having no options at all here. So now Onyx has no choice. You don't have a lot of options left on your belt here. Slowbro, don't get me wrong. Slowbro, fantastic defender, but not something you really require that can answer your current situation here.
This is kind of interesting coming out from Only Fun. So all of today, we have seen them be very aggressive in their laning stage. Like from the get-go, they're always trying to go for those early game rotations.
Correct.
But look at the lineup here. So you're running double defenders, but this should be a Wish Umbreon if you want to have that sustain. You got the Trevenant as your frontliner. You have what's probably going to be a Scyther here for Genkai. Your backline attacker as that Pikachu. Interesting that they've actually decided to go for this, because it does seem like it is a bit more of a defensive comp compared to what we have seen so far from Only Fun. Whereas for Onyx, they do have a lot of early game too. Like, sure, the Gyarados needs a little bit of help, but like Blastoise, great team fighter. Delphox, another great team fighter. Sylveon as well to power up the Delphox. I like seeing this too. But I am curious to know, like, what's the thought process of picking up the Sylveon over the Trevenant? Because I do feel like this team is missing out on the utility that a Trevenant could bring to the table, because we have seen how impactful Trevenants have been for setup for these teams, for their frontline, for zoning. Trevenant does so much.
The thing is, I believe they try to opt to go for a little bit more damage here. Like, sure, don't get me wrong, Initiation being the guy that really set things up for you is always fantastic, but Sylveon is a little bit versatile, right? You have this beautiful Fairy Frog that really allows you to get in and out, very fast cooldowns. A lot of damage coming in for Hyper Force or Mythical Fire if required, but I don't think they will opt to go for the Mythical Fire. Hyper Force is definitely going to be the one to go for, because to best support the Magic Card would be to either to get the necessary pickoffs or to at least try to trace out your aggressors here. So I think so far it's been pretty great. If you're able to have the ability to actually do damage or chase out anyone from your lane, that just gives you so much space.
Definitely. Now, let's see how these lanes are going to go for these teams, because I have to say this is a much slower game than I'm used to seeing, especially from a team like OnlyFun, who have just really turned up the game to an 11 in their previous matchups, playing much safer, especially considering that they are investing everything into this Tyranitar pick for this top lane matchup. Now, of course, they are not really slowing down the progress of this Magic Carp. It is level 4. Both top laners are level 4 at the moment. But I'm kind of curious to know, like, who is going to be the higher impact top laner for these teams, because yes, they're both late game scaling Pokemon. Who is going to have the upper hand?
You know, I was actually about to ask you a very similar question, but not about the late game actually. It's more, it just is who has the responsibility, especially on the side here for Onyx. At first, I thought it was going to be the Sylveon to be the one to really set the pace here, because pretty sure it's going to be Genkai with the side on the other side for one. But then again, I think about it. We're going to be having this Gyarados very shortly as well, and Pupitar is going to take some time for him to get to the Tyranitar here. So would that mean that not just the Sylveon or the Gyarados instead to be the one to set the pace to transition them into this late game skill?
Well, if you want to talk about setting the pace at this point of time, right, I guess it's going to have to be Onyx, because you will get the evolution there for the Gyarados. There is still a little bit of time until that Tyranitar kicks in. And also, you want to take advantage of the fact that this Umbreon has not evolved. Rufus has struggled to hit that level 4, and unfortunately with a Gyarados in lane, I just don't really see this happening. And unfortunately, Scyther goes down to the Sylveon. That is massive, because that Scyther is a massive early game asset for OnlyFun. So Onyx, they are really trying to capitalize on this early game weakness that OnlyFun has. So Pupitar goes down, and look at this, 3 Pokemon coming in to reinforce, but Rufus has to be careful, has to run away from that Hyper Voice, because he's very low.
Yeah, you know, the thing is, if they still stick around with that first goal post, there could be the chance for the punish. However, Onyx, they're here to win it as well. So not taking any chance, falls back, gets a nice time with the bounce as well. Mean look, defensive mean look, absolutely well timed and well positioned. Because if not, I don't think our dear friend will be able to walk out of it. But then again, beautiful burst down the hoop, but that
will stop everything. I think it stops everything, because you've lost your resets. But look at this, though, they caught Rufus again. So the Umbreon going down at level 5. So top lane is basically all Onyxes. If they want to take the Regieleki, they totally can. And because they have the Hooper, they can use the portals to go down to the bottom lane if they feel they need to be down there. And so we do get the portal in. Delphox is down here. They are ready to go for that bottom Regi if they want to fight. But look at the Sylveon. Such aggressive play in the enemy central area. It does go into that top lane, but you can see OnlyFun, they are struggling this match.
It really is as well. And like, although yes, there's still no Hydro Typhoon, they're still going to be able to get there eventually. But the lead that they have currently, that's with alongside with the Onyx as well. Oh, sorry, alongside with the Gyarados as well, really ensuring that every step of the way we are slowly building up to that final game that we're trying to find the outcome we were looking for. Your Surf is coming in as well. Hydro Pump not doing a lot of damage, but then again, still able to secure that Regi Eyes, because they know for the fact that Regieleki is going to be a little bit difficult of a challenge, especially when you have such a massive Gate Guardian of a Gyarados sitting at top side.
Yeah. Now, I think for Onyx, they're probably not too scared about the Regi as well, because it was just the Reg Ice. It wasn't an attack or the defensive bonus. It was the health regeneration. So it was mostly just for the experience. Like for OnlyFun, they still want this because they need the experience.
Correct.
But for Onyx, I would love to see this team actually deny this from the enemy side, because they realize, they know how important this experience is, especially for that Tyranitar, who is now level 8, almost level 9, so should be evolving very shortly. Now, looks like we are going to see G-Finkies just causing an absolute ruckus in this lane, surfing all over the place, eating the opponent's berries, but should go down to the Thunder. The Surf, though, connects, and they get the Pikachu, and he doesn't go down. The entire team is here. The Trevenant's going to try and slow down this push, but we are going to get 25 points scored in that bottom lane, and there's only so much a solo Trevenant can do. Still sticking around, but Pupitar going down, and now look at this, the Umbreon struggling against the Gyarados, but the mean look, though, cancelling out the bounce, realizing I'm not even going to go anywhere, so let's have a truce.
Let me tell you something as well, but before I tell you about it, instantly comes in here, finally respawn, sees he can get a couple of pickups, and he does succeed beautifully as well. Gives you a nice bottom money XP, allows to get a couple of points.
Can't make it.
Get into it! No, he succeeds in it as well. Not able to break it, unfortunately. But then again,
Or fire spin.
can he get out of it though? Genkai getting a little bit down low. Reinforcer is here though, but the hook's unbound. When sure Genkai is very hyper void. The rest of the squad comes in from the hyperspace portal here, and they want to get a couple of more in the process. Trevenant trying to see if he can go for the setup. Does pull in 2 members into the pool, into the Phantom Forest here. But is the damage enough? I don't think it's enough. He actually brought them all closer for them to actually force it into a CQC scenario. A very massive pickup, but of course, courtesy of Gyarados on the top side. Like I said, he's the gate guardian on the top side. While we saw the massive fight on the bottom side, he actually had this 1v3 scenario. He didn't really launch the Pipita, but the side earlier as well. So that bonus leveling did aid him even more in this fight.
Yeah, we do see a bit of a trade happening before. We did get the Hooper elimination, so another boost of experience for OnlyFun. They basically have to salvage this bottom lane, especially without the goal zone. It makes it very difficult to reinforce for any of these side lanes. But up top, though, we're going to be seeing a massive skirmish with a whole load of Pokemon. But Scyther is down, so a lot of the damage is going to be left onto Solo on that Tyranitar. He really needs to have his teammate here because Fire Spin is a nuisance for the Tyranitar. Fireworks as well. Thunderstorm deployed, just not enough damage. And again, just this Delphox, these Fire Spins are so problematic. OnlyFun are not allowed to play the game.
And Rufus keeps getting isolated as well. He's nowhere near enough to even get the necessary heals. Genkai respawn, comes back into the mix, but gets hit by one ability and it's already half HP. And of all the all-rounders, he's definitely not on the bulkier side, so he does suffer from the constant pokes.
Onyx, though, they really want to try and get the snipe, but it's so hard with a Scyther and a Tyranitar there. And the defenders, I mean, you're looking at Jinkies and RK. They are stuck together. They are trying to ensure that none of them are there for those battles. But the Umbreon, first one to go down for OnlyFun, they still managed to get the Regieleki. So it's now up to Onyx to prevent the Regieleki from going in that goal zone. They want to keep the mobility. The Hooper portals are too important here, but we are seeing a slight battle here. A teleport will reset 3 players on the side of Onyx. We're still seeing Solo stamp around in that top lane, but they realize there's just no way they can push the Regieleki forward. So back to wild Pokemon it is. Get your experience and get ready for Rayquaza that's coming in the next 25 seconds.
But then again, despite the disparity, right, scoreline isn't really too far apart. Level race as well, not too much difference as well, except for the fact that there's still 1 level hit in some of their Pokemon. The threat is still a lot.
But this is huge. If you're going to give the defensive buff away. Oh, but
no, you got reset!
Can they do it in time? They've got 5 seconds. They should be able to do this unless Scyther comes in for a steal. No steal?
No, I think he's trying to aim to see if he can go for a pickoff here.
They have a mean look. Are they trying to go for a battle down there? Because it was Umbreon and Scyther. We're seeing some health bars go down for the Trevenant. They do manage to isolate the Sylveon. If they can get this knockout, this would be big, but they do have the Fairy Frolic and Scyther having to jump on out. Midnight Prance, huge!
No!
That's huge, though! It's been baited, and it didn't even get the connection, so no Prance for this Ray fight. But look up top, we have a Tyranitar. He's super fast, and he wants to score this 80-pointer, but the battle is going to be happening in the bottom lane. No Tyranitar, so Solo is going to have to rush down there. Trevenant's not with the team. They're coming back in, and now because they have this 2-point lead, Onyx, they either have to go for a micro cap somewhere, or they need this Rayquaza.
But then again, with everyone being so on the full defensive here, they need to try to find an opportunity or the chink in the armor. It's just that difficult. They got him. They melted it and completely burst him out of commission as well. One of your main damage to the Unite move coming in, not able to get on top of his hands on Rufus, but it still didn't matter. Now one player is out of commission and out of the picture. It becomes a 5v4. They're trying to play the positioning here. This tangle dance of back and forth here. None able to find the connection. Pretty great, pretty good CC, but there's no follow-up for it as well. All these controls, all these damage is just not there to follow up with it. Hydro Typhoon for the counter initiation here on top of the Tyranitar here, but he doesn't have the Umbra. There's no heals, there's no sustain. He can't last for too long. And of course, comes in with a 2-turn streak KO pickoff.
Oh my goodness, Onyx dancing the tango, just 3 steps ahead of OnlyFun at every single turn, utilizing every asset available with their roster of Pokemon, using the hyperspace holes for the escape. I think the fact that they were able to pull that play off and keep the Delphox up and going. Solo, this man was struggling. Yes, you're a Tyranitar, you are big, you are tanky, but if you can't even keep on your targets, doesn't really matter, out-sustaining them.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like Jinkies. No Scooby-Doo or Mystery Machine is needed to find a clue for what went wrong. Let me tell you something. That game, that fight was so methodical and calculated, it was pretty much seems like a done deal for them as well. But still, picking off Genkai so early into the fight, that really threw a wrench into their whole plans there.
Look, if we could have our drawing segment, I think we absolutely would have it there, because just seeing how that started, it was such a strange play to come out as well from Genkai, because you would think to make such a surprise play, I don't think anyone expected that kind of play, but to come in and he wasn't even close to being able to just nipping someone in the bud and getting out of there. He sort of jumped in and he was stuck in no man's land. His team was nowhere nearby. They don't have a Blastoise of their own with a Typhoon. And I mean, for RK, he didn't really want to use the Phantom Forest there, because I think they knew they were just going to lose Genkai there and then. So I kind of wonder what the game plan was there. Did they maybe try to predict Onyx movement and they just made that misplay happen?
The thing is that I felt like maybe he just really didn't have the intel, because from the pathing that he was taking from the bottom segment, walking into the tall grasses as well.
He walked right into Onyx, unfortunately.
Yeah, so like, no, and it was, I think it was not just someone was there first and they spotted someone, that's why he dived in first. He said, okay, I think this guy's alone, but no one was really near the Rayquaza pit to give the necessary additional intel if there was anyone nearby. The whole team was there and instantly melted away. That's why you and I, we were so shocked. We're like, wow, this guy completely cornered and busted down.
Man, and look at the numbers too. I think so many players, whether you play in competitive or you play in your ranked games, like, you know, Solo did, I think, as good of a job as he could have done as a Tyranitar in this matchup. But these numbers for him, like, you could tell he struggled to just latch onto somebody. Like, that's one of the things that I see with Tyranitar that is one of his glaring weaknesses, which is unfortunately his ability to stick to somebody. He needs someone there to help him do that. Now, of course, Rubus, like, we did have mean look on the Umbreon, but this is the new breed of Umbreon, where unfortunately to get that mean look, you have to get so incredibly close to your target. And so it's much more difficult for Solo to just sort of be there and to do his job unless you have someone with the setup, and that was sort of on him.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's not just the mean look. The problem was, I think it's also, I mean, of course, well positioning coming from the members of Onyx as well. But there were many times that him as a healer was just nowhere near enough to actually heal the necessary people there. Like, he's always like either being isolated from the rest of the squad, or he's just too far away to, or not even there in time to best support it with the wish. Yeah,
I don't think it's a wish issue though. The issue was either setting up for Solo or having the follow-up after for him as well. Like, it just, I don't know, it feels like the Tyranitar doesn't really fit the style of play that we're so used to seeing from Only Fun. They love highly mobile Pokemon that can stay on their targets, to get on top of them, that can be rather independent. But with Tyranitar, this Pokemon has a lot of needs. As some people may not have realized. And one of his major needs is having somebody be there to help him finish the job, whether it be you provide the follow-up stun or you capitalize as an attacker from the opening he creates.
Which is why I was telling Flavor, right? Like, although yes, the patch makes him more durable than most Pokemon that we've seen in the scene as well, and his abilities also gives it even more durability and decent amount of movement speed slow, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he's dishing out massive amount of damage.
It's not so much about damage with this Pokemon, right?
Yes.
It's just the threat. That's also one of the things I kind of feel like Tyranitar brings to the table, having someone that is so scary in the late game that can play mental gymnastics with you as well. And so you might either underestimate or overestimate. But I think in this particular game, like, you can see Onyx really respected Solo. Like, sure, they never directly engaged in him, but they also understood that for their lineup to work, you got to play around the Tyranitar, which is where the Delphox in particular, that pick, I think, was a fantastic one. The fire spins, just preventing Solo from doing whatever he wants, and the fireworks too. Like, the slows, everything just really helping this lineup stick together.
Correct. And the crazy thing about it is it's not too much about running away from Solo. It's just more of the fact, like, we just don't deal with it. Just
chase around him.
Just chase every one of him, and we will still be faster than him. That kind of thing. But yes, like you mentioned, the slows is fantastic, the knockup is great, the damage, eventually the burn damage is slowly piling on since the healing is not going to be there. I mean, that's the whole point of the damage of a time thing, right? Where you just reduce a lot of this healing where there's not a lot of healing to be presented in the first place, right? So eventually, he always ends up being the last one there. But, you know, this is just all about, I mean, this is how the teams interact. I'm really happy the fact that how the team really adjust to the current meta of things. Right? How do you play around this kind of Pokemon? Some still trying to find their way to play around, whereas some has already found some glimpse of an answer here, that which we have been seeing so far. But it's like you said, it's all about setting up to a particular set of Pokemon. Whether is it your Gyarados, your Tyrannitars. I mean, we did see some traditional picks slowly coming back, but I think so far I've been pretty proud to say that all the series that we've been seeing, we haven't seen any much of those traditional picks like the Intalons and everything. I'm pretty happy to see what we've been seeing so far.
Like to see some fresh faces. Speaking of fresh faces, let's have a look at Kurov here because we do have his stats available on the stream. So as you can see here for Kurov for Onyx, he has played a lot of Delphox today, and I kind of feel like this Pokemon might need to be on the consideration list for bans. In particular, if you are eyeing that Tyranitar, because I kind of think Delphox is probably one of the key factors from preventing a Tyranitar from doing what it wants to do. It just, it practically counters almost his entire skill kit. The only time Delphox will lose in this matchup is if the Tyranitar is right on top of you.
Yeah.
And that should not happen in most cases.
And also in your words as well, that is definitely your fault.
Yeah, that's true, right? Like if you let the Tyranitar get on top of you, you kind of have to reconsider your life choices. So.
I mean, it's not just the Tyranitar. I feel like any close-quarter Pokemon is definitely who's very dependent on really high mobility, especially long drawn-out fights, like the Gyarados as well. Like mobility, okay, maybe not the Gyarados. His bounce is pretty much unstoppable, right? But other all-rounder Pokemon is dependent on mobility, or at least try the long drawn-out fights. Doesn't really favor the Delphox too much either. But of course, it's going to be the player stats for OnlyFans side. It's going to be John Leon here with the Sylveon and the Espeon. I think so far when it's really just to pile on further damage, especially when you're transitioning or rotating towards that early phase of the game, I think so far these two are the best so far. I know I did stress about the Glacier. Glacier's great for scaling, but she just doesn't really hit as well compared to these two.
Yeah.
Unless you hit that level 6 first.
I'm kind of thinking for alternative choices here for Jarleon because we're seeing Sylveon and Espeon for the kit. We really haven't seen anything else for him at all, aside from, I guess, like the Pikachu choice too, which unfortunately I don't think in that game I was really a fan of because we didn't really get to see the power of that Pikachu with paired up with anybody, right? Like the setup wasn't there. You were just sort of playing reactionary rather than being the ones to dictate the flow of the battle. So I'm kind of thinking like, okay, if you want a style of play like Sylveon and Espeon, like Sylveon we have seen this banned a couple times actually against Jarleon, and Espeon's fine, but I kind of feel like Jarleon, he excels when you give him a Pokemon that is going to get him to be a big factor in the late game. I want him on something that scales, something that is going to remain threatening, which Espeon, it's great and all for the early to mid game, but late game you heavily lean on your teammates to be able to help finish Pokemon off, and you become more of the Psychic Solaire Pokemon, right? The stuns, the disables, the disengage. I would love to see a different Pokemon for this player because I think they need to give him something that scales, and that's back onto the whole Inteleon business. Like, why are we not seeing some of these scaling attackers anymore? Heck, I'm surprised that Dragonite has not been an option at all for any of these teams because at the beginning of today, we saw some Dragonite bans, and Dragonite has been rather successful in not just like Malaysia, Singapore. It has been a widely used Pokemon within the region. It hasn't been nerfed, it hasn't been changed. It's kind of there, and it still does what it does.
True, but I think the thing is, so far the Dragonite ban that we've seen so far is more focused on very specific region teams, especially in the Indonesia side. I think like totally respectful bans. But
look at this.
Now a quick switch up with the bans, right? Now Leafeon is able to go through here. Now so this is what I'm saying, right? Like it's the kind of thing where you still want to. I mean they won't opt to go for the Tyranitar now, right? Because you already have someone locked in the place again. But even if they do go for it, it's that kind of parry which you like to have, right? Because Tyranitar is the kind of thing where not really have the best mobility, doesn't really have a lot of damage. You need someone to either dish the damage or secure those damage, right? Leafeon just does it just as well, right? That kind of thing.
They've got two securers, not just Leafeon, Blaziken as well.
Yeah.
Look, this is more like Only Fun. This is the Only Fun kind of draft. So this is probably the game. If they can't win with this composition against Onyx, they're going to have to go to the drawing board for next year because, unfortunately, for Only Fun, this is a best-of-3 grand final match.
Correct.
And for Onyx, this is the upper bracket team. They just need to win this next game, and they've secured their ticket to Worlds. But for Only Fun, they need to win this best-of-3 and force a reset. So it's a long journey still, and if there's a composition that could force that game number 3, this has to be the one.
But the thing is, here's the interesting thing. Bring in the Lucario, right? So this is something that I discussed with you back in ACL, where what was the best pair to go with Buzzer in the top lane, right? And I said it was actually Lucario, mainly because of the fact that of his passive steadfast, right? If he actually reduces HP all the way down to less than 50%, it's pretty much practically like a second focus band, right? So in the case when you go head to head with someone like the Blaziken, which is someone in similar territory, I won't say exactly the same. I'll say similar territory here in this case here. It gives him the necessary sustain for a prolonged fight, which is something that Blaziken also likes as well.
I have some bad news though, unfortunately, and that is the case that all the matchups where I have seen it be Lucario versus Blaziken. Blaziken tends to come out on top. And we're not talking about just any kind of Blaziken. This is solo Blaziken. And this is a signature Pokemon for this player. And so if it's ALR, right, playing on this Lucario, if he wins in this matchup, that is a statement already. I will give this man a whole lot of praise if he can somehow win this matchup.
True.
So we'll have to see.
But then again, Danny, I think a lot of people tend to forget this is a team battle.
It's a team battle.
I mean, yes, there are times a particular player alone can carry the whole team, but of course, a lot of steps needs to be, a lot of points needs to be acquired here.
And step 1 is bringing in your central laner into that top lane. So remember, this is Genkai on the Sylveon. They can dish out quite a bit of damage if they want to, and it's Mystical Fire. So this is rather scary for a lot of these like 1v1, 2v1 situations. Mystical Fire Sylveon is probably one of the biggest bullies in the game up until you get those higher levels.
And the worst part is that we're such a mobile Pokemon, and also not the most beefiest one like the Scythe and the Lucario, Mystical Fire is gonna be almost quite detrimental
and
they're
bringing Jalion as well, so all of the EVs coming in. They're saying we need to get Solo his level 7. So Lucario down, Chansey just grasping at straws, taking the berry and abandoning lane, saying guys, we gotta abandon ship because they're going all in on this top lane. They know how important Solo is in this matchup, and I absolutely agree with this play. It is going to come at the expense of that bottom lane, unfortunately for Only Fun, but we've seen this happen multiple times. They're happy to sack that bottom lane if it means they get Solo to where they want him to be.
Which I think is also really great, right? Onyx understands that, hey, you know what, you want to go all in on the top, fine. We will handle damage control, but at the same time, we'll try to get some respective trade, which is exactly what we see at the bottom side.
Cypher?
But the invasion, just to try to shut him down as much as possible. It's scary as it is when you have the Mythical Fire Sylveon, but paired with the Leaf, with such a mobile, agile Leafeon with the Solar Blade, it feels like you can almost secure any pickoffs here.
What is this roaming duo of Sylveon and Leafeon? This is actually almost kind of gross to look at because you have some of the highest damage dealing evolutions in the game roaming around at their power spike. And there's very few Pokemon that can actually stop this kind of rotation unless they make the misplays happen and they take too much damage and then someone comes in and just snaps them up. Top goal zone is broken. Solo is level 7. He's a Blaziken. He is ready to dumpster this level 5 Lucario.
But at the same time, we see the side that the Delphox also not only break the bottom side. You see what I mean? Everyone, it's so amazing to see two of these great teams just trying to understand, okay, fine, you are elevating, so am I. We're always ensuring that when the final fight actually comes down, we are not going to be the one having the short end of the stick here. We are also capable to hit you hard head on here, which is why I'm still loving the fact that we're still seeing Genkai just trying to see if we can find any opportunities at the central area.
The steal! I
can't believe it, right?
Lucario steals away the LG Lucky in the top lane. That is thievery right there. Down both the Kurap having to eject out. Wartortle's going to be out of the picture here, having to bring in the Cyclone, turning around onto the Umbreon, and Grid may be able to salvage this if he can get the steal on the Regice. That would be fantastic. They're holding on though. And the Delphox getting the final hit. Oh my gosh, Onyx, they smell that ticket to Hawaii and they want it really bad.
I mean, this is exactly what the series is all about. To determine the best of the best to represent to go to Honolulu, Hawaii.
I can't believe it. Both Reggies being swiped away from Only Fun after working so hard to set themselves up for those objectives. So look at this. Level 10 on that Scyther. You are only level 9 on your core Pokemon on Only Fun. The whole reason that you draft this lineup is you want to play early. You play fast, you snowball. And the whole reason of snowballing is you want to be over-leveled. You need to out-level your opponents. That's not happening.
This is what I'm saying, right? It's like when two teams are so pretty much at odds at each other, and skill sets is pretty much even, right? It just comes down to how you interact the game. What's the individual skill play, right? Things like sniping Regieleki, okay, Regice, still 50-50, right? Still pretty even amount of Pokemon trains at the bottom side. But Regieleki is something that shouldn't have happened.
That should never have happened. I mean, Lucario swiping it away from a Blaziken, that's almost unheard of in most cases. Now, looks like Rubus, he did manage to get caught out, but thankfully the resets are there. We still have Jinkies and Dragons sticking around, but Dragons actually wanting to go home, having to assist in that top lane. And look at this, Lucario getting the assassination there onto the Blaziken. This is actually big news because Blaziken is supposed to be the carry Pokemon for OnlyFun. He is their late game insurance because Blaziken, great at secure, can turn into an absolute menace, but there's not a lot of disables on the other side, and that's what's happened. Onyx don't have the best disables. They have slows, but that's basically it. This time we do get the secure, but Solo going down to the Scyther, so sure you get the Regieleki, but look at the levels. That grid is picking up here, level 12.
This is great because especially once he got the intel, the Leafeon is focusing on another target as well. He just decided, you know what, I'm just going to go for everyone else. They just can't outrun me. But then at the same time, they are getting the respective trade. Not just two, not just one, not just two, but three in the process here. And they still keeping this going as well to secure as much points as much as possible. Danny, let's be honest, it's a very scary role. Oh my god, it's a Reggie steal.
If this gets stolen, I will question everything.
Jinky?
Typhoon getting used, but no. Respect, they held on, they saw the Typhoon coming. But the unfortunate thing for Jinkies here is that he's used this at the 4-minute mark, so there's no way he can use another Typhoon before Rayquaza. So if they want to try and team fight here, obviously OnlyFun will know that this is going to be on cooldown, but the same thing for Onyx, they can't use those openings. But the solo knockout onto the Blaziken is some great news.
Yeah, and it's so difficult for them to really try to burst out grid, especially not within the vicinity of the Bliss here as well. The Bliss assist is dead for the sake coming from Dragons, and of course Softball is always a fantastic one here. But that damage, Jalion, you gotta keep yourself in check. You're within enemy territory, nowhere not too far behind.
AR.
But then again, CZ Umbreon still managed to get 40 points in at the same time. Really back and forth down the wall. Surf. Oh, nice jump out of the surf as well. Not gonna be able to push back, but hey, he's still fine.
So tense for this matchup because Onyx are so close to qualifying for Hawaii, but for OnlyFun they have to win 2 games and another 2 games after this.
You know the crazy thing about this, Danny, is like these are storms that these two teams need to weather through, right?
Oh, hang on a minute though, Genkai, but he gets Jinky solo.
No, he's fine.
He has the eject out, but that means it's going to be on cooldown for the next 90 seconds. You don't want this. This is such a scary opening here because they don't have the Blastoise. It's going to be coming back here. There is no Leafeon. Leafeon is in that top lane, but they want to break this goal zone. They get the 30 points in, 2 points to break it. If they want to break it, they absolutely could. The point advantage in favor of OnlyFun. Onyx need to take the Rayquaza or you gotta go for that team wipe. And with 30 seconds to go, if Regieleki gets taken here, this is another huge advantage for OnlyFun because Onyx are gonna have to deal with this.
Yeah, but they can't afford to take this head on here, so they have to let the Regieleki through. They're already taking this into the count as well. That's why you see some of the members currently positioned to the top side. Or actually, they might just let it slide. Will they actually let it slide? No way. Hold on, wait. The Lucario is there. He's getting the intel first.
Leafeon wants to dunk those points. So many points on that Leafeon, but look at the positioning as well, saying, do we want this? Actually, no, it broke the wall.
Yeah.
Rayquaza's here. They're going for the rip.
So much damage,
do they have the secure, though?
Can they get it?
Who gets the secure? It's the Lucario! So Onyx, they've managed to get it. There's no Umbreon, there's no Leafeon, and I don't see any way for this team to be able to outsecure. Instead, they're going for a race. They're going to say, we've got points too. We're just going to score our points. They've got the home base, they've got the tier 2 as well. 345 to 316. Yeah, the Blastoise is there, but if they can beat them on their goal zone, we've still got plenty of time limit.
Hold on. Still fighting, but Downforce is to get back. Or, no, Downforce is trying to farm for points here, and Grid is calling on the roll. There's not a lot of Unite moves left on the hands here, but they're still pretty much confident they can defend this 2 goalposts. And the best part about this is that with the top secondary goalposts destroyed, they only had to prioritize this 2 coastal, which is relatively close within close proximity and vicinity as well. Now it all comes down a point differential of 60 70 points, sorry, 70 points plus here.
You got a minute to go, and they have to try and break the shield here for Jinkies, because if Jinky scores here, this just extends that lead. So now
they got
Jinky,
it.
no shields on him, and you're not going to have a Blastoise for this potential last battle. 25 seconds. No one's going for backcaps. We have the Eldegoss sitting with 40 points in the bush. If the Eldegoss goes down here, though, this would be big. Scouted out by the Blissey. Only fun. This is your only push. It's your only chance to go. You have to bring it to a game 3.
This literally comes down to this, right? Not their Unite most is currently right. They have Unites as well, but no Bliss assist.
They are straight for the home base. They're saying, you want to fight? We're going to fight on your speed.
Oh, God.
20 seconds to go. Somebody has to score.
Hydro Typhoon.
Hydro Typhoon is there. Oh my gosh, we've got no more Unites. We do have one more Cold Cloud Crash. They're trying to score.
Oh, no.
They actually use it. They managed to get the KO on the Sylvia.
10 seconds.
Can anybody score any points?
I can't believe it.
I think we're actually going to see our winner right here, Onyx. Can anyone score?
They did it.
I think that's enough.
Oh no, they did it. They pulled it through. They didn't need to win the 1v1s because it is still a team battle around. They won it as a squad. They won it as a team. And they pulled it through with the secures as well.
The plays from Onyx and also the bravery for Only Fun. They dove in the middle of the speed flux because they did not want to fight on the goal zones.
Yes.
We all know fighting on the goal zones, you're dealing with health regeneration, you're dealing with shields. If you can force the fight on the goal zone, on the speed flux, you're not getting that bonus.
Yeah.
And the fact that Onyx, they didn't take the bait. They said, you want to fight on our speed flux? Like, you can stay there. You're not on either of our goal zones. We're just going to stay where we need to defend.
And you're slowed down as well, so it's just like, hey, that's great. You're pretty much in quicksand now, and we don't have to confront you too much. And because not all of them was on the positioning as well. Not all of them was on the path. Some of them was still trying to make their way to the goalpost here in hopes of the fact that the team splits up, but that's not happening.
They never split up. And
exactly.
Like, again, you can see how clear-minded Onyx were in this final stretch. They did not want to give this game away. And the decision to go for the rip onto the Rayquaza, look, I think they knew they had to go for the rip, and they were confident that they were going to get the secure.
Oh.
The fact that they used the Typhoon to create that opening, so if Only Fun tried to get in there, they would be caught out.
Yes.
They wouldn't have a chance to move. Gosh, that end game was so tense.
I felt like honestly could have gone either way because it's like you said, it's all about getting those points, right? Or the Rayquaza was lost already, but there was still an opportunity. I think what made things even harder, I mean, okay, I'm not just, although it's a very small thing, or you could disregard what I said as well, but I think the Regieleki breaking that secondary top goalpost didn't give a lot of option for them to put the points in at all, right? Because I felt if we still had that one, that the teams is forced to split between 3 different areas here. But now it's just only left with the home base and the bottom secondary goalpost here as well. So not a lot of grounds for them to cover. Very close proximity for them to go for the next mile so far. But like I said, can be disregarded. That statement could be disregarded. But still, because we could never expected this kind of outcome here.
Look, Onyx, they worked hard this year, and I'm kind of getting Rise vibes because this was the same thing that kind of happened with Rise last year, right? So
yes.
Rise had to come through the APAC qualifiers. There was no Indonesia qualifier last year; it was APAC, and they earned their way through to Worlds. And so I'm kind of getting Rise vibes because Onyx played, not the entire roster, but 3 of their members, they played during ACL and to upgrade to the qualifiers for the World Championships and now to make it to the World Championships through the last chance qualifier. Indonesia, I mean, we thought the Philippines was going to be a strong region in APAC. Indonesia is ready to join the party.
Yeah, honestly, right, once again, Onyx has shown great growth. I think even in past games, whether they were able to secure the spot in the first place, really great growth coming out from there, so I'm really happy to see. But at the same time, in this LCQ Grand Finals, Onyx is once again placed on the anvil here, and it was time for them to test their steel, and they really proved themselves that they are very refined and ready for Honolulu here. But still, once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the replays that we see for a couple of games here.
This moment, I wish I could pause it here. This moment was so crucial. The fact that they lost the Regieleki in the top lane and also the Reggie in the bottom lane.
Yes.
I feel like this was the turning point for the team because they were supposed to get both objectives. They were supposed to get this big boost of power, and to give it away, not really give it away, I kind of feel like in the top lane, like they underestimated ALR. They didn't think a Lucario was going to out-secure solo, and then down bottom, they didn't think that they would actually lose that skirmish, but they did.
You know, but I really gotta give it to Jinkies because, like, despite, like, inside the entire Rayquaza pit as well, when he committed the Hydro Typhoon to buy some time, he just isolated one of the main damage. Don't get me wrong, Leafeon is great with the Solar Blade, got decent amount of secure, but it's always great when you amplify even more damage. Umbreon is sure is there, can commit Sylveus as well, but you would love to have the Blaze for that reassurance, and he just wasn't there because the Blaster, Jinkies, Hydro Typhoon served him. It's like, yup, you are denied from this Rayquaza pit. You're not even going to be getting that. You are not getting that VIP pass.
The job of a defender. Defend the Rayquaza. That's basically what happened in that battle.
Oh, dude, it's for some reason, right? If I had to put it in animation, it felt like he just settled him the entire time. It's just like, nope, you're not moving. You are completely stuck here.
Yeah. So we're going to be moving on to our drawing segment because we do need to sort of have a look at what happened in this grand final, because I think a lot of people were expecting to maybe see that reset. But Onyx coming out, like guns blazing, their fists swinging. They were like, we do not want to go to that second reset. So, Mr. Leonard, let's do this together. We've got two clips today. It's not just the one, so we'll share.
All right. So, oh my God.
You lost the pen.
Drop the pen.
All right, so let's go through this clip slowly.
All right, so yeah. So, come into the mix. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly.
We gotta watch Jinkies.
Okay, I'm gonna take a quick pause here because I want to take it to the count because we won't be able to see the top part of the Rayquaza.
Unfortunately, yes.
The spotlight was solely dedicated for Jinkies, which is totally fun because it was enjoyable to see him just control one of the core members. So yes, Onyx members are willing to go all in because remember, they are in the disparity of the fact that they are still currently lacto points here. So they're quite dependent on securing this Rayquaza here. Everyone was in prime position. The support is pretty much safe. The reason why he's pretty comfortable at this particular spot because he already noticed, all right, here's Solo. Leafeon was also spotted somewhere on the top side, as you can see from the mini-map as well. So it was very comfortable and very confident. He's not scared of the Umbreon. Umbreon is not going to like magically burst him down, you know, that kind of thing. So quickly going to be removing this thing. All right, continue with the slow-mo here. So instantly, the massive fight ensues here. Everyone is
and the Bliss Assist too. I think we also have to quickly mention the Bliss Assist on the Scyther. The fact that they used this because they wanted this Scyther to be this secure on the team.
Yes, and I totally understand, right? Because positioning-wise, it's also relatively close to the positioning for the rest of the squad as well, right? So you do not want to take any chances of him really bursting down before he can actually do what he needs to be done. But most importantly was Jinkies. His positioning was possibly the best one of them all because he denies entries from here, and possibly even here at the same time, and he still have the Hydro Typhoon. But of course you don't see it now because he's currently in mid animation as I pause this, right? So quickly gonna replay, start up the play.
There's the Typhoon.
Pops the Hydro Typhoon.
Look, connect on the entire team.
Except for one, but you know it doesn't matter. 4 men is still relatively massive, right? But look at the prioritization, right? I know we barely can see Rayquaza HP, but it's getting lower, right? It's getting lower.
It's about half. I can see, yeah.
Fireworks is committed as well. Fireworks not really burst damage, but it's it's still damage, right? Damage over time. But that's where the priorities comes in. Jinkies figured out, okay, I can't control too many people, so let's just control on the one that is going to be dishing out the best secures here. He's not solos, and instantly he took Solo for a dance under the beautiful moonlight starry nights here. Pushes him back here again. Can't move. He tried to get back
pump
in.
As well.
Oh,
jeez, that is frustrating.
It really was, and that was just pretty much it, right?
So that was the Rayquaza secure. Basically, absolutely thrown out the window because of Blastoise. Like Jinkies alone, the fact that even though Blastoise was on the receiving end of a damage nerf with the recent update, it doesn't stop Blastoise from actually being a defender, being the one to create space, to knock up the opponents, to buy time so that your team can do what they need to do.
Correct. And I think people slowly forget because the amount of damage or secure he had with the Hydro Pump previously was the fact that, he's doing a lot of damage, he's starting to become an all-rounder defender. But when you remove that aspect, he goes back to his actual true self, which is this massive frontline controller to ensure his teammate is getting the necessary control or a hindrance to allow his team to dish out the damage here. So really phenomenal job. Don't get me wrong, it is still a 4v4 in the required play in terms of damage here, but the amount of damage that Blaziken can output and what a Blastoise can output is the difference is heaven and earth. So the fact that he is not in that pit, it just aids his team so much. Like, it's not like game changing, you know. I mean, okay, yeah, it is game changing, but in some cases, it's not like, oh, he's gonna get the MVP kind of thing. But it's still massive enough to determine this one spot to Honolulu here. But anyway, let's quickly move on to the part where let's call it the
The last hurrah.
The last hurrah.
That's really what it was, though. I mean, this was the last push we were going to see from this team because 15 seconds. We didn't see the beginning of this, unfortunately, but essentially what happened was they came barreling down the lane and they just decided to fight on the speed flux. Like, you saw a Solo multiple times running onto the speed flux, trying to use his mobility to chase down all of these Pokemon. But unfortunately, they just ignored him. They said, like, why should we fight the Blaziken there when we can be protecting our goal zone and we can use the goal zone shielding, the healing? Because if they fought solos there on the speed flux, I think this would have actually ended up being a really problematic fight for the team.
Which is why Onyx really took this fight really calculatedly well, because they just stick to what was best. They had the control. They're not too pressured about in terms of positioning, because without the existence of the second goalpost, right? The distance between these two guys. Let me fall it back. Okay, great. So do you see the distance between this goalpost and this goalpost is within close proximity? It's so easy for them to just go back and forth. And remember, they don't have the Rayquaza shield. They don't have the bubble here. So in other words, they don't get that really quick dunk. They still take some time because they have a lot of points on their belts here.
Yeah, and I guess another unfortunate thing for Solo is the fact that he's got no points. If he had points, he would have actually been able to go for a couple of micro scores in the base, which is why he tried to fight there. He was hoping he'd get the knockouts. Every knockout, you get those bonus AOS points as well. But he just couldn't reach anybody because they kept kiting him. Yeah. Like, again, going back to the Delphox pick, like, Delphox is a very mobile Pokemon. It's always moving. And then you put the Fire Spin on top of that. Like, you think you're chasing the Delphox, and then you're just spinning around in the air helplessly.
And to make matters worse, you're already getting this movement speed slow or hindrance inside within this facility as well. So.
I actually think if the Speed Flux did not exist in Unite and it was just the goal zones, this game could have gone in their favor.
Yeah. Man, seriously, what a round. What a round, seriously, coming from these two teams here. It's always great to see like two prominent teams just going head to head with each other, because there's just so much to learn, like that kind of thing. Like, it feels like you feel like okay, I think I knew everything about it, like early competition, certain playing style, but then when you see it being put into fruition, right, it feels like it's just a symphony of skills here.
It is a symphony of skills. I mean, that's essentially what we saw in the Rayquaza pit, even leading up to the Rayquaza pit. The fights at both of the Reggies, in lane, just everything came down to this, to the Rayquaza, to that one final push. And so we now have our final team from Asia to qualify to the World Championships, and it's Onyx.
Yeah, Onyx, congratulations, kudos. But of course, kudos to all the teams that participated, not just our top 8, but the 59 teams even in the qualifiers as well. Everyone came in with the intention and the goal to represent here. And of course, sadly, this is the nature of the competition. We only can send in the best, and we have our best here, and that's going to be Onyx, our grand champion of the LCQ West.
Now, we do have a special interview lined up for you guys. We're going to be speaking to Dragons from Onyx, so welcome him to the stream. Dragons, how you doing?
Hello.
How you feeling? You're going to Hawaii.
I think I'm feeling speechless because this is very surprise to us.
Surprise!
We never thought we will go to Hawaii like this from LCQ.
Wow. Okay, so let's start with that, shall we? Because I wanted to ask you, when you came into the last chance qualifier, like you feel like, did you think you were never going to make it to Hawaii? Like, you played the tournament, you were just playing this for experience. Like, what was your initial goal for playing aside Hawaii?
I think we just try to place as high as we can get from the last chance qualifier. But from the day 1 to day 2, we managed to get top 8 and move on to final, and suddenly we won like this. This is very surprising to us.
All right, Dragons, I'm going to ask you a very technical one now, right? Okay, because I'm also curious about something. So, as a team, such a prominent team such as yourself and everyone else as well, what was your team's point of view with this current patch 5 days ago? Did it significantly impact like how you guys interacted with the game, or was it something was it still within your capabilities?
Yeah, we quite surprised because Pokemon Unite hit the patch 1 week before the HAQ, and we didn't know how to prepare with the patch, so we just play rank and scrim. So I think we figured out some of the hero, and yeah, maybe a little bit.
So playing today as well, who were some of the big teams that you were looking out for? Like, who do you feel like were your biggest threats in the qualifier?
From this qualifier, I think this OnlyFans is our biggest threat, and maybe Renaissance, but they got out on the day 1, I think. So our final rival, I think, is OnlyFans.
Okay, Dragons, I'm not sure whether you guys have seen the replays yet from your previous series or have enough time to see the replays, but that last fight in the Rayquaza pit, right? The call for Jinky to keep keep Solos, who was the Blaziken, in check as the Blastoise, was it his own choice, or was it something where everyone just like called it out for?
I think we just do the draft and we prepare it for the Rayquaza in the minute 2, and that just happened like that. I think my defender just played better.
He did his job.
Yeah.
Okay, I do have to ask you one question, sorry. You have now qualified for Worlds. I want to know, was there any team competing in Worlds this year that inspired you guys to actually start playing Pokemon Unite? Because we don't know a lot about you guys and your team and how you sort of came to be. Like, was there a reason that you started playing competitively?
I played competitively since the release, and especially I want to participate in the Worlds, and I can make it now, but maybe for the future, maybe I will want to beat Rice, because we never beat Rice before.
Wow!
And hopefully it will happen in the Worlds.
I mean, hey man, it's the best thing, right? If you can beat Rise at Worlds at the same time, right? But you know, one last question for me, Dragons. It's a very simple question, right? Since you guys have already confirmed yourself to go to Honolulu, have you guys prepared your swimming trunks, your sunscreens? Because, you know, it's a beautiful place. I'm just saying, man, I'm really dressed up for the occasion to send you guys to Honolulu. Let's be honest here.
I think we didn't prepare anything, just focus on the game. So I think from tomorrow we will prepare for the Honolulu.
Yeah, man. Bring the sunscreen, bring the Hawaii shirts, bring everything. Take everything.
All right, thank you so much, Dragons. Congratulations on qualifying. We're so excited to see you guys play. Do your best. We'll be rooting for you from Asia. We do believe in you guys. But thank you so much for the interview. Good luck in Honolulu.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, we have crowned our champion today. We have sent our final team for APAC West to Hawaii. I think we're done in Asia.
I'm dressed to send them all off. I wasn't dressed for MYS.
I thought you were dressed for yourself.
No man, I'm the guy at the airport with the sign that says "Have fun in Honolulu." Not going to Honolulu, but just congratulating, just sending them off. You know, like the soldier salute. You know.
Yeah,
Have fun.
We do need to basically send our teams off as well. So congratulations to Onik, our second representative from APAC West. We had East earlier today, and we also crowned our champion there. So all of our last chance qualifiers team are done and dusted. Onik is the second team to represent Indonesia at the World Championships. Now, I said this before, right? I thought the Philippines was going to be a major region within Asia, but it looks like Indonesia is also here to stay.
I mean, it's like I told you back in ACL, right? Like we are seeing teams and talented players on the rise as the months goes by, right? Pokemon Unite is evolving, but so are our players, so are our talents. More people are getting inspired, more people are getting better at the game as well, with new creativity, new innovation as well. And this qualifier, I mean, yes, like Flavor told me, it's a compilation of 3 regions qualifiers here right now with the 59 teams. But hey, you know, it's still a lot. It's still massive. It's very significant as well here. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, let's quickly bring out the brackets here, the updated one, to show you what was the path like for some of these amazing teams here. Onyx in particular here, our grand champions here, started off in our upper bracket round 2 here as they went up against EG Phoenix here, where they were able to secure success here with 2-0 scoreline as they move forward to go toe-to-toe with Mamu Bears here. And of course, this was not the first series this was not the only series they earned go to 3 games. It also began with their final one in the upper bracket finals, which is against Be The One here.
And then, of course, after securing that victory, they were on to the grand final match just to wait for their next and final opponent, and it ended up being the team that they were looking at the most. They even said, Dragons even said, Only Fun was their largest threat within the tournament, and look, they managed to convincingly 2-0 Only Fun in the grand final. No bracket reset, lock in their tickets for Hawaii, and they're now flying to Worlds this year to represent the Asia region at the World Championships. So congratulations yet again to Onyx. Just a quick reminder as well, what did these teams win aside from that ticket to Worlds?
I mean, that's a lot of dough they actually earned for themselves here. Not only the paid flight all the way to Honolulu, they're also going to be walking away with 7,500 USD. Second and third place, second place is going to be 3,750. Third place is going to be 3,000. Fourth place is going to be 1,500. And fifth to seventh is going to be 750 USD here. So although yes, it's unfortunate some of this team, because I believe everyone had huge goals as they joined this tournament.
All 59 teams had dreams of playing at Worlds this year, and it's like, as you said, right, it is so sad that you can only achieve, one team is going to achieve that dream.
But hey, guess what? Now Onyx has a lot of these 58 teams to support them with their journeys here. Sure, they were denied by some of the teams here, but it still doesn't matter. Now they are, I guess you could say, carrying forward the fires here, the wheel of fire here, as they go towards the Worlds.
Yep. Now, before we close out the broadcast, we do want to remind you guys that Phalanx is available to play in-game, and we also have the Battle Pass ongoing. So very quickly, we're going to show you guys some clips of those before we close out the show. So
Wow.
make sure to pick up your little Mew kimono now before it leaves, because it is a battle pass as well. It's only around for a limited time, and I do think it's the cutest little holoware in the game.
And please play it as well to flex about it, unlike somebody.
Well, okay, the thing is, it's there so that when I do start to actually properly play Mew, it's there.
This is the part where I just text, like just post a Twitter to Night Mew Foxy. It's like, hey, I have a
I
friend.
need lessons, please.
She needs like the masterclass video.
Look, I'm going to be honest. I have watched the video, and it's a bit too much
too.
information for me to absorb. So I might have to sort of do it in a week.
I mean, yeah, it's too much, but I'll be honest. I was mesmerized about it because I'm just like, wow, that's insane.
Some people were made to play that Pokemon, and I obviously wasn't one of them. But after all of that, after today, after crowning our champion, folks, thank you so much for tuning in to the broadcast for the Pokémon UNITE World Championships Last Chance Qualifier for APAC West. That's going to be it for us this year. My name is Dana Lee, and of course joining me is the wonderful Yolo Lee. Do you have any final words before we close things out today?
No, man, I just thank you all so much for joining us as well to support your favorite teams, your favorite fans, whether it's from the previous qualifiers or other region qualifiers as well. Just thank you for supporting Pokémon UNITE. Seriously, you guys.
Awesome!
Yeah, exactly. You guys are awesome. What will we be without you guys, right? So keep playing the game, love the game, and maybe, who knows? We might be even casting you games one day if you decide to take the chance. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, hope you guys have a great day and a good night.
I
mean, look, they caught Molly.
Oh, it's going to be high time here. High Typhoon hitting up on multiple Pokemon, gets sent back to the Pokemon Center.
But the Leafeon!
Oh no, leaving Leafeon all to himself. Might be a slight miscom over here
The
as well. Pointing up as well.
zoning!
There's going to be Unbound coming off the Hoopa, but he gets cleared out as well. 4 Pokemon getting knocked out. It has some EG Phoenix. Make it 5. That's a full knockout wipe here in the hands of Team EG Phoenix.
Gets on top of the fairy falling itself, forcing up the Unama to try to keep himself into the fight for as long as possible. He gets the 3-man knockout, falls on the 2-man, Hydro Typhoon for the counter initiation here, but it's still not enough. Where is my tab? Damage is being done here, so significant as well. And guess what? So much damage, and Mike wasn't even there to do it. He's back in for round 2, ladies and gentlemen. The onslaught hasn't ended. Teamza, the last man standing. There isn't anyone, any chances for them to dunk any more points. It's completely lost. It is a lost cause, and ladies and gentlemen, no picture from such a bombardment. There's a connect. Unite move on top of another Unite move to counteract here, and now the counter initiation pops into the line side as well.
Do they have the damage to finish this through? I
Can
think they
they?
managed
Oh,
to
no.
outlast with this Charizard still flying, but I think he might just be in. It's the Crustal and the Meowscarada going up against the Hoopa, Sylveon, and the Trevenant, but I think this might just be it.
Oh.
No. He's almost at half health, and actually we are going to be seeing the start of a battle there. Both of the frontliners on the side of B1. We're caught in the back lines though. As you can see, we are seeing a whole lot of problems here for these backline attackers. Espeon having to run away from a Trevenant in the front though. It looks like the Blissey has no support, is not near the team, and the Bliss Assist is on cooldown. The Tyranitar all alone. The support is needed, but here comes the Espeon, the damage dealer. B, the frontline.
Yes. Oh, and
Exactly.
it dies right into the middle. Really full assist at the same time. Perry Frolic also trying to get in the muscle as much as possible, and big damage come to the mix. Although here comes the Psychic Solaire, they try to displace him as much as possible, trying to force him to do a full disarray here, but all the team is currently isolated. But this is great distance. A perfect timing for Genkai to find easy picking here, but before he could, the rest of the squad was able to group up just in time to melt him aside, but instantly gets traded back. Well, they came in to secure the Rayquaza, which was already been started by B1 members. But regardless, congratulations for Only Fun, as they are our second and last grand finalists.
Actually, no, it broke the
Yeah.
Great plays is here. They're going for the ring.
So much damage,
Do they
by the
have
way.
the secure though?
Can they get it?
Who
No, they
gets
gotta
the
pick up.
secure?
Oh!
It's the Lucario! Nice, we do support on Cold Cloud Crash. They're trying to score.
Oh, no!
They actually use it. They managed to get the KO on the Sylveon.
10 seconds!
Can anybody score any points?
I can't
on
believe
that?
it!
I think we're actually going to see our winner right here, Onyx. Can anyone score?
They did
I
it!
don't think that's enough.
Oh no, they did it! They pulled it through! They didn't need to win the 1v1s because it is still a team battle around. They won it as a squad, they won it as a team, and they pulled it through with the secures as well.
Tomorrow we will prepare for the Honolulu.
Yeah, man. Bring the sunscreen, bring the Hawaii.